Chapter 1. Itachi's POV. I had just heard the news of the Jinchuriki's attempt to stop Sasuke from leaving Konoha. Sour bile tainted my mouth at the thought. Instead of Sasuke using his friends and village to gain enough power to be a protector, he let his hate consume him. Sasuke was consumed with jealousy, anger, and obsession, causing him to turn on the closest friend of his, Naruto. An unexpected development. The epitome of stubborn drive, the boy defied all odds and obstacles in his way, not for revenge, as one would expect, despite being betrayed by a village. No, instead the boy became strong for the sole purpose of protecting his friends and village. And what had the boy done? Taken on his friend to keep him from leaving, trying to show that people cared and would Sasuke be strong. I smiled. The boy could be the hero that the ninja world needed. Furthermore, a rumor had brought me to Konoha. The prankster of Konoha had attained Sharingan. If this was true, having Naruto tap into this potential could allow him to stop the Akatsuki and bring a new age to the ninja world. An idealist at heart, but one with the charisma and motivation to bring these into fruition. And who better to train him than I supposedly deceased shinobi who had tried to stop the genocide of his clan, but ultimately was mortally wounded in the process. Crickets chirped endlessly on this moonless night, a cool breeze blowing the occasional leaf onto the rooftops. Clouds covered the moon, leaving the illumination only to the street's lanterns and the bright night stars. Flitting between the shadows, I reached the hospital, dodging patrols of Leaf Neen. I spotted the only window with its shutters open on the top floor. A small piece of red paper stuck to the top corner, Kakashi's all-clear signal. I drummed my fingers on the warm glass to signal my arrival. The window shot open and an arm tugged me in by the wrist. Good. You made it, Itachi. I smiled at the former leader of Team Row, noting that the events as of late seemed to have aged the silver-haired shinobi years. The creased brows and bags under his eyes showed an exhaustion and anxiety beyond measure. I gave him an awkward pat on the shoulder to comfort him. Kakashi chuckled softly at the attempt, a bit of the pain disappearing from his face. Listen, I need your help with Naruto. Now that he has it and the 9 tails, I don't think I'll be able to do him the justice he deserves. I just nodded, wary in the case that someone was listening. I signed, do you know how he got the eye? Kakashi sighed, signing, I have a crazy theory, but that's it. Continue, I urged. You may be right, and that could make all the difference in how he should be trained. Besides, the sooner Naruto masters the Sharingan, the sooner he may be able to control the fox and be able to save his friend and village. The silver ninja cracked his knuckles, hands shaking. Sasuke may have given Naruto an eye, replacing it with that of Naruto. I recoiled. Based on what I had seen, the boy didn't seem exactly one to part with power. Are you blind? The same student who would betray his friends and village at the promise of power. I countered. It hurt to admit it, but Sasuke had become obsessed with growing powerful and killing the Uchiha Slayer. Kakashi flinched, as if he had been kicked in the gut. The weight of failure and guilt seemed to crush him. Look, you're not wrong. He is obsessed, but I tried to instill these ideas into your brother, and he even looked up to and admired Naruto, who grew so powerful so fast. It's possible it was a parting gift or marked a arrival. While that couldn't be discounted, it seemed unlikely. That would imply that Sasuke cared that much about the rivalry and viewed it as a source of strength. Yet, there was another possibility. Kakashi, while we can't discount your theory, it's possible that it's only Dash, a groan and yawn from the bed, interrupted the conversation. I leaped into the shadows and cast a quick Jinjutsu. "Hmm, where am I?" A groggy voice croaked from the bandaged figure. "Kakashi, what are you doing here?" The blonde shot up in surprise, wincing at the painful reaction. The Jounin gave Naruto and I smile, as if nothing had happened. "Just checking up on my injured student is all. You're at the hospital right now, and have been for a couple days." Kakashi's tone reverted to the somber one. "After the fight with Sasuke, we found you beat up with fist-size hole in your shoulder. The only thing that kept you alive was the nine tails." "And Sasuke? Where is he?" Naruto replied, interrupting Kakashi. Clearly the kid was more interested in his friend's well-being than his own. "A curious one, isn't he? Stupidly brash, but brave and caring nonetheless, completely unfazed by his injuries." The silence said it all. "He got away and decided to leave, huh? Damn it, I could have stopped him, but I held back. If I didn't, then maybe Dash," Naruto growled, clearly pissed at himself as he dug his nails deep enough into his palm to draw blood. "Stop it, Naruto. It is not your fault that Sasuke got away. If anything, it proves that you are compassionate. Nothing you could have done would have stopped Sasuke from leaving. Even if you beat him, he would just leave again." Kakashi cut in, understanding the importance of having Naruto in a stable attitude, lest the Kyuubi tries to resurface. "We will go find him, but first I would like to ask you a couple questions. Did you know you have Sharingan? And do you remember how you got it?" Kakashi asked urgently. You mean the same eyes that you and Sasuke have?" "No. Hold on. I think I remember, but it is kind of fuzzy. All I remember is looking up and seeing Sasuke put something into my eye. A sharp pain kept stabbing me while he was doing it until he placed a thing where my right eye was." Naruto thought for a quick moment before connecting the dots, his face lighting up in surprise. "He removed his right eye and traded it with mine." I frowned. There was something off about that. Sasuke didn't know medical skills, so how could he reattach the eye? But supposing it was true, he decided to gift one of his eyes to a friend he had just defeated? And for what? Clearly, I didn't know my brother too well, which honestly wasn't out of character considering my poor siblinghood. I usually blew him off and didn't help him that much, nor did I keep my promises either. If only I had been kind to him and not made him feel insecure and like a reject, as my father had. "Naruto, I have someone I would like you to meet. He can help you become much stronger and develop your Sharingan," Kakashi said a little louder than before. Taking the hint, I melted out of the shadows, eyes locked with Naruto's, noticing the Sharingan was in its active state. Naruto looked at me in awe at first, seeing my two Sharingan, clearly understanding that I was an Uchiha. After a moment, his eyebrows rose and his eyes had a look of recognition. Confusion and anger filled his eyes. "Itachi Uchiha." He mumbled defiant and his face plastered with more than a little anger. "How are you still alive? And why haven't you told Sasuke? He's been so cold trying to avenge you, the only bright part of his childhood before the massacre. Can you imagine that pain?" "More than you think, Naruto," I replied, stung by his outburst. The kid had a way with words that wrenched your soul. But I can't just magically appear to Sasuke's side since people were, and still are, hunting me. Not only that, but there are things that I did that night that can't be forgotten or taken back. Can you imagine seeing your brother struggle in pain, but be unable to do as much as whisper a comforting word? I asked calmly. Naruto's pensive face and the conceding exhale of breath signified that it had the intended effect. Well, that may be true. Sorry for lashing out at you. The apology was sincere, a slight look of understanding on his face. Can you tell me how Sharingan work? I've seen them in action, but don't really understand it. All in due time. First, you need to rest up. Meet me on the Hokage Monument at 8 o'clock a.m. sharp. And unlike Kakashi, I'm always punctual, I instructed with a smile. Naruto smiled with an eager determination in his eyes, giving a knowing look at the embarrassed Kakashi. All right, Itachi, be ready because I'm not going to hold back. I give you my word that I won't let you down, Naruto said a little too loudly, smiling and giving me a thumbs up. Okay, maybe he's a little too excited and cocky, but I'll give it a shot. If I heard right, Sasuke left a trail of blood and was dragging his right leg after the fight. I smiled a bit at the thought. Almost immediately, Naruto collapsed back to sleep snoring. Clearly the boy needed a rest, but if he wanted to learn how to use the Sharingan quickly, I couldn't wait any longer. Before leaving, though, I set Naruto's alarm clock so he'd only have 3 minutes to dress, prepare himself, and arrive to train. I smiled smugly, knowing that somehow Naruto would pull it off one way or another. Thank you, Kakashi, for giving me this opportunity. I think it is exactly what I needed and how I plan to restore the Uchiha, as well as forgive myself by training the last Uzumaki, I said with a smile. The white-haired ninja nodded and gave an eye smile. He gave me a friendly hug. Anything for a friend. Besides, I owe you for teaching me the Mangekyo. And Itachi, make sure to bring out Naruto's full potential without changing his personality too much. Make Minato proud of his son. As he said this, I turned and leaped into the night. Gazing at the stars from atop the Hokage monument, I prayed. I promise I will, Kakashi. For you, the fourth, and the rest of the world. I promise to give Naruto the strength he needs to bring the peace and understanding he wants in the world. Those words seal my fate. Either I would succeed in bringing out the light that I saw in Naruto, or I would die trying. The world depended on it. Chapter 2. Itachi's POV. It took me hours, but finally I did it. The training ground was completely set, complete with tripwires, different chakra seal traps, and so forth. Not only that, but the location just behind the Hokage monument was the perfect training ground, hidden from view and in a place not many would venture to. All right, lastly, I have some chakra paper, so I can teach Naruto to use his chakra nature later. I said to myself, taking a deep breath of cool fresh air, the smell of trees and grass tickling my nose, before making my way to the fourth Hokage's head to wait for Naruto. Just then, he materialized in front of me in a blur of orange. You think that you could stall me with those stupid tricks? That's something only a novice prankster would come up with. Itachi, Naruto said with a grin. His eyes, steeled with confidence and excitement, told me everything I needed to know. The blonde shinobi was wearing the customary orange and blue attire. I returned a smug grin. HN, then why are you standing there? I asked. What an idiot. I guess Naruto doesn't value caution as much as he should. He was standing right on top of a seal, something that an activated Sharingan would find immediately. Oh well, before the boy could react, I activated the seal, transporting me and Naruto in a puff of smoke. Naruto landed on a pressure plate, sending a kunai shooting out from the trees around him. As if by instinct, though, Naruto jumped in the air, using chakra to gain an extra 4 meters to the jump. The kunai slashed his pant leg and boots as the shinobi narrowly escaped, only to trip the next trap. A water clone in a hood jumped out of nowhere and attacked Naruto with a gout of flame from the great fireball jutsu. Fuck, this is bad, I groaned, seeing my only student engulfed in the attack, perhaps cooking the boy to a crisp. I stiffened receiving the knowledge from the now dispelled water clone. I smirked in excitement. Naruto used a replacement jutsu with a log just before impact, having located the user. Just as soon as the jutsu ended, Naruto stabbed the clone in the leg and chest with 2 kunai. Good job, Naruto, I told him after he reappeared. That was unexpected. I didn't exactly know what to look for, so thank you. He leapt in front of me from the tree branch with a grin. So what now? I'm going to show you how to activate the Sharingan. Use it sparingly as it takes a steady stream of chakra. Remember, use it wisely. The red eye freaked me out when compared to his left blue eye. It seems so weird and unnatural. Naruto's face lit up with excitement, ready to learn the Uchiha skill. I chuckled at his excitement because he had no idea what it took to awaken it, the trauma that was required to unlock it quickly and utilize it perfectly. Immediately explaining the process to him, Naruto took some time to think. I told him the best way for him to awaken them is to call upon the feelings of pain and the like while sparring with me. Come on, Naruto, is that all you've got? I jeered at the boy, who was panting with exhaustion. We'd been sparring for 30 minutes, with Naruto using most of the jutsu at his disposal. I decided to keep the fight fair and utilize only the normal Sharingan. Surprisingly, it took a lot more energy and chakra to avoid Naruto and overcome his attacks. The Rasengan and mastery of Shadow Clone Jutsu made him exceptionally formidable. In addition, his chakra hadn't drained that far down, despite the length of the battle. I, on the other hand, had used up a considerable amount of chakra. To say the least, I was impressed. Nevertheless, Naruto still hadn't activated the Sharingan. All right, Itachi, let's see you try to fight this, Naruto spat, angry that he hadn't been able to deliver any major attacks. I could see that if I pushed just a little more, the Sharingan would click. Brushing away the blood trickling from the sides of his mouth, he uttered, multi-shadow clone jutsu, flipping through the signs. Dozens of shadow clones appeared all around the clearing. I can't say I wasn't impressed. The sheer amount of chakra Naruto possessed naturally was very large. Naruto Barrage, he shouted. Almost as if on command, all the shadow clones flew at me in a formation that blocked my view of the sky. Not only that, but they flung kunai and shuriken all towards me. Seeing the movement, however, I leaped to the right mid-throw, chucking my own volley of shuriken at 6 shadow clones, dispelling them. Only I wasn't fast enough. A few shuriken cut and grazed my legs, a couple kunai, even slashing at my chest. I couldn't counter this many clones with the handicaps I gave myself. The formation looked like a wall of chakra, except at the edges. Thus so, it was hard to counter their moves. Almost as soon as I landed, I caught sight of 3 different groups of 10 clones rushing me from each side. Feigning being caught off guard, I jumped into the air at the last minute. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu, I shouted, blasting all 3 groups with a large ball of flame. Yet another group jumped at me as I landed, forcing my hand. Without a thought, I launched a barrage of shuriken, taking each in the head or chest. Curse you, Naruto, for negating my Sharingan. Or are you only negating it? Did he figure out the Sharingan? Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. 3 Narutos shouted simultaneously, all from behind. The sound was my only warning. I jumped forwards, rotated, and countered with an overcharged water bullet, taking out the fire, the casters, and several other clones. The ground was pockmarked with craters, scorch marks, mud, and shuriken. Trees lay in ruins, and a multitude of at least 50 clones plus Naruto stood before me, all with Sharingan. Shit, I am so screwed if he keeps this up. Almost as if by an answer to my silent prayer of Naruto maxing out, all the clones disappeared. Oh crap, Naruto shouted in alarm, presumably due to using most due his reserves of chakra. Just as I shifted my weight forward, Naruto launched 2 kunai paper bombs. Seeing the trajectory, I ducked and darted at him, preparing a counterattack. I reached behind me, grabbing 2 chakra blades and channeling wind chakra through them. Confused as to the attack, Naruto charged while creating a Sharingan. I groaned as he had realized one of my weaknesses. Sharingan, Naruto shouted as the sphere completely formed 3 meters before collision. Seeing that he planned to charge straight ahead, I feigned to the right before slide tackling Naruto. The blonde boy flew head over heels, slamming the blue Sharingan into the ground. Its pulsating rhythm transformed into a thunderous eruption, sending earth and rock flying halfway across the clearing. Naruto groaned, lifting his scratched and scraped face off the ground. I smirked, somewhat disappointed that he still managed to stand despite the shockwave and blast from his own Sharingan. Never mind the very low levels of chakra he now possessed. Groaning, the genin pushed himself up, legs shaking and wobbling, almost collapsing on the ground as he windmilled for balance. "Is that all you got, Itachi?" he asked, a hint of defiance penetrating through his pants and groans. The blonde was just standing there, half hunched over trying to catch his breath, never quite recovering. "Ah, I see you haven't given up yet. Do you concede? For your sake, I suggest you do." "Naruto," I responded, ice coating my words. Usually it was enough to deter people, but his grin proved otherwise. "I have to congratulate you on your sheer determination, but all that won't matter if you're completely outmatched." I smiled as I said this, proud to be training someone whose internal light shone so bright and true. I released the Jinjutsu just as I channeled wind and fire chakra into the blades and struck Naruto from behind. The Jinchuriki screamed in pain as his nerves were both slashed, cauterized, and burned. The shinobi collapsed face first and face planted, unconscious. 3 hours later, Naruto POV. Groaning groggily, I slowly came to. My eyelids fluttered open to see a green canopy above me, supported large tree trunks and the soft mattress of grass and leaves. I lay on my chest. I try to get up, but twin streaks of white pain lanced across my back. Muscles cramped, tensing from rips, tears, bruising, and fatigue. Two bandages were on my face, and I felt a large wrapping across my back. Sores from scrapes, cuts, and bruises dotted my skin like a leopard's. God, Naruto, why the fuck did you take on Itachi like that? I understand that he is more powerful than me and was holding back by to at most 35% of his power, but that was too much. The Uchiha was prodigy, you were the last in your class. So you are finally awake, Naruto. The calm, steely baritone could only be from Itachi. By the way, nice attacks. I see you were able to copy my great fireball, Jutsu, with your Sharingan. I am surprised you were able to copy that. You clearly have at least fire chakra. The fact the Uchiha actually commented and had calculated all of this was surprising and exciting. It's not every day that the best shinobi in Konoha compliments you. Thank you, Itachi. What about the Rasengan? I asked, eager to know exactly how my favorite and best jutsu was. Well, first off, Uzumaki, you need to work on your speed and your replacement jutsu. By doing so, you may be able to outmaneuver the Sharingan and most shinobi. Not only that, but you can essentially teleport behind your opponent and deliver attacks and jutsu before they can react. That being said, work on your stealth. After accomplishing all these, your Rasengan will be used to its maximum potential, Itachi commented, his eyes reflecting a steely concentration. It crushed my ego, but bolstered my confidence because I knew Itachi could pull it off. I looked up at the sky, watching the clouds as I had done with Shikamaru, attempting to obtain peace within myself. Cerulean blue made up the dome of the sky, and white puffy clouds breezed by sluggishly. Such a beautiful scene with a warm and not too bright sun, while the birds chirped away. Before I realized it, I faded out into my mindscape. The sewer and its slightly foul smell greeted me with open arms, and the sealed gate to the Kyuubi's lair lay in front of me. Hey, Fox Dash, why are you disturbing my sleep, Runt? And, more importantly, stop calling me that. You're really annoying. The fox's head appeared from the shadows, seeming groggy and pissed. His red fur and eyes, combined with the immense size, was still frightening. Then what would you like me to call you? I responded, putting on a facade of bravery. Thing is, he still scared the crap out of me. HN, how about Master or Almighty One? The fox chuckled at this, only confusing me more. Was he joking and already knew the answer? And more importantly, does he have a sense of humor that I could use to help become friends with him? If you really want to know Naruto, call me Kurama. It is my real name, and it not only has the best ring, but it's really been a while since anyone called me that. I would appreciate it if you did, kid. The fox gave a half smile, showing his teeth and a quasi-hopeful expression that only scared the shit out of me. Had he actually just asked me nicely to use his name? Either he is using this as a tactic to gain my trust in order to free him eventually, or just to become friends and have a symbiotic relationship. Seriously, Kurama? I'm not dreaming that you were just kind to me. Do you want to be to know friends, maybe? I asked, somewhat hopeful, if I could maybe Kurama would willingly share chakra without making me turn into a raging monster when I use too much of his chakra. Don't push your luck. I just have a little more respect now that Itachi has taken you under his wing. And by doing so, you may become the most powerful Jinchuriki yet. As of now, you are the weakest and I can't stand for that. Kurama growled, not entirely menacing, but reluctant to admit it. I shifted out of my mindscape as the fox's head disappeared back in the shadows, realizing that there was nothing more to talk about. Naruto, Itachi said, snapping his fingers in front of my face. I blinked and looked him in the eyes before remembering that Jinjutsu Kakashi and Sasuke sometimes talked about when they thought I wasn't paying attention. Did you understand anything I said, dumbass? Tell me how I will train you. I winced at the anger Itachi wore on his face and eyes which shifted into their Sharingan three-coma pinwheel. No, Itachi. I mustered lamely, feeling Kurama's conscience searing my own. I guess I can't really do anything about that. Naruto, after all, you do have the nine tails inside of you. Itachi let out a puff of air in mock defeat, calming down completely. Kurama, I murmured from the sheer shock of such emotional control. The raven-haired, palish prodigy looked powerful, like a panther, a deadly, stealthy killer. His red eyes projected kindness, coldness, and danger simultaneously. His black silk undershirt and Kevlar vest was hidden under a loose black cloak adorned by ravens. It only took Itachi a raised eyebrow and an incredulous look to get me to repeat my mistake. Kurama. The name of the fox is Kurama. We talked a little. I guess you could say he is not being as angry now that he doesn't have to get exhausted to barely keep me alive. The Uchiha looked at me, silent, for a long 2 seconds. Suddenly he burst out in a quiet laugh. So Kurama finally told you his name, eh? I might actually be able to work with the fact that you are becoming less hostile. And by the way, being helpless doesn't exactly help matters when someone is being kept a prisoner inside of you. In any case, Naruto, if what you say is true, it's possible that Kurama will surrender more chakra for your use the more you show your power. Moreover, the Sharingan can allow you to get control over him as well. Itachi said with an amused smile. No joke. Huh, I said, tentatively standing up, feeling the pain on my back resurface though not as sharp. So what do we do now, Itachi? First, I'm going to do some major taijutsu, speed, and strength training with you, along with the learning of Jinjutsu and a few combat jutsus. In order to do this, you will make 10 shadow clones for studying, 10 to learn how to spot and stop Jinjutsus, 20 to learn and master the wind bullet, and 10 to learn shuriken and sword techniques. You and I will work on your taijutsu and physical training. Make sure to allow them a good chunk of chakra to complete these tasks accordingly, meaning the studying shadow clones should have minimal chakra. Wait, why would I do that, Itachi? I asked, completely confused. It didn't make sense that by using shadow clones, I would master a jutsu. Trust me, Naruto, you will gain information when they are dispelled. That is why sometimes you grow quickly in battle and seem to gather skill faster than many others. You're gathering experience subconsciously. This time you will learn it consciously. If you want to bring back Sasuke, you will need to expand every aspect and learn increasingly more difficult jutsus, especially with the Sharingan. Itachi lectured, exasperated and ready to start my training just after I barely had much time to heal. Besides, I was hungry. All right, where to? I asked, walking after my new and perplexing sensei, his raven hair flapping in the wind. His eyes were set straight on a far-off mountain range. Patience, Naruto. Observe, concentrate, calm yourself, Itachi softly stated like a breeze, and come up with your own answers. Once you learn to do so, you will find greater strength in yourself and your friends. I nodded, agreeing with this perplexing and powerful Uchiha shinobi, not even daring to doubt him. He did become this powerful and smart on his own. For once in my life, I didn't retort back to my sensei, never mind hunger, thirst, or other discomforts. Chapter 3 Itachi. Naruto, start channeling chakra through your Sharingan slowly to activate it. Don't push it or you'll screw up your right eye, got it? I asked, hoping that Naruto won't get too cocky and try to pump the Sharingan and risk to harm his optical nerve in the process. Activating my own Sharingan, I saw Naruto do exactly as I said. His chakra flowed up to the brain, into the optical nerve, and pulled into the eye. Steadily, he amped up the chakra input until it was a continuous stream that revealed the Sharingan's 3 tomos in his eye. Perfect, Naruto. Now let it keep flowing a little longer, and you should be able to maintain it in autopilot, I complimented. Naruto seemed to get the hang of the Sharingan quite quickly. It was only a week since he was able to activate the Sharingan, and he already had amazing control of the chakra flow to his eyes. Few Uchiha could refine control this quickly, and it was our Kekigan Kai. Yet the Uzumaki learns how to control our greatest asset, as if he were a prodigy. Then again, he almost defeated a curse-marked Sasuke while holding back without a single Sharingan. Itachi-sensei, what are you doing? Naruto asked, shaking me from my pondering mind. I shrugged and told the eager ninja to create 100 shadow clones. This way, he should easily master the new jutsu I had ready for him. That is, if he has the proper elemental releases, of course. Nothing. It's nothing you need to be concerned about, I replied, dismissing the question. Sorry about making you use the shadow clones. I wanted to see if you could do that while having a Sharingan active with a bunch of chakras spare. Dispel them for now, and then channel your chakra through this piece of paper. I gave him an approving smile as he took the paper from my hand. Sharingan still active, I channeled a small amount of chakra to the paper. Instantly it dampened, burned, and sliced in half. A strange combination for Naruto, staring at the wind, water, and fire elemental manifestations. I gave him a cocky grin and motioned him to do the same. A small breeze and noticeable change in heat lasted for a moment as the paper burned and sliced in half. Perfect, Naruto has both the wind and fire elements. This may work entirely in his favor, since he could amp up any fire or wind attack with wind or fire respectively, I thought. Naruto looked straight into my Sharingan with a grin. His mismatched eyes glinted with pride. Looks like you have an affinity with both fire and wind chakra natures, Naruto. It could serve you very well in the future to combine these two, as the wind will strengthen your fire chakra abilities. The good thing about it is that I can teach you techniques of both styles easily, I said, eager to begin reaching the blonde. I had an idea for Naruto's Rasengan that could prove to be devastating and destructive beyond belief. With enough wind pumped into flame, Naruto could create flame as hot as a star. That heat would melt or combust almost anything exactly like Amaterasu. Naruto, did Kakashi ever talk to you about the different chakra elemental natures. Naruto's raised eyebrows killed whatever hope I had of quickly having him start with a more complicated elemental justice without him just copying the ones I know. Well, basically, there are five basic chakra natures: lightning, wind, fire, water, and earth. I took an eternal hour with Naruto's constant questions, but I was able to give him the necessary explanation. If he wanted to get better than Sasuke, he needed to make an elemental version of the Rasengan and finish what the Yondu aim started. The hundreds of Narutos in the clearing clenched their teeth in frustration as they channeled wind chakra into a leaf, trying to hone the chakra and cut the leaf in half. So far, they had been able to cut partially through the leaf, or cut it diagonally, or cut it the short way, since they lacked valuable chakra control and finesse. This exercise should help Naruto hone his available power and stamina, especially important with wind chakra, which can cut through anything, even perfect defenses like Gaara's. Ura! A clone shouted as a chakra cloak began to surround his body. Clearly, the frustration was not helping Naruto. If only he was more emotionally stable, then it would be easy, but no, Naruto had to take after Kushina. I roll my eyes as I hit the clone with a gale palm, dispelling it for the 25th time today. Come on, this is impossible, Itachi, Naruto complained. The cuts, though more frequent, still hadn't achieved the straight cut. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? Dispel and create new clones every time you make a good cut before you reach 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, recycle. You already have 10 days worth of practice, Naruto, just in the past hour. The blonde shinobi was really getting on my nerves. He's had more than enough time to do this already. What the hell is his problem? Ignoring me entirely, the sweat-stained Naruto dispelled and reformed his clones. The anger and frustration that had previously permeated throughout the grass-covered clearing dissipated entirely. Calm determination replaced it, thrumming with chakra as Naruto and his clones focused it into their leaves at the same time. The sheer amount of clones and their combined chakra output was astounding. A whole multitude of blonde-haired ninjas in black and orange filled the clearing, the greatest eyesore, ever faint pinpricks of blue light in each of their hands. Using a substitution jutsu, I jumped to the highest supporting branch to see the awesome view. From up above, the multitude of Narutos seemed to focus solely on separating the leaf in half, causing blue-white pinpricks of light to form a galaxy of sorts. And all at once, 1,000 of the sharpest blades sung through the air. My jaw dropped as the 1,000 figures opened their palms, 2,000 half-leaves fluttering through the air having been caught by the breeze. In record time, Naruto had accomplished the skill 1,000 times in 4 hours. Nice job, Fox Boy. You finally accomplished something useful. I jeered with a smirk just to see whether Naruto was able to see his own worth and accomplishments on his own. Naruto, sweat dropped, seemingly embarrassed with himself at the supposed lack of achieving. Instantly, however, his face twisted into a mask more driven than before, ready to learn from what he didn't do. At least he isn't one to give up. Naruto, you know I was only kind of serious, right? I reply, trying to boost his ego more. It seemed as if his ego wasn't that large and was quite fragile. I patted the blonde shinobi on the shoulder, activated my Sharingan, and started to cast a quick Genjutsu on Naruto. A blur of black and orange streaked towards me so fast I had to push off of Naruto to get out of the way of the torpedo that blended in with the setting sun. Wind release, gale palm, I shout copying Naruto's hand signs. Or so I thought that was the jutsu. The three blasts of wind slammed into the shinobi, knocking up dirt and dust. The cloud was too thick to penetrate with Sharingan. I grumbled in frustration, palms sweaty from nervousness as I could not track any of Naruto's movements. Branches cracked, rustling leaves to the right. Probably just a squirrel, I thought, pulling out a kunai, just in case. The cloud finally dissipated, the sight catching me in the gut. There was no sign of the blonde genin anywhere. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. A voice shouted from that same area. Barely able to react, I used a replacement jutsu with a log, but not before twin streaks of white pain slashed my left side. Landing on the other edge of the clearing, I could see 6 Naruto clones, each with one activated Sharingan. Almost as if on instinct, I activated a seal containing a genjutsu I used only for certain occasions. One flash, and all of Naruto's clones stopped, staring at the scroll. It was supposed to act on those who cared about their family. The clones dispelled instantly, and a gasp echoed from the quiet training ground. The only question remaining was where the gasp came from. No, 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 no. A desperate voice called from directly in front of me. I camouflaged myself in the shadow of the closest tree, wincing in the constant throbbing pain in my side. It felt as if someone left a semi-heated branding iron on my skin, the pain gaining ever closer to overwhelming. Warm liquid pooled against the skin and began to weigh down my shirt, a crimson stain expanding ever larger. Fuck you, Naruto. I winced, unbuttoning the jacket and taking off my shirt. I froze as I laid both eyes on the wound. 2 of the cleanest cuts I've ever seen adorn the edge of the bottom left upon my six-pack, cutting their way to just above the hip bone. The only way Naruto could have done that is by honing wind chakra with the chakra-attuned kunai I gave him. Thankfully they missed, but it would leave a heck of a scar once I closed the wound, especially considering the couple centimeters of depth. Well, I can't blame him now, can I? I was being kind of a douchebag, wincing at every slight impact or jolt. I silently bounded deeper into the tree lean until I found a wide enough branch to heal myself. Summoning a shadow clone, I lay down against the trunk and ordered the clone to apply the mystical palm jutsu on the wound. It won't require too much chakra to heal the flesh wounds, but I still had to be careful. Naruto will realize soon that I placed a genjutsu, so this should only last a couple minutes. It won't heal completely, but it should be quite minor by the end. I exhaled and relaxed, closing my eyes and focusing on my inner self. The world slipped away to a pond that I kneeled upon, looking at the reflections. As usual, bloody kunais, blood, bones, skeletons, weapons, and pockmarks where powerful jutsu had struck littered the bottom of the pond. However, a hopeful blue-white glow seemed to expand ever so slowly in the center that caused the war-scarred bottom to heal over with reeds, flowers, frogs, and koi. Interesting, it seems that all the evil deeds and dark parts of my conscience have been disappearing the more time I spend with people like Naruto. I thought, relieved that I may in fact be able to leave my past behind. Almost immediately, Reality cut through my mindscape as my clone dispelled. Blinking, I sat up gingerly, keeping myself from reacting too quickly and risk reopening my wound. I had underestimated the amount of chakra that I needed to fully heal myself. The muscle had knitted underneath and the skin had grown over, but there was a little bruising, meaning that the wound was sensitive. Sighing, I grabbed my jacket, threw it over myself, and made my way towards the clearing, on guard. When I arrived there, however, I saw the most unexpected sight ever. Naruto was kneeling over something scratched in the dirt. Well, it was more elegant than a scratch and seemed to form something, but it was indistinct from the 30-meter distance between me and the boy. Silently, I stalked over to Naruto, whose hair shone like the golden flame of the sun. The sun was already setting, and I needed to get us back to camp. "Hey Naruto, what's up?" I asked, kneeling across from him to look my student in the eye. Emotion flooded the blue orb, reflecting perfect waves breaking on the shore, while his red Sharingan revealed a sort of long-lost love towards the subject of the picture. "They were my father and my mother, Itachi," Naruto mumbled, barely loud enough for me here. In fact, the message eluded me when he first spoke. When he asked again, he indicated the picture before him. The familiar face of a young man with yellow hair like Naruto's stared back at me with a big grin, one that I saw when he came with Kushina to my house 3 months before the QB was released. The man was the complete opposite of my father around me. He was kind, considerate, funny, outgoing, and eager to converse or have fun. I could never forget the yellow flash, Yondiame and hero of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. "Yes," I whispered, taken aback by Naruto's lifelike impression of him. He was holding a young woman close to him, loud red hair and a confidence in her eye that could only stand for Kushina. Of course, he figured the Jinjutsu out. The reason it took him forever was that he knew it was one of my memories reflected into a lifelike Jinjutsu. Then he wanted to create a photo-perfect picture on the ground using a Jinjutsu to show color in order to capture his parents. Naruto nodded, getting up just as the last of the sun set below the horizon. "Thank you, Itachi, for replaying the memory. I owe you one," Naruto said, patting me on the back. He was about to toast something else when the loudest roar echoed around the clearing. I shot up on my feet, alert and ready to face whatever made that noise. "Oh man, Itachi, I'm starved at the moment. Can we go get some ramen?" I chuckled at my reaction, having forgotten that Kakashi told me about Naruto's insane appetite for ramen. "All right, Naruto, but just this once. After tonight, you're going to eat a much more healthy diet, okay? That is if you don't want to stunt your physical, mental, and muscle growth." Naruto's eyes bored into mine with absolute hatred of the last part, though it didn't last in the face of the possibility of eating his favorite food. Almost immediately, Naruto shot down the path back to the Leaf Village faster than a torpedo. Not quite ready to reveal who I was, I put in one green contact in the right and slipped a red bandana with ravens over my face. Konoha was not ready to see their supposedly dead prodigy. "Not you too, Itachi," Naruto exclaimed when seeing my covered mouth and nose. The pouting that implied me being similar to Kakashi cracked me up so badly. "There is nothing wrong with your face. Anyway, it's not like you did anything bad." I smiled to fake my innocence. "You were right, Naruto, but people still think I am dead, and there are those who want to hunt me down and kill me. I appreciate your concern, though. By the way, don't go stuffing yourself too much with ramen tonight. I can only afford so much. Naruto. I am supposed to be dead, and the only way to get cash is bounty hunting and doing shady jobs where no one asks questions. As we traveled down the road, Naruto kept pestering me with questions about the past and his family, things that I would have rather never heard about. There was one thing that didn't match up, however. Why would Sasuke give Naruto a Sharingan? He didn't seem like the type to do that, since he was so obsessed with power. Only one reason remains for Naruto's Sharingan, I thought with a bitter taste in my mouth. A few hours later, it took us a little while, but by the time the moon had fully risen, we had made it atop the Hokage monument. The sight of the small clusters of people walking around on the warm summer night reminded me of the last few months of my life before the fateful night. Every day was the sweetest one I had experienced, as my crush had returned the same feelings I had for her. I loved her dearly, yet my family couldn't come to grasp the idea of me loving a girl outside the Uchiha clan, much less a civilian. No, instead they had to give me shit every day about it, so that even when I was with her towards the end, it never felt right, so I would mess things up. Oh, and then they even had to go play matchmaker. Pops cracked in the air as I clenched my fists and grit my teeth to keep control of my temper. However, I felt a strange pang in my heart, a longing for something no, someone I had not encountered in years. And it was partly the reason I wanted to go to Ichiraku's. She always was kind, understanding, and she was, well, very pretty. Yes, many girls had a crush on me in the academy and as a genin and chunin, but before I met her, I had eyes for no one. In reality, the only people that could open my heart seemed to be my brother and her, as she saw me as Itachi, not the Uchiha prodigy or anything of the sort, only who I really was. I didn't notice it at first, but as I reminisced on my love, I had begun to quicken my pace from a stroll to a jog and up to a run. I chuckled to myself, excited about the prospect of seeing her once more. I had seen her, but only talked to her a couple, and she didn't seem to recognize me when we did. Also, 2 years had passed since the last time I'd seen her, and this time I had every intention of letting her know who I was. I couldn't help but grin at the prospect, perhaps too full of myself, and not considering the proper or most common reaction to such a situation. In the midst of all this, I had started to drag Naruto towards the ramen stand as he was confused, shocked, and probably happy at the prospect of my excitement. However, it must be for very different reasons, I soon realized as he began rattling off questions about my favorite type of ramen. I decided to play along with Naruto. Better not squander the Jinchuriki's dreams. Yes, Naruto. I have frequented Ichiraku's quite a few times. I love the ramen, especially because they balance the meat, broth, noodles, and vegetables quite nicely. In addition, there is this essence of love in the ramen that is similar to when it is cooked by family or friends, making it all the more enjoyable. I replied to the joyful Naruto, who probably was scheming about what he would order. Itachi, why are you so excited anyway? And please try not use that smile so much. It kind of freaks me out. You look like a more manly Sasuke that is happy, which is just wrong, even creepy, Naruto said, wide-eyed and clearly disturbed. I smirked at that, making Naruto relax a little. Good thing you dash. Hey, wait a minute. The only reason you look like Sasuke would be. Are you crazy, Itachi? Do you want to be spotted? Because right now, people, one, won't be too hot to see him, and two, think you are dead. The blonde shinobi was unable to keep himself quiet, much to my dismay. Rather, he had dug his heels into the ground, stopping us firmly, and had shouted at half the top of his lungs the news. I swear one day he will get himself killed from it. Maybe even by my own hands, I thought. Naruto? Is that you? A platinum blonde-haired girl said, appearing around the corner in front of us. I, by reflex, activated a Jinjutsu to place a couple scars on my face, make it about as tan as Naruto's, and added a short mustache and chin beard along with a ponytail. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, Naruto said with a grin, rubbing the back of his head. Does he have a crush on her? I thought he had one on Sakura. Almost as if triggered by his words, Ino walked up to Naruto with a kind, smiling face which I didn't take as a good sign. Instantly, I teleported on the first floor of the building next to us and watched the scene unfold. Naruto was a little confused when he saw me disappear, and almost instantly Ino, seeing her chance, grabbed Naruto in a headlock. Why aren't you in the hospital, Dope? Are you out of your mind and want to hurt yourself? You had a hole in your shoulder when you came in. Well, clearly she cares about him, albeit seeming like an older sister at the moment. Naruto, on the other hand, was completely rattled, and his face had started turning blue from the lack of oxygen reaching his brain. As Ino seemed to show no signs of release, and Naruto was dangerously close to suffocating, I saw no other option. I appeared next to her and cleared my throat. Ino-chan, do you mind loosening your grip on Naruto? I stated with a concerned expression. Ino shrugged and let Naruto go, who instantly collapsed on the ground, gasping like a fish letting in air. If Ino was at all disturbed by this, she gave no indication of it. Who are you anyway? And how do you know Naruto? Ino asked, suspicious and incredulous, suggesting that she would have remembered me if she has ever seen me. Well, there wasn't a big reason to give a complete lie to her. Oh, how rude of me. Forgive me for not introducing myself first. I go by many names, but most people call me Chi. I am Naruto's sensei, taking over from Kakashi to oversee his training. He thinks I can greatly improve Naruto's chakra control and evolve his jutsus. I used to be in the Umbu until a little while back when I retired from my position. Now I just tutor Genin, Chunin, and some lower level Jonin in Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, and Ninjutsu. I ranted politely, giving her enough information to chew on. I even had papers saying so. My cover was pretty well constructed, and it was all true anyways. Ino raised an eyebrow in an impressed sort of way. Interesting. Well, would you mind training me as well, Chi? Ino asked after a few moments of silence. She extended a hand, and I shook it, telling her that I could begin training her in 2 days, and told her to meet me on the fourth head at 3 in the afternoon for her first lesson. She looked at me and then at Naruto, who had passed out. Ino-chan, do you mind helping him out, please? He got pretty banged up today, and seeing that you were his friend and all, I think I can trust you to bring him to the hospital. I have an important meeting to attend to. I smiled and winked at her, so she got the intended message, and she rewarded me with a thank you look on her face. I said farewell and jogged the last 3 blocks to the ramen stand, seeing that I had only a half hour until Ichiraka's closed. The fumes of delicious ramen wafted from the kitchen, tantalizing my taste buds, and almost carrying me through the entrance of the door at double pace. Still with my wits about me, I dispelled the scars and made the mustache and beard fade away. I wanted Iam to see who I really was for the wrist time years. Ayama-chan, I greeted when I saw her, waving and remembering to wear a similar outfit to the last time I picked up Iam from her home. I desperately needed her to see me and acknowledge me. I didn't get the reaction the anticipated for. Iam dropped the bowl she was holding as she saw me and heard my voice, wide-eyed in surprise. Iam's eyes were shocked and dazed, as if she were hallucinating or in a dream. Before the bowl could hit the ground, I dashed next to her, scooped it out of the air, twirled it, and placed it in the sink standing next to her. Her long, silky brown hair smelled of honey and almonds as well as ramen, some of my favorite smells of the universe. She remained silent and paralyzed for the next few moments, reeling in shock of seeing me after years of believing I was dead. "So how have you been?" I asked, coolly, washing the dirty in the sink. No one was here at the moment, so it was safe to talk. Or at least I assumed. "How have I been? Are you kidding me? Itachi, I thought you were dead. For the past 5 years, I have mourned you, then you show up out of thin air, and all you can say is, 'How have you been?'" I am snapped, flames and sorrow licking her large, pretty caramel eyes. Even in anger, she looked amazing in my eyes. She blushed as she saw me stare intently into her eyes, as if committing as much of her blossomed self to memory. "Stop looking at me like that. Itachi-kun, you're making me nervous." To tease her a little, I replied, "But I love it when blush. I am Chan." She blushed even more and gave me a forceful and playful shove to my shoulder, causing me to chuckle as she barely succeeded to making me flinch. "Damn, you really have grown, haven't you? You aren't that thin 13-year-old ANBU captain I fell in love with before. You've definitely been working out, Itachi. Was it by chance for me?" I am teased, making me blush this time. The truthful answer was yes. I began working out recently to impress Iam when I would next see her. It only took her a second to analyze what the blush meant. "You never forgot about me, did you, Itachi? Even though it would have been safer for you." I stiffened at Iam's soft words and voice filled with remorse. "Whoa, Itachi-kun. I only meant that the people who are after the Uchiha may be in the village for all anyone knows. That's all." Just as she finished those words, she leaned in and stole a kiss from my lips, letting it linger for a bit before pulling away. Those few moments felt like utter heaven, sweet like honey and cinnamon, and soft and warm like dawn's gentle rays of sun. "I love you. I am Chan. I always have and always will, like when I told you on our last date before it happened." I whispered in her ear, recalling the memory of sitting on the first head to watch the fireworks on the New Year. We kissed each other hungrily that night and somehow ended up sleeping in the same sleeping bag. If the way we woke up was any indication, we had decided to sleep and spend the night in each other's arms, topless. I smiled at the memory. We were in deep love with one another. Iam looked down, smiling, her face cherry red in embarrassment. "Itachi-kun, did you that night we fell asleep before doing what we said we would, right?" "I am Chan. Are you sure about that? Because I don't remember that too well," I replied to the perfectly curved brunette who reached my height. There hadn't been a day that I remember blushing as much as then. "Of course you didn't, Itachi-kun, because you're the one who pretty much fell asleep in my arms." At first, I thought you fainted, but when I heard your steady sleeping breath, I knew you passed out from exhaustion. You had a rough day, protecting Naruto from a mob of assholes, and then tracking down a missing Nin and a bunch of bandits. I am replied, amused as she remembered everything. We made quite the strange couple, the daughter of a ramen chef and the heir to the Uchiha clan. And anyways, I mean, if you only could, start where we left off, I replied, nervous, brushing the back of my head with my right hand. The last part came out with a little awkward stuttering. Who knew that this was the weakness of the shinobi who was an ANBU captain at 13 years of age? Under different circumstances, I would have hugged Ayam to me and kissed her with all the passion I could muster. However, since she hadn't said she loved me as well, I didn't know her standing, so was extremely nervous. Ah, Itachi-kun, you are adorable when you are nervous like that. Come here, Ayam replied with a gyre-pitched voice, giggling a little. Instantly, she wrapped her arms around me and kissed me again, but this time rather than letting go, she pushed against me, opening her mouth, letting my tongue slide into her mouth. I felt as if I was in paradise, warm and fuzzy on the outside and the inside. Inhaling Ayam's scent, feeling her smooth, soft skin against mine. I love you, Itachi, she moaned softly while kissing. I just nodded. It only felt like seconds, but I knew it was much longer as we broke away, smiling. Ayam's eyes reflected nothing but love and affection. All the hurt was gone, as if I had sucked it out and replaced it with happiness. Realizing Naruto was in the hospital and that he would be hungry, I asked the inevitable, "Hey, Ayam-chan, do you have 5 bowls of ramen to take out? 2 for me and 3 for Naruto. I am training him now, and he is in the hospital at the moment." I completely forgot that I promised to get him ramen because I was thinking about coming to see you. I asked Ayam, who nodded in response, pulling out 5 piping hot bowls of ramen. I had a feeling someone would come in and ask for ramen. These are on the house, Itachi, okay? I'll see you tomorrow, all right? Ayam said, more stating the last part because she already knew my answer. Make sure Naruto becomes the best. He was one of my best friends when you were away, love. The seriousness in Ayam's eyes made me understand the gravity of the situation. She wanted to see one of the people she cared for achieve their dreams, and with what Naruto had gone through, he deserved it. Understand, Ayam, good night, love you, I said before giving her a peck on the cheek and making my way back to the place this all started. Except this time, I came prepared. Where am I? I groaned, head spinning as I opened my eyes. My throat raged violently, so it came out more as a dry croak than anything else. My muscles were less sore, but some of them felt as if they were about to cramp up. Almost immediately, my stomach growled, protesting for food. Naruto, a souhait angélique, buisa responda. The voice sounded like Ino's, no question, but she never used such a tone around me. Only around Sasuke. My doubts, however, turned out to be false as Sky Blue looked at my face and neck in concern while I sat up against the comfortable bed. Beats a sleeping bag on a tree branch. Also, it was actually warm. Thoga, there was the annoying and irritating smell of antiseptic wipes and cleaning alcohol. Why am I in the hospital? I asked, my voice ever so slowly removing the croak. The platinum blonde slumped her shoulders, utterly defeated and deflated, though she looked admittedly very pretty in that gold-white dress, was it blue and black, that hugged her features and cut off at the knee. A pair of high-top combat boots rose up just a couple inches short of the knee. Well, yesterday I asked Sakura and Shikamaru where you were because I heard rumors that you were in the hospital and I wanted to know. They pointed me to the room that you are in now, but when I arrived, you disappeared. I waited for 6 hours and still you were gone. I got extremely worried whether you were okay, and the nurses and doctors were surprised that you weren't here because you hadn't checked out. The next day I came back and still didn't find you, and that got me worried sick. I started wandering around all over the village until I found Kakashi training Sakura and this new kid, Sai. He told me he thought you were in a hospital, but was not surprised when I told him you weren't. T there. Ino clearly was worried sick, but was it really because of me? I'm sorry, Ino. I was training with Dash. I started, reluctant, but not wanting her to be worried. Chi-sensei, I know. He seems really cool and skilled. He used to be part of the ANBU and helped train Kakashi. Ino interrupted, smiling a little, probably due to someone she just met telling the truth. Yeah, he's really cool. So that is what Itachi calls himself. Interesting to know. You know, Naruto, he's going to start training me as well if that is alert with you. Ino said, her cheeks getting a little pink. It looked like she was getting the same sickness as Hinata at the moment. That's curious. Sure, I don't mind really, I replied with a smile, happy to have someone else to train with. And from what I had heard, Ino has more chakra than Sakura, so would more helpful. Besides, Itachi only looked like he had large reserves. He just has amazing chakra control, so he doesn't lose any when he needs it. Thank you. Sorry about the neck. Naruto, I kind of headlocked you a little too tight. I was just angry, Ino replied with a sweet smile. For some reason, I immediately fell in love with that smile. Ino started to turn around before she stiffened as if she just remembered something. Naruto, before I forget, here you go. Ino turned around holding a small bouquet of bush clovers. I hope you get better soon. Naruto, Ino said, putting them beside me. Their aroma, one of my favorite smells next to ramen. Thank you, Ino. These are my favorite. I replied with a grin, happy to that someone was acknowledging me besides Kakashi, Itachi, Shikamaru, Gaara, and Choji. Sakura did sometimes, just not as often, and when she didn't, she was kind of jerk. Ino blushed bright red and waved as she started out of the door. Just before she reached it. However, I could smell the familiar scent of Ichiraku's ramen wafting from the hallway. And almost immediately, the door burst open to reveal a tall ninja that looked like Itachi, except for a couple scars and a chin beard and mustache. Order up, Naruto, Itachi said with a big grin on his face, holding 6 bowls of ramen. My mouth began to water seeing the food. Oh, hey, Ino-chan. Nice seeing you here. I didn't expect seeing anyone here, but seeing that I have an extra bowl of ramen, would you like to join us? Itachi, disguised as Chi, asked kindly. He acted kind of like me in a few ways. Always smiling, excited, and pumped. Oh, are you sure you want me to be here? Ino asked, surprised and slightly confused by Itachi's entrance holding a bunch of ramen. I haven't really had some in a while, and only if it's okay with you and Naruto. Ino suddenly seemed a little shy, which wasn't really like her. She was looking at her boots and twirling a lock of hair. It's totally fine. Plus, I think Naruto will need the calm apnea. Right, Naruto? Itachi asked. I confirmed, happy to have people to be around and talk to. It had been a hard week of training, and thinking of what ifs. I just needed to cool down real bad. The raven-haired Leafneen plopped down on an armchair, handing me 3 bowls, handing Eno a bowl, and starting on one of his own. Eno, seeing that no seat was left, sat on the other bed and began eating. At first, I thought she wasn't going to finish it, but by the time I had finished my 3 bowls and felt satisfied, Eno had devoured it. Itachi had finished about the same time. Wow, Ichiraku's ramen is really good. The pork, beef, and vegetables are cooked to perfection, and there aren't too many spices either. Hangsti Sensi, Ino said, looking both full and happy. I grinned at her comment. Itachi, on the other hand, had a pensive look on his face, as if something were bothering him. Well, do you taste any of the family love that I am Chan put in it? Itachi asked Ino, clearly worried about the answer. Huh, I guess so, Ino replied after a couple moments of deep thought, thinking about his comment and tossing in her mouth. Yeah, Ido. By the way, Chi-sensei, do you have a crush for Iam? My eyes almost popped out of my head upon hearing that. The missing Neen having a crush on the ramen chef's daughter. I have nothing to complain about, but that just seemed odd for Itachi. When I was little, I did have a crush on Iam, but this was news. I heard she was still mourning the death of her boyfriend. Before I could ask Sensei anything, he replied, "No, Ino, why would you say that?" His hand rubbed the back of his head, smiling, his cheeks growing red. Oh my fucking Cammy. Ino is right, even I can see that. I thought, sweat dropping at the horrible lie. He even had a bruise that suspiciously resembled a hickey on the neck. You, Chikuin, when it comes to lying about girlfriends or crushes, suck. A sweet, familiar voice came from the door. Itachi jumped off the seat, utterly surprised by it. Only one person could possibly do that. Hi, I am San. To what do I owe the pleasure? I said, bowing a little as she walked into the room. I am covered her mouth as she giggled as usual. She loved it when I did that because she thought it was cute and we were friends. Nothing, Naruto. I was just coming to check on you because Chikuin said you would be here and that you were hurt. Iam gave me a kind, worried smile. I wanted to see if you were all right and if you would eat the ramen I made this time. Sorry that my father couldn't be here or make some for you. He is on a business trip, and I've been holding down the fort for him these past couple days. Iam, you made these? I asked, incredulous and surprised at the brunette's comment. She nodded, anticipating the criticism. This is better than Twechi's ramen. How did you do it? Tell me everything. Iam smiled at the pleasant surprise. She looked at Itachi for confirmation, who gave her a big grin and a nod. Ino just looked on, captivated by Iam for some reason. Iam, Ino interrupted a little shyly. That dress looks really beautiful. I was wondering where you got it, if you would tell me. Ino blushed a little, embarrassed by the comment, but Iam just smiled back and answered that she got it from the Wind Country when her teenage sweetheart had come back from mission there and gave it to her as a birthday gift. Soon the conversation devolved to me and Itachi talking about different jutsus and ramen, while Iam and Ino talked about fashion and guys. Time flew by because by the time Itachi and I finished talking, Iam left and Ino joined in our ninjutsu conversation, and when I checked the clock again, it was 1 a.m. Ino let out a yawn and lied down on the bed next to mine. She seemed completely exhausted as her eyelids started to fall over her eyes, and she yawned. The sound of her soft, rhythmic breaths brought me to sleep instantly, almost as fast as her. Rather than fight it, afraid I may have nightmares, I welcomed it. Rise and shine, Ino and Naruto, a stern though kind voice said as a hand gently shook my shoulder. The skin on the hand was icy cool, though, jetting me from my sleep instantly though I fought it. My eyes fluttered open to see the open curtains of the window, where the sun was up at about 10 a.m. Standing above me was a long, raven-haired ninja wearing nothing but a black t-shirt with a white raven and night camo cargo combat pants and boots. Twin scars and chiseled features with a mustache and chin beard made the 20-year-old Jonin look roguishly handsome. He gave me a smile and motioned me to get up and help him wake Naruto. The blonde ninja looked peaceful and adorable as he slept, completely relaxed as he took long, controlled breaths in his sleep with closed eyes. He still wore his clothes from last, reminding me that I had fallen asleep in the hospital. My parents might worry, but probably not because I told them I would be training. I pushed the adorable teenage ninja that loved to pull pranks. Sure, sometimes he was rude and he acted like a clown, but he was Konoha's clown, my clown. I smiled before pushing him a little and telling him to wake up. Almost instantly, Naruto sat up, whipping his head side to side before meeting my eyes. He raised an eyebrow at first, the gears turning in his head before remembering last night. "Morning, Ino." "Morning, Chi," Naruto said with a burst of energy, stretching out his arms and legs before reinserting his feet in his boots. "Hey, Naruto, show Ino the way to the training ground and see if she could do that jutsu, will ya?" Chi asked, hurrying to pack up all his stuff. Apparently, he had fallen asleep taking inventory of his gear and his notes, scrolls, and seals, ending up stuffing everything in his backpack without organization whatsoever. "Wait, Chi-sensei, where are you going?" I asked, shocked by his hurrying to leave. Yes, he may have important matters, but isn't it also a priority to teach your students? I thought. However, before he could give an answer, he disappeared. Probably off to get some more supplies and such. Maybe saying bye to I-am-san. What do you think? Naruto mumbled, bummed a little that our sensei ditched us. He hopped onto the white window ledge and motioned for me to follow. His eyes became impatient, and he started tapping his feet when I stood there. "Naruto, we should head by my house first. My mom will pack some breakfast, and I need to get all my gear. Probably a sleeping bag, too." I mumbled, embarrassed that I was unprepared to train. First impressions count. Naruto just shrugged, telling me that it was on the way. Otherwise, he probably would have protested. In any case, he owes me. I had to drag and use multiple replacement jutsus to get him here. I decided I'd let it rest. I jumped from the window atop the roof of the next building over, following Naruto's lead to get there the fast way. It took no more than 3 minutes, but we finally arrived home. I grabbed the key under the mat and unlocked the front door, knowing that my parents weren't home. As I made my way to the staircase, I noticed 2 things. One, that my mother had packed what seemed to be 10 pounds of food in a bag, and second, that Naruto had stopped following me. "Come in, Naruto, it's all right. I'm going to take a shower. In the meantime, feel free to help me pack my gear and stock yourself up on sealing paper and kunai and whatever else you need," I stated, forgetting that Naruto hadn't really been invited to other people's home. I gave him a reassuring smile as he came in tentatively. The respect and caution he showed was pretty cute. I had to forcefully keep myself from ing. Quickly, I bounded up the stairs to my room, telling Naruto where to find his stuff and not to worry because my parents didn't care about their kunai and other armaments. As soon as I closed myself in my room, I stripped out of my clothes and got in the shower, blasting the heat to loosen up my muscles for the oncoming day. After scrubbing myself with soap, shampoo, and conditioner, I just let the water cascade around me. We had a few hours before we had to arrive, according to Chi Sensei. Instantly, Thobits about Naruto shot into my mind. The real reason why I wanted to be stronger and more powerful was to impress Naruto. But do you really like him, or is it only because Sasuke left and basically showed no interest in you whatsoever? I thought. Now that was the ultimate question to which I still trying to find the answer to. Maybe it was partly because Sasuke began growing even more distant and serious, even dark, and since he left that I realized that did love Naruto. After all, he would give his life to save his friends, his village, and those he loves even if they betray him or don't show kindness. And he is fun to be around, always talking, making jokes, and never giving up no matter how hard the obstacle. The latter is what made him so attractive. It seemed only at most 5 minutes had gone by, but I heard an urgent knock on the door. While I didn't react, the fist rapped on the wood again, louder this time. What is it? I groaned, knowing it was Naruto, while turning off the shower, putting a robe on, and using my chakra to repel the water on my skin. I don't want to rush you or anything, but it's been like 40 minutes, and I already packed everything and got the seals and the borrowed kunai ready. Naruto moaned, a little tentative due to embarrassment, but the message got through. I grinned, concocting a plan full of mischief. On top of my undergarments, I put on my stomach exposing short sleeveless purple vest and a purple skirt that went just at mid-thigh length. I quickly brushed my hair, clipping it so that a bang partially covered the right part of my face, though leaving my hair down otherwise. I redonned the robe and opened the door quickly. The look on Naruto's face was priceless, because he couldn't see a single piece of cloth on me except the loosely hanging bathrobe. He blushed and turned around, but not before I caught his gaping mouth. I dropped the robe loud enough for him to hear, making him jump. What are you doing? Naruto stuttered, completely embarrassed and taken aback. Before he could do anything, I swiftly turned him around, making him look at me in utter confusion. How did you get dressed so fast? Naruto asked. I giggled. I was only teasing you, Naruto-kun. I had these clothes under the robe. Anyway, looks like what Sakura said is wrong. I knew that as I said it. I had Naruto hooked on every word I was saying. I didn't say anything for a little while, just humming away as I put my medical ninja gear purse over my shoulder and strapped on my backpack. The air in the room became stifling as Naruto's anticipation and curiosity enveloped the atmosphere. All right, Naruto, I'll tell you what she told me. Sakura said that you were, Hichim, what is the nicest way to put it? A horny, pervy teenage boy, I replied, drawing the words out to create as much tension as possible. It was kind of fun seeing Naruto get riled up and seeing how far his reactions would go. Oh, did she? Naruto said as if it was news, slightly pensive. Knowing my blonde ninja friend, however, it meant that he had been guilty of it in the past. In other words, you used to be Naruto-kun? I asked rhetorically. It's all right, I understand. Hormones, and everything are hard to control at first. Also, you've outgrown it. Naruto blushed at the former only to be taken aback by the latter, probably questioning my sanity. Thing is, takes one to know one, but I wasn't about to admit that to Naruto. Frankly, it was too embarrassing. Naruto laughed it off a little at first, scratching the back of his head. Though tentative and half-hearted at first, he burst out laughing melodiously. It took me a moment to realize that I rarely heard my blonde friend's real laugh. Its melodic, honeyed tone stunned me, for I had never heard such a voice like this, melting my heart with an odd golden flame that reminded me of joy and desire. All right, Ino, ready to go? Naruto asked with a big smile plastered on his face as his laughter died. Again, I noticed that he had hid behind a mask of fake happiness, and that before now, Naruto-kun rarely felt true happiness. I smiled at the thought that I could make the blonde feel happiness, almost immediately feeling blood warming my cheeks. Naruto hopped on the windowsill with the breakfast pack slung over his left shoulder. By the way, Ino, thanks for making me laugh. I haven't felt remotely happy like that in a while, Naruto whispered, giving me a thumbs up and a semi-happy and sad smile. This time my cheeks burned rose red at the compliment. Quickly, I hid my face abashed. "Why are W welcome?" In Naruto, I stuttered. "Great. Ino, yo sound like Hinata now." Naruto cocked his head ever so slightly, making my heart race, hoping that he couldn't connect the dots. "Are you alright, Ino?" Naruto asked, concern washing those beautiful cerulean blue orbs. I nodded, not trusting my words at the moment, conflicted. "Your face was all red, so it looked like you had a fever was all." Naruto smiled, happy to see that I was indeed okay. In a sudden blur, the hyperactive ninja leaped onto the next building, waving me over with a grin and small glint of mischief in his eye. This sent shivers of excitement down my body. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Konoha, after having given a message to Ino and Naruto and left them to themselves, I strolled down the road with my usual disguise, gazing at the carefree, fluffy clouds in the deep blue sky. The birds chirped melodically, though it was close to noon. Jasmine, honeysuckle, bush clover, and other flowers released their sweet, soothing smells that helped calm the mind while the slight warm breeze caressed the world. I took a deep breath and took it all in, longing to remain in Konoha, the place I loved. The faint, jubilant shouting of children playing in the street, laughter of adult shinobi reminiscing on the good old days, chatter of women talking excitedly about news, not gossip news, and of course the thrumming of chakra as Genin teams trained. It felt good to be back, albeit not as myself, and brought back profound memories so filled with nostalgia that I had to force myself to hold back the tears as I strolled to Iam's house. "I am Chan. I can't believe I revealed myself to you and that you waited for me on the hope that I was alive. I never forgot about you, I am. I just couldn't face the village again and the memories it holds, I thought to myself, praying that she would in time fully forgive me. Though she told me that she did, I knew that I am was telling the complete truth. It would take a while before things could go back to normal. After 15 minutes, I finally arrived at her house. My palms were sticky with sweat, and my stomach somersaulted like a gymnast, nervousness catching me off guard. Now that she had a night and a morning to think about this clearly, may have decided against me. I couldn't blame her if that was the case, but still my heart wrenched at the very thought of it. No, Itachi, you can't think like this. She said she loved you last night. There is no reason to be afraid. Taking a deep breath, I wrapped my knuckles against the blue wooden door of the quaint whitewashed single-story house. A faint scuffle of someone fumbling with things before hurried clicks of the unlocking door. A blue blur lunged at me, wrapping me in the tightest of hugs ever. I hugged back, though short of breath as the oxygen was squeezed out of my lungs. Just as spots began to form, the caramel-haired, beautiful young woman let go, allowing me to take the breath I desperately needed. You finally came, Itachi-kun. I've been waiting for you for well over an hour, but it's all right. I'm just glad you're here, love. I am whispered, her warm breath tickling my ear, a suggestive tone at the last words making me blush. Of course I'd come. I love you more than all the world, I whispered back, making her blush. Before I could stop myself, I gently guided Iam's face to mine and wrapped my lips around hers, soft yet burning with passion. Sweet, soft lips met mine, fireworks of desire blazing. I pressed Iam closer to myself, my hands caressing her back. Iam's soft, tender hands ran through my long raven hair, moaning slightly against my lips. Stumbling through the doorway, we entwined ourselves, sharing the same hot breath. Savoring every kiss, I pecked my way down her jaw, along her neck, and to her collarbone before making my way up. Iam moaned softly before turning me around and pressing me against the wall, sliding her tongue past my open lips, pressing herself completely flat against me. This time I moaned, closing my eyes to savor it. It felt like heaven as liquid gold spread along my insides. I love so much Iam-chan. I half whispered, half moaned as she bit my neck in a few different spots. My heart raced, and I followed suit, letting Iam take the lead. She had always been the more aggressive one in the relationship. Just as I want to kiss her again, she gave me the biggest, love-filled smile I had ever seen on her face. Itachi-kun, I want to tell you something. Iam replied, between kisses, the sun reflecting off her breathtaking eyes so their rich chestnut color gleamed. I mumbled a barely audible yes as I kissed her again. Again, the addictive burning sensation while we maintained the kiss. I love you more, she whispered after taking a breath. I threw my head backwards, forgetting that a wall was behind me, and let out a laugh, despite the jolt of pain from smacking my head against the wall. No, I love you more, I added, still laughing, remembering similar playful fights about who loved the other more and how much. I love you more than having the ability to eat a never-ending supply of your and your father's ramen. This was saying a lot because I love their ramen more than most things in existence. Oh yeah, well, I love you more than Ino obsesses over her looks, Iam replied, knowing she got me on that. Despite my previous reply, she pretty much had me stumped at the moment. That is before I remembered Naruto. I love you with more intensity and drive that Naruto has to become Hokage and protect the village, I retorted, sticking my tongue out at Iam when she gave me a frustrated expression. She usually won the battles. This time, though, I had her stumped. Well, if you love me so much, why don't you propose to me? Iam asked, quickly and in the same tone. In fact, I'm going to propose to you, I said with a winning smirk before I registered the breathless an amazed look on her face. Using her reaction to guide my thoughts, I realized what I had said, shooting blood up my cheeks, so I looked like a cherry tomato. Ah, ha. So, I spoiled my plan, I am? I was planning to do it in about 2 months when I was sure about your feelings. I rubbed the back of my head, embarrassed and grinning madly. I am looked at me wide-eyed at the sudden revelation and turn of events. She blushed and hid her face behind her long hair in a horrible attempt to hide it. Itachi-kun, do you really mean it? I am asked, hopeful yet abashed ever so softly. I am sounded so much like Hinata when she talked with Naruto. I couldn't help but grin, seemingly transported to the day that I first confessed my love for her when I took her to the Hokage monument. Her eyes held that same passion as they did those few years ago. Remember what I told you the day that I first told you I love you? I am Chan. I asked. She nodded slowly, not seeing the point. Well, the answer is the same, I said just as I kissed her on the lips. Almost instantly, she collapsed in my arms with a sigh. Shit, Itachi, you had go and make I am faint. Now people are going to be asking questions when I take her to the hospital, and I shouldn't leave her alone either. Huffing out a sigh, I put on the Jinjutsu, rushed to the hospital darting from roof to tiled roof. All I could think about is that I dug my grave in terms of a good impression with my students. I will be late for the first time in history, and probably not the last. Noon. Hi Ino. Hi Naruto. I greeted from behind as I appeared in a puff of clouds. They were sitting down, chatting, and subconsciously holding hand, it would seem, as they looked at their hands in alarm when they realized it. Well, shit. The blonde ninjas are too dense to understand they were cut out for one another. I mean, they seemed to be having quite a peaceful moment, I thought to myself. Sorry for not being entirely prepared. Sensei, we thought you would arrive a little later, Naruto apologized. The truth in those words would be evident to anyone who has been trained by Kakashi or a close friend, as they tended to be late, especially the former. It had been a pain in the ass when we worked together on big missions, and when I had been training him with his Sharingan. No problem, you guys. I had to bring Iam to the hospital. I replied with a sad smile to show that I wasn't in the greatest of moods, and I was fine with them not being fully prepared. What? Is she going to be all right, Chi-sensei? Ino gasped. Her white face paled even more, if at all possible. Her brows furrowed in additional concern. Naruto showed similar signs of distress and concern. Crap, they think it's worse than it is. Think of something quick. I thought frantically as sweat trickled down my back. My heart raced quickly, and I had to force my pupils to not dilate. She passed out due to lack of sleep. She wanted to talk to me, but seemed faint when I arrived and had dark circles around her eyes. I think she hasn't been getting any sleep for a few days, hiding it with makeup. I spat out before another second could go by. A moment of pensive silence had me worried for a moment. They shouldn't know I am well enough to know that she doesn't wear any makeup. Huh. Makes sense, Naruto commented almost to himself, stroking his chin with his right palm. And that is a major relief. I thought she was hurt badly or something. Naruto shivered at those words, probably imagining what could have happened before giving me a grin. Anyways, let's go, guys. We talk while we travel. With that, Naruto bounded across the slope of the mountain range towards our training area with an immense amount of speed, leaving a faint blur of orange and black behind him. When did Naruto get that fast, Chi-sensei? Ino asked, following me as I followed Naruto. I mean, even when he was using his chakra to speed himself up, this is a whole new level for him. Two simple factors, really: increase of chakra control and increase in physical training. I developed a new training method for Naruto that I think you may need as well. It will help build your chakra levels and control dramatically, as well as greatly increase your endurance, strength, speed, and reflexes. I summarized, making sure to keep pace with Ino in order for her to hear me, as we entered the forest and flew from branch to branch. The breeze generated from the movement caused my ponytail to wriggle like a snake, though it kept me from overheating in my black jacket, pants, and concealed armored vest. Sound good, Chi-sensei? I have a question, though. Your face reminds slightly of someone. Would you tell me if you're related to him or his clan? Ino asked, curiosity overlaying the barely detectable concern in her voice. It annoyed me that she would try to hide something, and even more so that she could still draw similarities. I really didn't need to launch into it right now, but Ino's piercing blue eyes pinned me. I only nodded, not trusting words on this one. Are you part of the Uchiha clan? Yes and no, I replied, making Ino groan in frustration. Her eyes quickly locked onto mine again and threatened major psychological pain. So I elaborated, I only share a small portion of Uchiha blood. Most of me is Sarutobi and civilian with Senju mixed in. I was brought up outside the village and moved here when I was still a child to train as a ninja. And I do have Sharingan, just so you know, but no one except Naruto and Kakashi know that. Ino almost stopped, forcing me to slow down, semi-freezing surprised by my answer. She clearly did not expect to be led on to a secret. Forget that yet another person had Sharingan. It took a couple minutes, but eventually Ino and I reached a pace faster than our original one to catch up with Naruto. We spent the rest of the time in silence with only a brief interruption to see if Ino had the stamina to continue or to tell me and Naruto to slow down. Naruto grumbled whenever the pace dropped, making me smile inside with the knowledge that he could handle more. It also amused me because we were making really good time. Just as the sun signaled it was 1 o'clock, I spotted the clearing up ahead. Of course, them seeing it was another matter entirely. Your training begins now, I told them, breaking the concentration-heavy silence. The two blonde teenagers looked at me with expectant eyes. It always had to happen this way, didn't it? Explanations were always necessary unless the others had tactical and analytical aptitude. I'll give you your objectives. You're supposed to find the clearing and obtain 2 scrolls each. Similar to the bell exercise, this will determine whether you are ready. I sighed, exasperated at their lack of initiative. Finishing topping on my chakra, I used a replacement jutsu before they could ask any questions. I had to check up on everything and add finishing touches to the clearing. As soon as I popped into the clearing, I did a few quick though analytical scans to make sure everyone and thing was positioned. Now what do we do? Ino exclaimed, frustrated that Itachi hadn't elaborated on what they were doing. Well, if my sense of direction is correct, the clearing should be about half a kilometer from us, I replied, understanding Ino's frustration at Itachi and his vague instructions. A whole week of training helped in analyzing, preparing, and planning for and in such situations. Unbeknownst to him, I had figured out one very important thing. By mixing expert tactics with some risky, surprising ones, opponents will be taken off guard and reveal their weaknesses. Well, get used to this. Itachi loves putting people into situations that train as many skills as possible, especially tactics and strategy. I added, focusing on scanning the surrounding area. Impatient, I crossed my fingers and channeled and divided my chakra shadow clone jutsu. Immediately, a puff of smoke appeared and dissipated as 10 clones appeared on either side of me. Naruto, since when do you actually plan and use your brain before acting? Ino asked with tentative voice to not offend me, shooting me a curious look. I blushed at the comment in embarrassment before I added one last touch. 5 of the clones flipped a hand sign and transformed with the likeness of Ino. The real Ino gave me surprised look, quizzical about what I had done. Okay, punk, what have you done with Naruto? Ino growled, gripping my jacket with a fist, tightening the fabric around my throat. Talk. Now. Can't breathe, Ino. I gasped out, feeling the oxygen in my lungs being replaced by carbon dioxide. Reluctantly, the stormy-faced, blonde Kunoichi released her grip just enough for me to draw in a lungful of air. Look, I'm still the same Naruto. Itachi just changed my train of thought and trained me very well using a special technique is all, I replied with a reassuring smile. The fact that Ino thought I had changed quite a bit was disconcerting. It took Ino a few long moments, but she released me after inspecting every inch of my eyes, which made me extremely nervous. Okay, so I'm assuming you're going to use these clones to speed up scouting and as decoys to draw any trouble. I can understand using 6 pairs of people to gather as much intelligence as possible. It just seemed very odd of you to do so, Ino replied, hinting an apology. I just nodded in understanding. She didn't even know the half of it. By the way, don't be surprised when I tell you I mastered a few new ninjutsu, some basic jinjutsu, and perfected my taijutsu. Itachi gave me the equivalent of 100 weeks of training via shadow clones. I could teach you to use them, I think. I added the last part for some unknown reason, since I had enjoyed spending that time with Ino on the monument. She was actually very nice and quite smart. Ino just didn't let it on because she was afraid of seeming less attractive, which I refuted as nonsense, as if anything had only made her more attractive. Naruto, I swear if you don't haul ass and get with the mission, I will make you experience the worst nightmares ever. The familiar voice still made a small part of me afraid. Although we have been getting along better now that we worked in unison, as he had begun to realize that if he helped me, without taking me over, we would accelerate past the abilities of all others of my kind. Yeah. Nice to see you, Kurama, I thought, knowing that the nine-tailed fox was just being a tough guy, living in denial of the fact that he liked me. The fox just grunted before grinning when I told him what Itachi had done. The Uchiha thinks that trick will work against me. How foolish, Kurama chuckled evilly. He showed his teeth in a creepy grin that knocked more off balance than the previous comment. I'll give you a hint, Blondie. What have you been working on that is still your weakest asset? Jinjutsu. Itachi is using it to hide the clearing, I thought in response, knowing Kurama could hear me. However, where would I start, Kurama-san? I asked, using my politeness to placate him. Ino was right. I really had changed after Itachi forced me to study and train. Well, Look for anything out of the ordinary that shouldn't be here. Also, if you sense a large amount of chakra in a place, you should be able to recognize it. In addition, tell the clones to activate their Sharingan and to investigate for a few moments before dissipating. Kurama's detailed plan left me utterly speechless. The fact that the fox could come up with a solution so quickly made me wonder whether I should use him as an advisor when I befriend him. You know, Kurama, you could be quite wily and intelligent. I thought back to him with a conspiratorial grin. I opened my mouth to ask Kurama a very important question, but quickly shot the idea down in favor of using it as leverage. What is it, Kit? The massive red fox asked, curious and a little ticked off. He growled as I shrugged, as if it was nothing. Boy, tell me your question. I hate not knowing what someone wants to ask or say. When faced with another of my blank stares, the fox's eyes screamed anger and rage. His paw shot out of the cage lightning fast, so I almost didn't see it. I knew there was the end right then and there as the menacing ivory claws that made Katana look like kunai closed in. Just as I braced myself, the paw stopped. However, the QB's eyes looked at me hesitant, gave one last soft growl, and disappeared. Naruto, we should move out now before any serious shit happens. All right then, Kurama, you ready to show them how shit is done? I grinned, already excited. For some reason, every time Kurama and I worked together a little and he acknowledged me, I got excited and happy. Maybe it has to do with wanting to be friends with this demon. A sinister though happy chuckle sent shivers down my spine. The happy and sadistic natures didn't mix well at all, reminding of Gaara when he was possessed. However, knowing Kurama, it confirmed my question. Immediately red chakra shot through my system, mixing with the blue chakra to create an intensely powerful chakra like nothing I'd ever felt before. I spaced back into the real world. Looking at my clones, I signaled them to go, relaying the message mentally. Ino, I am certain Itachi is using a Jinjutsu to hide the place because otherwise we'd see some missing Trilene. Also, he is very good at Jinjutsus while we are still not entirely the best at detecting them. I told Ino as the clones spread out in 5 different directions. That makes sense, though you took very little time to deduce that. Ino responded with a suspicious glint in her light blue eyes, though her lightly tanned skin showed no such trace in an attempt to hide her thoughts. Her sandals made the softest squeak against the smooth bark as she shifted to a crouch. And, Naruto, speak for yourself. I can sense Jinjutsu and really any chakra quite well, especially with some of my father's training and sensing. Rather than the offended tone that would accompany this, Ino sounded cocky and eager to prove it. Her lean muscles flexed and released as she launched herself to the next tree, platinum blonde hair glinting and waving, while the sun's radiance created a nimbus of light around her body. I followed her as she jumped from tree to tree, scanning the area constantly. Feeling that the scanning was pointless, I sent chakra through the Sharingan to see what Ino was doing. Immediately, Ino seemed to slow down as I was able to track her movements. The leaves had a much sharper definition to the point that I could see every blemish, shadow, and shape. I looked back at Ino and gasped in awe of what she was doing. She had built chakra into a sphere in her head to track Itachi's chakra signature, though I noticed it wobbled and wasn't super compact. That may hinder her range and sensitivity a bit, meaning that Ino needs to get closer for the jutsu to work effectively, I hypothesized. My palms slipped, slick with sweat, anxious that I was indeed wrong, that maybe Ino wouldn't be able to find Itachi, that we would fail utterly despite the training we had received. A soft gasp pulled me from my worries, alert for any nearby dangers. Naruto, I think I have luck, Ino whispered as she pressed forward, pivoting to the right as she landed before rocketing in the other direction. The blonde Kunoichi reacted so quickly, I could barely process what she had said before her silhouette shrank less than half its usual size. In addition, her feet made less sound than a stalking cat. Damn it, Ino, wait up for me. I ground my teeth in frustration, calling the clones to follow Ino in pincer formation. Feet skimmed the bark of the branch, keeping contact to minimum. Legs and chakra pumped hard to deliver half maximum thrust. Cool wind howled, stinging the skin. Rich brown and lush green blurred together, the trees blurring together. Chakra blocking out noise only took the edge out of the banshee that was the wind. Finally, Ino's body grew back to its normal size, allowing me to slow down and cut 50% of the chakra coursing through my legs. Quit making all that noise, Ino hissed under her breath, just loud enough so that I could hear. It took me a moment to realize I had begun to breathe a little heavier from the burst of speed and the noticeable tapping of my feet. I grunted, not wanting to offend Ino with an outburst as it wouldn't be conducive to the mission. Ino's inhaled sharply, a look of alarm on her face as she stared at mine. "What is wrong with your eye, Naruto?" Ino blurted out, barely toning down her volume. "Is this a stupid joke or something that you're playing with me?" Oh shit. Ino's wide eyes screamed bloody murder as she looked at my secret. Her knuckles cracked as she clenched her hands into fists ready to thrash me. Ino, I sort of forgot to tell you about it. I stuttered and stumbled through the words out of embarrassment and worry. Chakra receded, though only a little, from her fists. You see, well, after the fight, Sasuke removed one of his Sharingan and replaced it with my right eye. Well, at least that is what I'm pretty sure happened. I spilled, rubbing my hair. I was more certain of it now that I knew what my parents looked like and how they were. Neither of them looked remotely like Uchiha, though it was curious that Sasuke would do that. Ino growled a little, letting some of her anger vent. I could practically see the steam fuming from her ears and nose. "Are you crazy or something, Naruto?" Ino asked. "Do you honestly think that Sasuke would ever do that for you? I think he would only do that on the verge of death, and then only maybe." Red blazed across her lightly tanned face, brows furrowing in anger and confusion, convinced that I had either lied or didn't understand everything that happened. The words brought with them an ominous shroud of doubt, ignorance, and uncertainty once again. Could it be that Sasuke was intentionally trying to trick me, or did he know that I had a Sharingan and wanted to bring it out? I thought, holding my chin between my index finger and thumb, pensive about such an incident. The more I thought and divulged into the situation, only more questions sprung into mind, not helping in the least. This can wait for later. "Let's go. We have a mission to accomplish." I interrupted both Ino's and my train of thought. She nodded with a grim smile, slipping through the shadows toward Itachi's signal as the clones arrived, Sharingan activated as they crawled into advantageous positions. I looked straight ahead and indeed saw that the wall of trees and bushes was a complex illusion detailing depth, shade, and even animals and sound. My Sharingan barely pierced through the well-constructed veil of it all, giving a blurry image through it all. Lo, and behold, the clearing splayed out ahead, while a few figures crouched behind cover, waiting for us anywhere but behind. Obviously, this may be where the real Itachi was. Help me out here, please. I have the 10 clones in pincer formation, and we can make out some details, but not enough. Can you slip in and counter the Jinjutsu, Ino? I confessed, ashamed that I needed to ask her to do something so simple. I wasn't so proficient with canceling Jinjutsu of such high caliber, rather only just above basic. Ino just nodded, a slight frown creasing across her face in vague annoyance at the task of having to sneak in and report findings after canceling the jutsu. Clearly, she wasn't so impressed by the fact that I couldn't effectively counter the Jinjutsu despite the Sharingan. Fine, dope, but don't expect me to wait up on you. I improved my techniques quite drastically. In fact, I learned a new mind control jutsu and know a few new offensive medical nin skills, mainly involving paralysis and precise internal cuts. The eagerness and sadistic glee in those last words made me squirm. This clearly wasn't all entirely a charade, since no one can truly fake such a thing. Mainly, the grin had me worried that Ino may experiment on me if I try anything stupid. Before I could ask her anything, she activated a seal and hopped through the Jinjutsu mirage. I sighed, praying that Ino would be okay, as she flipped a couple signs and leaped through the Jinjutsu, taking out a couple kunai. Thok, 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 the unmistakable sound of 3 thrown blades cutting into something fell faintly. I thought of the worst as soon as I heard those sounds, a sick anger lighting up kindling. A soft groan. My heart fell, shattered by the noise. I fell on my knees, seeing Ino's body on the ground, blood flowing through her mouth. The fiery pain of steel cutting into flesh, and it was over. The memory played itself in less than a second, coming to me in detailed flashes and emotions. I looked to the left and saw that one clone was missing. Nice Jinjutsu, Itachi Sensei, I stated with a sly smile, but you must be really stupid to try that again on me. Or are your skills failing from the lack of practice? A faint HN at 4 o'clock was all I needed. Big mistake. He was right in the crossfire. Wind release, gale palm. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Me and my clones whispered 5 per jutsu. Blasts of wind caught the flame of the fireball as they collided, turning the flames white and turquoise with intense heat and speeding up the flames by 6 times. A bright explosion as they mapped to the stand of trees, sending 8 an intense have of heat that singed my hair and knocked me back several feet. Embers, burning leaves, flaming bark, ash, and flame created a mosaic of destruction, leaving only charred wood, a crater, and scorch marks. Itachi, I gave you a chance to escape, but let's see what state you dash. I crumpled as a black blur slammed into my abdomen, interrupting my thoughts with pain and lack of oxygen. The ground came up with a thud, and I lay gasping for breath, face to the side. I could barely move. The pain burned. Hey, Kit, get ready. A quick warning before a tide of red shot through my chakra pathways, turning the once indigo chakra to a purplish vermilion. Almost instantly, the pain faded in favor of a burst of power. Sharingan activated, I noticed the shadow of an axe kick descending. In a rush of speed, I flipped up, throwing my right hand with enough force to catch the kick while leaving the kicker off balance. The face that looked at me, however, wasn't Itachi's. In fact, I couldn't see it at all. Only a ninja mask hood and a headband with the symbol of the Sand Nation. Nails extended and sharpened slightly into claws, anger clouding some of my better judgment, causing me to clamp them around the ninja's calf and launch him on his back. A scream of pain, and he flew 10 feet before slamming and skidding his way across the ground. The thump was sickening, and the angle of his body was, it seemed, wrong. Surely, I had broken more than just his leg. Perhaps his left arm, too. Such power! Kurama, how come you didn't do this before? I thought, gazing at the chakra in my hand, glowing intensely in the Sharingan. Naruto, you have definitely used this power and in multiple occasions. Against Haku, Sasuke, Niji, and others. In other words, I've saved your ass and you owe me. The Kyuubi's voice growled and had a hint of bitterness and slyness in it, which immediately threw me off. More surprising was the angle that the fox was taking. You know, Kurama, I owe you nothing. If anything, you are atoning for all the heartbreak and death you have wrought. However, I know for a fact that people deserve second chances, and that is why I still offer friendship. I bit back without an ounce of fear, feeling my own chakra flare out. I was done playing games with the fox and living in fear of him. Either we bury the hatchet or I will shut him out. I could hear a little whimper in the fox's throat, probably hearing my proclamation and knowing that I will never go back on my word. You know, Naruto, I may take you up on that, but you have to prove yourself to me. Show me this through your actions and prove to me that you can stand up to the darkness. Only then will I consider your offer. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. With this, the fox's voice disappeared, its proclamation final, and something I couldn't understand. I mean, he was letting me use his chakra and everything, so we were allies of convenience, yet he demands I meet him all the way. Only then it occurred to me that something had happened to cause him to be like this. Something to do with humans and his Jinchuriki. I promise, Kurama, that I will do just that. I whispered to myself before looking up and steeling my face, determined more than ever. I will show you compassion, strength, friendship, and all the good qualities people possess. With this, I dropped myself onto all fours and launched myself across the battlefield, noticing the seeing Ino sneaking up to two shinobi, though not realizing the trap. Itachi POV. I observed Naruto as he took out the shadow clone in the tree before being jumped by one of the sand ninja that I hired. And Naruto almost got served, too. Much to my relief, the blonde shinobi took care of the man, yet the method that he used frightened me. A cloak of purplish vermilion chakra surrounded his body, radiating sheer power. Worst, his nails turned into partial claws, his teeth were longer and sharper. His left eye had turned into a slit, and his Sharingan had a magenta color with white-silver fong-like tomos rather than the usual red with black comas. That Sharingan, its color. I've seen that color eye before. But on whom? I muttered as I racked my brains for answers, tightly gripping a forked branch with my left hand and holding onto the one supporting my feet with the right. I needed to be still and grounded to recall such memories with dark paths. A purple, eye full of malice and hatred and pain with rings like those in a tree trunk. Memories and ghosts from a past. The organization I grew more powerful in Akatsuki, anywhere from terrorists to murderers to evil masterminds, all S-ranked missing mean. Pain, the leader, that's who had those eyes. Its powers so powerful. The Mangekyo Sharingan seemed a toy. The eyes were called Rinnegan, like the sage of the six paths. And now that Naruto has a Sharingan with the same color, I can only hope he will be able to defeat the Akatsuki and the mastermind behind it all. I thought, clenching my grip so the rough part splintered and cut into my palms. While Naruto admired the power he possessed, I looked over to see Ino sneaking through the shadows towards two shinobi, the smirk on her face giving away the confidence and cockiness. The platinum blonde didn't realize she walked into a trap. Springing from the shadows with the grace of a feline, two kunai cut through the air like arrows at the shinobi, and the trap sprung. Three voices shouted, "Water release, wild water wave," as three jets of high-pressure water flew at Ino from behind just as the kunai hit their marks, causing the water clones to collapse. Ino somersaulted to the side wide-eyed in surprise of the ambush, rocked by the concussive blast and the wave of water that followed. The blonde kunoichi rose with wobbling knees from the sprawled position, hair and clothes soaked in water. She coughed out a little water, panting and thinking of a strategy as she raised her guard. A flash of purple vermilion rocketed in Ino's direction, and before I could register anything despite the Sharingan, the figure held a toned-down Rasengan formed in his right hand and slammed it into the chest of one of the water shinobi. A flash of bright purple from the explosion, and the Chunin ragdolled through the air and slammed hard into a tree. His body splayed on the ground at odd angles, and I let out breath in a hiss, realizing that any C-ranked ninja would not be a match for Naruto. "Water release, water bullet," one of the shinobi shouted, Naruto following in 1/100th of a second. The roar and crash of pressurized water colliding rang through the clearing with Naruto's stream of water slamming through his opponents. Clearly, the Jinchuriki had pumped it up with extra chakra. The water collided with a log last second as the ninja used Kawarimi. I sighed, happy that he didn't get caught by the jet of water that was doubled in size as it tore down a few trees with thunderous cracks. In a flash, the last one spent no extra time, unsheathing her katana as she rocketed towards Naruto with incredible speed, knowing that the inexperienced Sharingan user would still find it hard to judge and predict her movements. Steel flashed in a blurs that caught the sun, giving Naruto little time to counter with his two kunais, needing to use both of the blades despite the extra strength boost, since speed and momentum would cause his wrist to fold and cause the blade to slide. Slowly, the blonde shinobi was pushed back by the relentless assault of steel with the occasional chakra-buffed kick or elbow. He started to pant and shudder at the effort, though those were the only signs of tiring. Somehow, his body could keep up while his mind wasted away. As the 100th blow fell, the first mistake appeared. Naruto raised the kunai to block the blade, but instead of it colliding against the kunai, The kunoichi shot a lightning-fast kick at his abdomen with a loud thump. I grimaced, hearing the gasp and groan from 30 meters away. His grip loosened on his kunai, and as he tried to block the next two slashes, they flew to the side and clattered across the ground. Mind-body disturbance technique, Ino exclaimed, trapping the kunoichi just before she released her axe kick. Quickly, the kunoichi pivoted so the axe kick became a roundhouse kick, missing Naruto by inches, and leaving him an opening. He growled and delivered a flurry of roundhouse kicks, each one landing with a sickening thud, till the kunoichi's legs gave and she collapsed battered. Ino exhaled, and I noticed that she couldn't effectively use the technique for extended periods of time as she lacked proper control. But in the right circumstances, she could use it to great effect. Good job. Ino, you are stronger than you may think. That was a battle-hardened ninja you were able to control, which is a hard thing to do, I thought, grinning at the talent I saw before me. Naruto, what the hell is wrong with you? Ino exclaimed, flabbergasted by the appearance of her friend. He looked at her in total surprise, still encased in that chakra cloak. What's with the chakra around you? It only has some of your normal chakra, but the rest is something ancient and deadly. Even more importantly, your eyes, they're all changed and different. Wait, what? I knew about the chakra cloak, but you said both eyes changed, Naruto responded, raising a confused eyebrow. His eyes widened as Ino flipped out a mirror, showing him his face. Whoa, the Sharingan, it's so different. I think I can feel it too. It's more powerful, and I think it can help me copy faster. The boy muttered to himself in awe, leaving Ino even more confused than before. As Naruto looked up at Ino, he gave her a sly grin. Well, Ino-chan, the story goes that I have a demon of pure chakra inside me. Ino gulped, slight anxiety showing on her face. Thoga, normally unperceptive, the blonde's face fell when he saw her reaction, clearly losing confidence and rethinking what he should say. Naruto, are you sure it's safe for you to use its chakra? I mean, won't the demon hurt you? Ino replied, so soft, the raven spying on them could barely hear and relay her voice to me. You're using its life force while it's trapped inside of you, which would make it angry, right? Ino clarified at the stunned Naruto. Similarly, my jaw dropped at her comment. I had thought that her anxiety was out of fear for herself, not fear for Naruto. And since when did you care about Naruto? Ino-san, I thought, disturbed and confused by Ino's uncharacteristic response. I haven't really thought about it that much, Ino, Naruto replied with a shaky breath, nervously rubbing the back of his head. I guess it might, but as far as I can tell, there isn't really an advantage for the demon in question. He is sealed in me after all, so he can't really break out or anything. And if I die, he dies too, so it's beneficial for him to help me, I guess. Naruto seemed to be puzzling this out in his head as if he had really never thought about it and found it relevant to some sort of puzzle. Predictably, the blonde shinobi dropped the serious attitude quickly and looked back up with a flare of determination in his eyes. In any case, it doesn't matter right now. We should take all the advantages we have to secure those scrolls, Ino. Otherwise, we are completely screwed. Ino gave a small smile, her determination resurfacing as she drew a tanto and a kunai, both underhanded, keeping her stance wide as she scanned the area. Naruto followed suit, this time drawing the 2 chakra blades I gave him and began channeling his wind chakra into a blue-green serrated blade about the length of his forearm. Curious no sado clones. Naruto? Why would you owe? So they aren't picked off before they could do anything. Smart. I smiled, proud that Naruto had been taking my lessons to heart. However, now it's time to lose my students. You have shown good enough teamwork. With that thought, I sent a raven into the sky, cawing 3 times fast and once long. The signal for the last group to attack, made solely of a pair of jonin. Leaping down from the trees, a muscular, jovial hulk of a man landed gracefully on the ground, wearing the headband of the village hidden in the clouds. A pair of sunglasses and a black goatee adorned his face. A jovial look, dark skin, white flak jacket, and white blonde hair made the Jonin look slightly friendly even before a fight like now. Cracking his knuckles and drawing 2 swords. However, the Jonin looked formidable with his determined face while in a crouch. Naruto shuddered a little bit as he saw the 2 opponents facing him, me and the said Jonin, making me question just how overkill this might be. Raising his head, he hissed as the sun glinted off his sunglasses. The sun is killer in my eyes. Is it afternoon already? The baritone voice of the Jonin complained. Naruto and Ino sweat dropped as the mood broke from the Jonin's comment, both mentally face-palming. Wait, what? Bro, you brought me, the killer bee, to help you train a couple of kids. This is a joke, right? Bee asked, clearly bothered by the thought and ignoring the fact that they took out highly skilled ninja with relative ease when working together, and ignoring Naruto's chakra cloak as if it was ordinary. Rather than pull up his guard, Bee sheathed both his swords and raised his fists instead. I won't need those against these 2, he announced with a bored yawn. I'm sorry to tell you this, Bee, but why the hell did you have T.O. break the mood? I shouted at him, pissed that he couldn't keeping his horrible rhymes, poetry, and catchphrases to himself. It was kind of like Guy Sans eyebrows, complete mood killer. He just gave me a blank look, allowing me to calm the raging storm of anger. Oh well, nothing can ever be perfect, but still. Killer Bee, do you understand what is in front of you right now? The heiress of the Yamanaka clan and Naruto Uzumaki. The former a great mind control and medic nin student, and the latter, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails with a Sharingan. I whispered in his ear. Immediately the Hulk tensed a little, understanding something and realizing the importance of it. Ah, that makes sense, Itachi, but that doesn't change the fact that they are still Genin that can so far only beat Chunin, Killer Bee muttered matter-of-factly. This time, though, he raised his fists and widened his stance into an aggressive powerhouse style that used lightning, quick, powerful strikes and solid defense techniques to defeat opponents. All right, kids, bring it on, Bee shouted with enthusiasm, locking his eyes with Naruto. Something about the boy made this Jinchuriki eager and excited. With a sigh, I dashed towards them with a burst of chakra, gathering up wind chakra around my appendages. Naruto was my first target. I'll let Killer Bee take Ino because I had a bad feeling about a battle between 2 Jinchuriki. I could see Naruto's eyes widen slightly as a Sharingan traced my path and movements with expert precision. Too bad you won't be fast enough, though. I thought as last second, I accelerated even faster into a flying roundhouse kick. So slowly Naruto began to dodge, or so it seemed. A moment before impact, the blonde's chakra cloaked forearm batted at my leg. I twisted midair, seeing the movement, allowing the powerful blow to spin me to behind and to the left of Naruto, already prepping an attack. Fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique, launching a bunch of fireballs at Naruto as he wheeled around. Water release. Water bullet. Naruto tried to counter, blowing a jet of water at the fireballs, but I jerked most away, slamming the rest at Naruto's leaping form. He braced, the explosion of fire knocking him backwards. He had tumbled back from the direct hit. His cloak weakened, and burns appeared on his body that began to slowly heal. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. I shouted, blasting a huge ball of flame at the blonde shinobi, following up with a volley of air bullets to strengthen the jutsu. The fireball rocketed white hot, turning some of the sand into glass before exploding in a fiery sphere of blazing radiance. The shout of Naruto's pain made me wince, worried that I had overdone it. A loud growl and a blur shot straight at my chest, holding a spiraling sphere of chakra. Thinking of nothing else, I met the sphere with a punch of tightly woven fire and wind chakra to form a drill around my arm. Blinding vermilion light, burning pain shooting up my arm, roaring explosions. The blast sent me flying weightless and disoriented across the clearing. The gravel and sand stung as it ripped some of my skin and embedded itself into some of the burns on my right hand. I felt a disconcerting fatigue settling in as I had no idea Naruto possessed such power in this form. That chakra in the Rasengan was destruction incarnate. Warm blood trickled out of the wounds on my arm, testament that if I hadn't packed a wall of spiraling chakra, I would have lost it. Fuck you, Naruto. I'm not going easy on you anymore, especially with that new Sharingan. You want to learn? I'll give you payment in full. I spat in bitterness. Truth was, the kid had bruised my ego, and that didn't go unpunished. I leaped across the clearing, gathering chakra in my palm, having seen what Naruto had done with the Rasengan on multiple occasions. Now it was time to test it out myself. Rasengan, I shouted as a sphere bluish chakra spiraled in my palm, swirling tightly and depleting a noticeable amount of chakra. The body of the shaken Naruto dashed back as the sphere of chakra slammed into the ground where his lower back had been a second before. A shining explosion of chakra, a concussive blast, and flying shards of rock and dirt immediately followed, leaving a sizable crater in the ground. Out of the corner of my vision, I saw the blur of movement, and I instinctively lashed out with a backhand strike to the forehead meant to daze. Instead, it slammed into something hard, shifting it back a little and causing some of the support to give. Not waiting to see who or what it was, I followed up with a 1-2-3 set of jabs to the torso. None landed. On the contrary, lightning quick, chakra-cloaked hands blocked the incoming punches with perfect anticipation. Again, I delivered a spinning roundhouse kick and flurry of chakra-enhanced strikes, beating back Naruto under a storm of precise, expert punches. The sheer volume of strikes, combined with their precision, should overwhelm the shinobi, considering even Jonin have difficulty against this. In fact, I felt the thud of skin on skin as most of the body shots landed on Naruto, knocking him off balance, leaving him open, or just inflicting pain and a battering of force. He groaned as well over half the body shots landed, delivering bruises and battering his bones into submission. Slowly but surely, the blonde shinobi began to tire more as he took more shots, freezing up his body. Pants, sweat, and blood filled the air as some of my punches slammed into his face, splitting his lips and bloodying his nose. Naruto tried to counter with a handful of kicks and punches, but only a few actually landed. And I was glad for it. Each one was like being hit with a sledgehammer or by a gorilla. In other words, fucking painful as hell, not to mention muscle spasms caused by the chakra. With each passing second, I could feel my stamina ebb just a little by utilizing my chakra to enhance blows and counter the few desperate of Naruto. I needed a bigger opening to wail on Naruto, since I couldn't hit any of his soft organs or weak points. However, as the chakra enhanced, fast and strong strikes battered the blonde shinobi, he became more sloppy, more tired, and more docile, unable to catch his breath. The boy was just getting battered and knocked, but came back for more despite the heavy bruising, contusions, slight stress fractures, and bleeding. Naruto, what's the problem? You should give up already, I spat, stinging his ego after landing a crushing axe kick in between his shoulder blades. You will never be able to beat Sasuke. You're a worthless waste of time, dope. Don't even bother getting up. Naruto groaned as I kicked him in the kidney, causing him to roll a couple meters completely exhausted. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding as I got the quick break, taking out a couple soldier pills, ready to pop them. Naruto kept still, making me break a sweat in worry, believing I might have taken it too far. I could still hear his breathing, however. Clearly you need some more encouragement, I thought, slight guilt pitting my stomach. Naruto, know something. You will never ever become Hokage. You put shame on the two clans you were born in, disgracing their names. Instead of a proud warrior or tactician, you are a cowardly, weak clown. And even worse, you can't even save your friend from the darkness. So quit your delusional dreams and give it up, demon filth. I cut with barbed poison words that pushed his every button in fear, hoping to get a reaction from him. Suddenly, the chakra cloak blazed back on emanating ancient fury and killer intent. Naruto's shoulders trembled as if he were crying. I would have drawn a sharp intake of breath in guilt if I hadn't noticed the noise. An evil, maddened cackling erupted from Naruto. You just had to go too far, didn't you, Uchiha? Naruto growled, still half cackling with savage, hysterical anger, but it wasn't Naruto. The voice spoke with a certain shrewd and wise air, while being 1.5 octaves lower than Naruto's normal voice. Cold beyond measure. There was no question this thing had killed for the sake of it. Naruto, what did I do? I thought, frantic at the mistake I may have just made. The cloak was much larger and more solid than before, not to mention more blood red. I shivered, haven't faced as powerful chakra as this in a long while. I need to use the Mangekyo Sharingan to defeat this, but I also have Killer Bee. Speaking of whom, bro, if you don't mind, let me handle this. I was the same as him at one time, and I do have a bijou. Killer Bee interjected, entirely serious seeing the threat. Naruto had just sprang up and twisted before us, revealing longer fangs, a slight mane, claws instead of fingernails, and more obvious whiskers, besides the zealously twisted sneer and the altered Sharingan. B removed his swords and channeled lightning through them, seeing the challenge in the blonde's eyes. "Wait, B," I said, planting my hand against his shoulder to restrain his movement. "Let me finish what I started. Besides, I haven't even really tried. Time to take the gloves off." Chapter 6. Kurama POV. "Kid, the fuck you think you're doing?" I growled at Naruto. True, Itachi was an S-rank shinobi, but so should Naruto. Well, if he listened to me and let me out of my damn cage, that is. I mean, sure, Yubi could pop out of the boy, but what good would it do then? I won't be able to influence people, and I'd be way out in the open and draw lots of unwanted attention. I thought, grumbling over the fact that Naruto could be so stubborn. However, because of his inability to follow my instructions and not vent my chakra when I gave it to him, Naruto could not defend himself at all. Instead, the Uchiha's fists blurred at impossible speeds, piercing the cloak of chakra that I tried to solidify and battering Naruto in such a manner that Naruto could only get a couple punches. It was embarrassing, especially in front of the Hachibi, Gyuki. After Itachi's axe kick between the shoulder blades, supercharged with wind and water chakra, knocked whatever fight Naruto had left, leaving him beaten and immobile where he lay now. And that really pissed me off, though I could feel the pain from Itachi's kick and couldn't help wincing. "Itachi's too strong, Kurama. I'm trying, but you're not doing anything to help besides giving me too much chakra for me to control." Naruto shot back, feeling dejected and hopeless, perhaps the only time he has ever given up. His eyes blazed with frustration and his brows furrowed, upset with his lack of one-on-one ability. He met my gaze for a second, revealing my chakra's effect on his Sharingan, piercing and more menacing the other Uchihas, and more powerful than Kakashi's, but not quite as strong as having two. "Naruto, the lack of ability and perseverance is upsetting. I'm beginning to regret helping you if you can't manage my chakra," I remarked back, tracking into the shadows and drawing back most of my chakra to make him beg or ask for it. Itachi wouldn't let him stay down. No, I knew that the Uchiha would provoke him, so I had to wait just a little. Almost as if I had signaled it, I could hear the stinging taunts of Itachi. With each remark, Naruto's defiance crumbled and his anger and darkness surfaced. The shuddering of a ninja before me and the kaleidoscopic range of expressions on his face caused something warm to light in my chest, something foreign and wrong. Sympathy, was it? No, impossible. Humans are all the same, heartless and destructive. You cannot feel pity for this naive child. Use your advantage and push Naruto. I pressed down the emotion without another thought and grinned as sadistic pleasure coiled through my body. All I needed was to work with Naruto's anger. "Hey, kid, are you just going to let that Uchiha mock you like that?" His words are the same as everyone else's who inflicted pain on you. Prove him wrong, Naruto. Prove to all the people that they are wrong. The emotion flooded and tempting, goading voice caught Naruto unawares. Sweet temptation wafted from Naruto, a need for vengeance and revenge. Hurt, anger, sorrow, malice, and fear shook violently together as if a martini. He looked down at his feet and the water in the flooded area. After a few seconds, Naruto looked back up with an expression I'd never had seen on him before, fury mixed with a need for guidance. "What should I do, Kurama?" Naruto asked innocently, though the dark intent in his voice was impossible to miss. My, my Karama, how smooth, I thought with a satisfied smile, having to stifle an evil cackle. Kit, channel all your hate, fury, and emotion through yourself, and let it control you in the fight. Mix the cold, calculated killer with your fury, and let me give you a flood of my chakra. Don't block it. But wouldn't that allow you to control me? Naruto asked with a skeptical look, freezing my heart, thinking he had just caught me. I couldn't breathe, yet wanted to curse away. I want to see it for myself and experience it, Kurama. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a point, he finished with a dark glare. His hands had tightened into fists and his eyes sharpened with rage, ready for a smackdown. The sheer determination in his words was palpable. All right, then, let my chakra flow with some of yours and limit it when necessary. You should be able to show them your power and prove them wrong. I had to admit that Naruto was a little too gullible for my taste, but at least it served my purposes well enough. We wouldn't be able to defeat the Uchiha, most probably, but at least we could press him hard. And Tsukiyomi shouldn't be much of a problem. If anything, it may allow Naruto's Sharingan the final push, I thought with utter pleasure. The day he awakened it, I'd be virtually impossible to stop, as long as my hypothesis about what I could do to the Mangekyo is correct. As Naruto nodded, I unleashed a flood of chakra through his chakra system, attaining a small amount of freedom that I hadn't had in a while. I accessed Naruto's vision, seeing the scene before me. I could feel more of the pain that Naruto felt, directing my chakra to fix the damage, and raised up another chakra cloak, this time adding additional power to it. Influencing Naruto's movements wasn't too hard, yet I couldn't fully control him. Yet, in a flash, I flipped Naruto to his feet with his back to Itachi. The urge to be dramatic and the importance of an intimidation factor wasn't lost on me. I spun to face Itachi and let fly a dangerous sneer. I was so absorbed in the visibly tired Uchiha, with a few injuries and the hate I felt for his kind, that I didn't notice what this dark version of Naruto said, only hearing Itachi's comment. I haven't even really tried. Time to take the gloves off, the tall, raven-haired Uchiha muttered with a certain satisfactory gleam in his Sharingan eyes, which I couldn't help but balk at. I remembered that same expression of that Uchiha responsible for my rampage. And even worse, he had the audacity to pretend that none of the injuries from the Rasengan showed. Well, Itachi, you have no idea what you are about to face, and you will taste my wrath, I thought with fury and malice, already picturing the spattered bits of gore across the Uchiha after I finished him. And I hear a hand across the training ground, a huge smear of blood in the middle, his intestines in a nearby tree. Realizing I'd started daydreaming, I brought myself to reality once more, seeing that Itachi had not moved, though Naruto was staring straight at his eyes. Dumbass, I thought, lowering Naruto's gaze and lunging at Itachi without warning, careful to leave all parts protected. The ground cracked as we pushed off toward the Uchiha. Though I calculated the speed of the jump to perfection, Itachi still seemed to dodge the spinning roundhouse kick to the temple, ducking under and to the right, completely avoiding the cloak, but being buffeted by the wind chakra. The impact crushed and cut through the ground, creating a deep hole. Nice job, Uchiha. I'm impressed by your martial prowess, but I suggest you check your surroundings more thoroughly. I remarked with a certain bloodthirst and dark amusement, activating a seal. A small explosion rocked the ground a few meters to my right where Itachi once stood. Or so I thought. I wheeled around to see the handiwork, but only faced a smattering of raven feathers and charred raven remains. His signature clone, well, too bad he has that many less of them. I grinned despite the failure. Good to know he was using clones. At least I knew what to expect. I made a cross sign triggering Naruto's favorite jutsu and fired it up. A giant pop of pressure and a huge white cloud appeared and dissipated, revealing the army before me. 300 shadow clones with Sharingan and my chakra cloak. And I hadn't even gotten started yet. Are you ready, Sensei? I growled with sarcasm. You said you'll take the gloves off, so show me what you're worth. I roared the last part to taunt Itachi and attempt to draw him out, especially with another S-rank ninja present. I barely heard the high-pitched scream of tens of shuriken as they cut through the air, their gray-black steel catching the light. I flipped backwards as did most of the clones, but some weren't so lucky. From what I could tell, the shadow clone shuriken jutsu had taken out a tenth of the clones, and the deep holes and scorch marks in the earth made it obvious with what type of chakra they had been attuned with. Oh well, too late to triangulate your position, Itachi, but along with the clones, I gathered my chakra and blew a huge fireball at the trees, smashing the trunks into splinters and incinerating them. The heat rose dramatically from the fire, causing sweat to stream down Naruto's face. Now, where is he hiding? Naruto murmured with a deep, perhaps cruel voice with which I wasn't used to. I could feel his heart rate begin to heighten and a cold sweat begin to break on his forehead as his anxiety or nervousness grew. He pulled out a chakra blade and absent-mindedly channeled wind and fire chakra in quick succession, putting almost zero effort into the exercise, and the blades in and of themselves were larger than I had thought Naruto could handle. A flash of movement to the left, and as something leapt out of the flames, a shadow flying at such a high speed that the Sharingan had issues tracking it. Tsukuyami! Itachi shouted, locking eyes with Naruto as his Mangekyo activated, plunging him into a Jinjutsu. Damn it! I shouted, realizing that Itachi may use this to first dispel the influence I had or defeat Naruto while I had it. The world became a dark red as Naruto was thrust in a deadly nightmarish landscape that seemed ethereal, having been caught as a negative film in a camera. The stone was frigid as Naruto looked to the side, seeing the two people I despised the most, Minato and Kushina, staring down at him. A deafening, blood-curdling roar blasted close by as Naruto looked at the giant nine-tailed fox in front of him, otherwise known as myself, rampaging close by. Naruto tried to move or shout out, but couldn't. All he could manage was a baby cry. He noticed it immediately and looked down at his hands, revealing what he had feared. He was his little baby. I began to remember that night, the feeling of half of me being trapped and sent to hell, while the other half remained here. Minato Namikaze, I admit that this has perhaps been the kindest human who has been my Jinchuriki, but couldn't you have chosen anyone else? I must agree with Kushina that you shouldn't have done this to him. It will destroy him. And for that, I cannot forgive you if I ever forgive humans at all. Suddenly, Kushina shot her adamantine sealing chains holding me, still as Minato prepared the most feared and forbidden jutsu, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. As he captured my half, firing up pain to my retreating form, Minato decided to use the last of his life to seal the other part of me. He placed a seal on Naruto's stomach, and instantly Naruto cried out in so great pain as he saw his mother and father collapse as they died. One from the Shinigami, the other from having me released forcefully. Pain racked through Naruto from heartbreak, and the pain as this half of me bonded with Naruto to create a chakra network. His vision swam in and out, and the excruciating pain was obvious, as even I felt it. It was as if every molecule in both our bodies were separating and fusing at the same time, while being flash frozen and superheated. This time, pure rage erupted within Naruto as the landscape flashed and cracked in his vision. Something vital to him had broken, and suddenly I wished I wasn't inside him as I felt a sudden difference in Naruto's right eye and chakra, as if one barrier of some sort had cracked. The chakra of his own that I had been leeching on erupted out like a dam. Itachi's knees buckled as his infamous Jinjutsu broke abruptly, making him fall on one knee and spit out a little blood, drained as blood came out of his eye. He suddenly seemed vulnerable and more than little frail and ill. He was going to lose control anyway, was my theory. His breathing was more than a little heavy and slightly troubled. How did you go through all that, Naruto, and still be standing? That was supposed to allow me to beat you. Itachi spat, panting in exhaustion. I realized that all the clones had disappeared, and he had probably made shadow clones to make sure to get a few others, as he wasn't entirely sure. His own Mangekyo had blood dribbling down it, and began to fade back to Sharingan and into his original eye. Not only that, but his arms seemed to be burned. Naruto, on the other hand, still had a bunch of his chakra at his disposal, having used quite a bit of mine, I noticed, for breaking the Jinjutsu. Smart move, Kit. I complimented the annoying, yet surprising blonde. Shut up, Kurama. Naruto's inner voice retorted back to his normal one and free of that darkness. This anger that he now had was righteous in quite a few ways, causing me to unavoidably shiver as he sounded so much like Minato and Kushina. Itachi, what the hell did you show me? Naruto shouted, pissed off at his sensei. I tried to look through his eyes, but I felt the huge toll the jutsu had on me as I realized I was more than half in control of Naruto. I needed to rest and calculated that Naruto would soon collapse, noticing that he had made his own chakra into cloak-like armor. The last thing to notice before drifting off was a Mangekyo in Naruto's right eye, purple-red with a silver-white design that looked like the Namikaze clan symbol. 3 curved spokes, each with a sideways tomo attached. Itachi's POV. I looked at Naruto with utter awe. He looked beaten and destroyed, but his eyes held LL the defiance in the world. Scratches, cuts, gashes, bruises, and blood crowned the genin, yet he still stood. I began to understand exactly what the other presence was, the Kyuubi who was giving most of his chakra to Naruto the entire fight, healing him, though it took a physical, emotional, and mental toll on him, the evidence in the scorch marks and unsteady footing. And like before, another chakra cloak surrounded him, but this time, well, it was his own in what looked like quite an effective shield. I wouldn't have problem piercing it as I still had chakra, but my sickness had come back to sucker punch me as I hadn't taken much medicine recently, and the Mangekyo had a nasty habit of bringing it out. Moreover, the power within Naruto was insane, though self-destructive. Yeah, Naruto, I am pretty sure you know what I was talking about. What you saw and experienced was an illusion that I was a powerful genjutsu that is entirely based on what you experienced as a baby. That was what happened in that fateful night in Konoha, and I am pretty sure the QB will tell you the same. Besides, I took a calculated risk that worked for two main purposes. First, defeat you by wearing you down mentally and physically through experiencing the truth. And second, to activate something that should give you an additional boost in combat, your Mangekyo Sharingan. You experienced so many bad things in the past that I felt you could probably awaken the Mangekyo from that after re-experiencing one of those memories. I apologize for the cruel method, though, and I have to compliment you on breaking the Tsukuyami. I explained, ragged with exhaustion as my heart's beat began to slow back down from the fast pumping. The soft dirt cushioned my legs and hands well from their exhaustion and drain, especially after another bout of sickness. It was about to fail, but still, Naruto, I doubt with your Mangekyo that you could be influenced by jutsu while knowing it. I lay my back against the lip of the crater, the earthy smell comforting my nerves, soft yet offering ideal support so that I could relax and regain strength. I began to question what I should do with the few remaining years of my life. Should I spend it with my love, Ayam, and marry her like the fourth and live as normal as a life while training or advising Naruto? Or should I try to find my brother? I don't know how much more my body can take, and without the proper cure, I may speed up the sickness and die. A noise snapped me out of the daydream as I stared at the blue sky peppered with soft white clouds. I blinked and looked back at Naruto, who had started collapsing to the ground. It couldn't have been more than a handful of seconds either. Though what worried me the most was that his eyes had began to roll up. Before I could do anything about the collapsing blonde shinobi, another figure with long, glistening blonde hair caught Naruto in her arms. Worry creased her smooth face and blared in her sky-blue eyes. I know I can count on you when it comes to Naruto. You aren't the only one who can determine crushes. And besides, I am quite sure Naruto likes you. So why don't you do something about it? I grinned to myself, already knowing the answer and enjoying mentally teasing the girl to relieve my tired head. As Ino lied Naruto gently on the ground and tied bandages and healing salves to his wounds, while using a couple healing jutsu on the worst ones, particularly the fractures, the deeper gashes, and micro tears in his ligaments. After she was sure that Naruto was all right, mainly by the content light snores of the boy, she gave a small smile of satisfaction before facing me with a completely changed expression. What was that, Chi-sensei? Or should I call you Itachi? Ino growled as flames licked her eyes. Fists clenched tight enough that knuckles popped while chakra began to gather around her fists clearly to pump up her impact strength by quite a bit, or maybe even use chakra scalpels on me. A little spark of fear that I hadn't felt before ignited in me at the threatening presence and killer intent Ino now radiated. Every alarm in my body blared danger, yet I made sure to seem unfazed. Look, Naruto tried to fight me and couldn't do it effectively despite me toning it down a few notches. I decided to up it a bit more, so he rose to the challenge. Eventually, he was using solely the chakra of another, more ancient being within him. It did do a number on me with a massive fireball attack, and when I noticed that, I decided to end it with my man Gekyo. I summarized for her in a nonchalant tone, knowing she had seen all of it. I knew that she didn't really do much because of the level of the battle, meaning I would need a trainer. Killer Bee may be able to train Naruto when I couldn't. The down look in her face made it all the more apparent, saddening me a little. Look, Ino, I will train you and teach you, all right? Just give me a half hour to rest, eat, and recover more chakra. I'm a little worn out, and also I'm a little sick, I said with a light, sympathetic tone. I couldn't forsake and forget about my other student. Ino gave a confident look, arms crossed sky blue, eyes now steel blue, indicating her determination. Perhaps her disappointment as well. Okay, Itachi, but can you teach me a couple combat jutsu? I need to be able to fight effectively, and honestly, taijutsu and medical jutsu isn't going to cut it. Ino reminded me matter-of-factly, though not in the annoying tone that I would have expected. She nodded when I gave her the directions to the large but well-concealed cave so that she could prepare properly. Turning around, she walked back to Naruto and picked him with the utmost care, probably using her chakra to enhance her strength, and began to carry him to the campsite. About a dozen steps into the process, Ino turned around with another look, this time more of a sweet one. Hey, Itachi Sensei, could you teach me the shadow clone jutsu? It may help speed up my training, Ino asked, batting her eyelashes, making me practically facepalm. She didn't need to do that for me to agree. She only made herself look like an airhead, which wasn't the case for the most part. Sure, Ino, I'll teach you the shadow clone technique, but only if you have enough chakra to make it worthwhile and helpful, as well as starting with summoning one perfectly and building your way up from there. If any of those aren't possible, I won't teach you the technique, I replied, setting down the restrictions in the most serious tone I could muster. Truth was, I already knew the answer, but I wanted her to worry about a little, because why should the rest of the world be in a good mood when I'm not? My arms and torso stung and ached as the fatigue and pain from the cuts, burns, bruises, mangekyo, and the use of copious amounts of chakra surfaced. I cursed silently that my adrenaline was already wearing off. Now I'd have to use more chakra to get rid of the discomfort and make sure I don't get infected. Next time I sparred with Naruto, I'd go full on offense and strike fast and hard. Itachi, quite the pair of students you got there, don't you? Killer Bee commented a couple minutes after Ino had left the clearing. The voice of the tall Hulk still got some getting used to, since the baritone tenor voice didn't match with the expected gravelly, low, husky voice of someone with a lot of brawn. As testament to that fact, Bee's boots crackled against the ground as he stepped through the rubble of shining glass, earth, rock, and sand from the battle between me and Naruto. The potholes, scorch marks, gashes, and bareness to the clearing made it look like a war zone. You've got Naruto, who's the only Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails that has a Sharingan, a Mangekyo, I might add. Then you've got Ino, who's quite the sensor, medic, and controller Kunoichi, who can back up you and Naruto in a fight by finding hidden enemies, healing, tracking, immobilizing, and distracting via using an enemy's teammate against him. And from what I can tell, she learns fast. Killer Bee lectured with a "you're so lucky" look. Clearly his team didn't impress him much. Well, Bee, I sighed. You can help me with Naruto if you want. Teach how to control the QB and all that to maximize his chakra. Plus, we don't need Naruto to snap and go on a rampage in tail beast mode. The cool, Setback, carefree tone to my voice clearly put an edge on B as he shivered from the less than sane tone of a psychopath. And from experience, they usually wrought bad news, Orochimaru being the best example. I looked through the sunglasses into his eyes to make sure to know how B really felt. After all, if he didn't want to train Naruto, he could be careless or even make him be weaker considering they were from different non-allied villages. All right, B, you pass. I exhaled after seeing no hint of malice in the Jonin. Nonetheless, even if he was repaying me a favor, I decided to watch the man. Sometimes your friends can become your worst enemies, and I had no shortage of those. Fully recovered and ready to begin training Ino, I stood up and stretched my body to release the stiffness and tension. I made my way out of the clearing towards the hidden cavern. The leaves whistled as a breeze rustled the trees, a calming sound like the peaceful surf as it breaks on the beach. Fresh air mixed with sweet pollen from blossoming flowers and the sharp alpine scent of coniferous trees as I bounded from tree limb to tree limb. The gray peak of the large, rocky hill peaked just above the canopy, a beacon guiding people home, approaching rapidly. After about 2 minutes of the brisk pace, I caught sight of the small clearing and the small river that wound through it. Waterfront property, I joked with a small smile, aware that the mouth of the cave was just 3 meters above the water and 20 times that far. Beautiful peach trees, cherry trees, oaks, and a few pines ringed the clearing, while smaller ones providing shade and fruit. In addition, raspberry, blueberry bushes, and thorn bushes ringed the hill, though they avoided the mouth of the cave and grew in random patches in the clearing. Wild and domestic flowers and rich marsh grasses grew from the banks of the river to the house carved into the very rock of the hill mountain, giving an illusion of beauty, peace, and happiness. Sweet, wild, fresh aromas of the pollinating wildflowers, fruit trees, and berry bushes. Busy buzzing and fluttering of hard-working bees and butterflies as they sucked nectar and pollinated the plants. Birds chirped melodies through the trees, caught by the beauty of the small patch of undisturbed paradise. While a small herd of does and baby deer roamed and grazed on the grasses lower down the riverbank. Fish hopped out of the water as a small school of coho salmon came up the river. I gave a sad smile as I saw these happy families, untainted and unbroken by the outside world. At least they had not gone through what I had as I longed for my family once more, but it would never be. Though Sasuke was family, I doubted that he would accept me any more after not revealing myself to him. In fact, it may only spur him towards the darker path and cause him to destroy places like this. So the only family I truly had was myself, Itachi, and maybe Naruto. I smiled at the memory of hearing Kushina and Mom saying that they would give birth a week later and that Mom would be Naruto's godmother. Poor Naruto. Things would have been much more different if anyone allowed you to be adopted, and if Kushina had time to finalize it. I thought sadly. I couldn't stand the way my younger brother in spirit was treated as a demon. I made sure to protect him the few times I could and did things for him from buying presents to giving him treats. A warm tear fell as I remembered getting Naruto his first ice cream and playing ninja with him on the playground. I'm not sure if he remembered me from that time, but it made me happy that I was able to help someone. "Hey, Itachi-sensei," a loud, girly voice shouted full of energy. I couldn't help but crack a small grin when I say the blonde, waving her arms a couple meters from the mouth of the cave. Rather than revealing all the skin that she usually did, Ino added thin mesh armor on her arms and legs. Still, though, it hugged her body and curved a little too tightly for my taste, and the mesh leggings didn't exactly help either, not with that provocative pose she was in. If anything, it only made her more attractive. GH. You can't think like that, Itachi. First, you're going to propose to I am, and second, Ino is like 5 years younger than you. I thought, almost going for my kunai to gouge out my eyes. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, massaging them to prevent from getting a migraine. All right, Ino, I'm ready to train you, I said with confidence after leaping clear across the river and landing on the other side. She just looked at me in utter shock. The river itself was about 15 meters wide, and I had just cleared it from a standstill without using much chakra. Her eyes begged the question how. I only responded with a flashy, charming smile, knowing the effect it would have on Ino. It was clear she liked or admired me, but she would need to get over it. So by doing this, it will help her concentration and willpower. Okay, in order to do the shadow clone technique, I want you to go into my mind and watch what I do. Do not try to take control of me. Just observe. I order with a warm tone, making the necessary seal. Ino nodded, not questioning me, and used her oldest trick, which made her consciousness travel in me. Okay, I'm here, she said from inside my head, not taking control of me. As she realized the chakra I had at my disposal, her jaw dropped. How are you able to use more jutsus than Kakashi can when you only have as much as he does? She asked incredulously. My inner self could see the stars in her eyes, automatically aggravated by this. Two reasons. Very close to perfect chakra control and slightly more powerful chakra. This allows my jutsus to be more powerful and use up a lot less chakra. I replied as if I hadn't noticed the admiration and infatuation in her voice. Watch closely as I do the jutsu. Ino, go it. When she agreed, I molded a small chunk of chakra and split it into 3 different sizes before copying my image into them and expelling them. In a cloud of smoke, 3 clones appeared in a triangle formation with me in the center. You got that, Ino? I asked. Yes, I think I know what to do. The only problem will be replicating it, I think, Ino said with a saddish tone, which made part of me want to comfort her and another pissed off that she was trying to manipulate me. Kami. Now I understand why Sasuke didn't like Sakura or Ino. She quickly left my body and returned to hers, getting up ever so slowly to the blood from rushing to her head. The Genin dusted herself off and readied herself, taking a deep, determined breath that countered my suspicions from before. Shadow clone technique, she exclaimed as I viewed the chakra that she churned and split with quite the control. However, the amount of chakra that she pumped into the technique wouldn't suffice. The one clone that Ino summoned appeared to be the same, but almost as soon as it landed after dodging a kunai, it dispelled. Ino, this technique requires a lot more chakra than what you applied. Unlike normal clones, these are solid and take a certain amount of chakra to remain in a solid state and be robust, I lectured. Any additional chakra will be stored in the clone for its use. Also, once dispelled, its memories. The completely surprised expression on Ino meant that I clearly had not given enough information beforehand. Go figure. I have one who will screw up given information and another who will screw up if not given enough. Fate, if you would kindly appear before me right now, I prayed, mustering all the innocence I could. When nothing happened, my hopes felt dashed. If only you would appear so I could repay you by gouging out your eyes and turning you into a kunai pin cushion, I thought as rage erupted. Without my telling to do so, Ino attempted it again. Faster than before, she made the hand seal, channeled a large chunk of chakra, and morphed it into the clone about as fast as Naruto. A large smoke cloud billowed around her, causing her to start coughing a little. As the smoke cleared, it revealed to perfect copies of Ino with a decent amount of chakra in the clone. Doing the math concerning the levels of chakra she had, I postulated that her efficiency limit with clones was 5. Good enough for now, but as she progressed in control and chakra levels, growing as she matured, Ino would increase that efficiency limit. Of course, her maximum was probably around a couple dozen. Well, what do you know? I said with a sly smile. You can make a shadow clone. Now, what I want you to do is create 8 more shadow clones. I'm going to speed your training by 10 times. After that, we'll see about your reward is for completing everything quickly, I said. I was going to leave it to Ino to learn fast. I knew already that it took Naruto longer than most to do certain skills because of memorizing hand seals and the control and such, but for Ino it should be much quicker. So, for each Ino in terms of learning speed, it was worth about 6 Narutos. If I trained her for a week like I did with Naruto, she wouldn't be too far behind. Ino looked into my eyes expectantly, and I motioned for her to go ahead, calm and expecting her to take it 2 at the time. Shadow clone technique, Ino exclaimed, dividing a much larger chunk of chakra and sculpting it through the seal. Almost immediately, a larger cloud popped and dissipated, the sight knocking me off my feet. 12 other clones of Ino appeared around her, and she wasn't even tired. What do you think, Itachi-sensei? Ino asked, knowing she had disobeyed me and was provoking me. Ino, perhaps you should explain to me why you disobeyed my instruction. I bit back in worry. You know, if you overuse this technique, you can die from chakra exhaustion. Which brings me to this point. How much chakra do you really have, and why did you hold back as a student and a genin? The glowering look I gave Ino didn't do much except cause them to stick their tongues out at me and taunted me. I swear, Ino, with this attitude, 2 things will happen. You will never become a shinobi, and I will not train you. Those words caught whatever ammunition Ino was about to launch at me, because almost immediately Ino collapsed on her knees with a wounded, sad, and vulnerable expression on her face. Clearly, she was having some internal conflict within her, one with a drive to get stronger while the other preferred to be a pretty girl. It filled me with a pity I reserved for few. Hey, Ino, I'm sorry I snapped at you like that. I apologized, squatting next to her and looking in her eyes. I don't want to hurt you or your feelings. All I'm trying to do is help make you reach your maximum potential in as quick a time as possible. I can't do that if you don't trust me or remain closed about your capabilities. I know, Itachi, I'm sorry. It's just that I feel like I'm being ripped apart. Ino mumbled, a couple tears escaping from her eyes, which she brushed away on her forearm. I want to become strong and show my true self, yet another part of me wants to be a kunoichi only to impress others and get the attention of other guys. And besides, most of the time guys don't like it when girls are better than them. Ino continued the sadness in her voice not diminishing as more tears streaked down her face. She's probably been dealing with this for a while now. I sat down next to her and put a comforting, sibling-esque hug. Hey, now it's okay. You're going to be all right. I whispered in her ear with the warmth of an older brother. Yeah, looks like you're playing that with two people now. Way to overextend, Itachi. I thought back. For some reason, I couldn't stop myself from acting the part of the big brother. I kept comforting her, rocking her a little to calm her like I am used to do for me when I got scared. Let me give you some advice like a brother. I began as the blonde girl calmed down in my embrace. Don't worry about trying to be pretty. You are beautiful already, and chasing boys around or whatnot. Be the best that your potential allows and grab life as you go through it. As you do this, everything will fall into place. And the guys who are worth it don't dismiss or dislike girls who rival their abilities. If anything, it entices them. I said the last part more as a conspiratorial secret between siblings that made Ino giggle despite herself. Thank you, Itachi sensei, for that, Ino said with a big smile, the sadness and hurt disappearing from her eyes. I promise that I won't hide what I am capable of. In fact, I want to show you something. The remaining clone walked next to her as Ino started channeling chakra into her palm and causing it to spin a little. You better get ready, Itachi, Ino said with a fiery smile as her chakra began to appear while the clone began to help. Was she about to do that jutsu? I thought, incredulous, eyebrows shooting up in surprise and shock. Impossible. Chapter 7. Hey, now it's okay. You're going to be all right. I whispered in her ear with the warmth of an older brother. Yeah, looks like you're playing that with two people now. Way to overextend, Itachi. I thought back. For some reason, I couldn't stop myself from acting the part of the big brother. I kept comforting her, rocking her a little to calm her like I am used to do for me when I got scared. Let me give you some advice like a brother. I began as the blonde girl calmed down in my embrace. Don't worry about trying to be pretty. You are beautiful already, and chasing boys around or whatnot. Be the best that your potential allows and grab life as you go through it. As you do this, everything will fall into place. And the guys who are worth it don't dismiss or dislike girls who rival their abilities. If anything, it entices them. I said the last part more as a conspiratorial secret between siblings that made Ino giggle despite herself. Thank you, Itachi sensei, for that, Ino said with a big smile, the sadness and hurt disappearing from her eyes. I promise that I won't hide what I am capable of. In fact, I want to show you something. The remaining clone walked next to her as Ino started channeling chakra into her palm and causing it to spin a little. You better get ready, Itachi, Ino said with a fiery smile as her chakra began to appear while the clone began to help. Was she about to do that jutsu? I thought, incredulous, eyebrows shooting up in surprise and shock. Impossible. Deep thrumming rose as the chakra concentrated and altered, its intensity still frightening. Ino couldn't possibly be making the Rasengan, could she? I thought, still disbelieving what I was seeing. The clone quickly started to form the sphere chakra similar to the way Naruto learned how to do it, drawing the final straw as her hair swirled from the force of the swirling chakra sphere. Ino, how did you learn the Rasengan? I asked, just remembering how to speak, the words coming out without any flow. Gotcha, The blonde's voice whispered in my ear as a molten hot sharp pain flared between my shoulders. Limbs spasmed and gave out, the ground rising to meet my face, all the while cursing from the pain and temporary paralysis from the neck down. The grass softened the blow, but I still grunted as my jaw hit the ground first and shot sparks in my vision. Nice. I groaned to Eno, seeing her shadow. I hate you for that, but nice. Still trying to figure out how she pulled it off. I relied on Bullfing to pretend I knew how she did it by donning a cool cloak. The thing was, though, I couldn't figure out how Eno got behind me given the amount of time. And why isn't she using the Rasengan either? What the hell are you? The answer hit like a freight train. You sneaky asshole. I whispered to myself in shock at her Jinjutsu abilities and her control over them. Eno, since when could you do a rank B Jinjutsu like that? I asked with a groan, still suffering the effects of her sneak attack. And what did you hit me with? I used chakra scalpels coupled with boosted strength, similar to what Tsunade taught Sakura. Eno replied with confidence, a smile clearly on her face, though I could only see the river and the sky. I could feel the pressure of her hands tightening around my shoulders, though I could not feel the fabric of my jacket or t-shirt. Sorry about that. I just wanted you to tell me whether this combination was any good at all, she said guiltily before she began channeling chakra, cutting the pain of the muscle spasms and reintroducing my shoulders, arms, back, chest, and legs respectively to the world. Well, Eno, I think that Jinjutsu is extremely effective as long as the enemy is unaware of you're using a Jinjutsu, because there would be no suspicion otherwise. I gave her an approving smile as I stood up, shaking off the last effects of the chakra scalpels. Ugh. I hated those things for their knack of immobilizing enemies and leaving them defenseless. I remembered the last time I had fought against a medic Neen using them, remembering the searing pain and lengths I had to go to defeat him. I shivered and felt a slight suction of blood from my face. Are you all right, Itachi-sensei? Eno asked, brows creased in worry, blonde hair and complexion still perfect, probably still thinking that the effects of the scalpels hadn't fully worn off. I'm all right, Eno. Let's just get back to training, all right? I asked, wanting to teach her a couple of jutsus while she used the shadow clones. I dug through my pockets, searching for the smooth post-it-sized slips of square slips of paper. Though only brushing the cold, sharp edges of shuriken and caltrips or smooth rounded pills of all sorts. Note to self, remember to organize before training students so you don't look like an idiot. After a minute of futile searching, I gave Eno a hopeful look and asked, red-faced, do you know your elemental affinities, Eno? Yeah, water and earth, why do you ask? Eno replied, arching her right eyebrow. Well, I want to teach you a couple combat techniques and to teach you to channel your chakra into a weapon or limb, I replied, stifling the sigh of relief since I didn't need to teach her what I taught Naruto. Really, Itachi? Asuma already taught me, Shikamaru, and Choji to channel our chakra natures. I never got to learn any jutsu, though. Eno responded with stars in her eyes, excitement surrounding her in a tight cocoon. Eno proceeded to pull out a kunai and channel some chakra into it, its blade visibly sharpening and getting tougher as she channeled her earth chakra through it without any difficulty. Nice job, Eno, but I can't really work with you on an earth jutsu, since I don't have any earth affinity. I can only teach you water jutsu, which can be extremely useful, especially when there is water around you. That way, you don't need to create water with your chakra, thus you can save energy. But anyways, Ino, summon 2 dozen your shadow clones. You should be able to master this jutsu in 4 hours, I said with a confident grin and looking Ino in the eyes so she knew I was telling the truth. She gave a quick smile back before channeling and dividing her chakra. A smaller puff of smoke appeared as exactly 25 Inos stood before me. All right, bring it, the kunoichi said, a challenge all too apparent in her voice, especially when she cracked her knuckles for effect. Gone was the vulnerable girl, replaced by a doubly determined and effective genin. I proceeded to tell her to copy what I did after going to my mind as she had done beforehand, seeing that possessing someone worked kind of like the Sharingan, as it allowed you to copy a move based on seeing and understanding what a ninja was doing. Before realizing it, I had cleared an area on the riverbank for training and stood still on the water despite the mild rapids. Go into my mind and watch closely, all right? I don't want to waste chakra. I instructed without emotion, eager to get started. The blonde followed my directions as I felt our consciences fall in sync. Quickly, I made the tiger hand seal and churned a large amount of chakra before injecting the water nature transformation. Water release, gunshot, I shouted as I released the highly pressurized ball of water, creating a bang as the pressure released and the water slammed into a boulder I had prepared to showcase the strength of the jutsu. Another loud crack as the water blasted the boulder apart due to the pressure and speed, sending bits of rock flying everywhere. I grinned at my own ability to mediate the amount of chakra necessary to accomplish something. That was awesome. Ino's conscience shouted with glee. I can't wait to wuss it. Though I love the enthusiasm, the boisterous and loud nature of her comment caused me to lose my concentration so that I plunged into the water as I took in a breath. I sputtered and coughed as I surfaced immediately, giving Ino a stink eye as she had returned to her body before I plunged inside the river. Only a minimal amount of water entered my lungs, but it was enough to cause a coughing fit. Ino had a sheepish look on her face, regret and apology apparent in her sky blue eyes. I just gave her a slight death glare, ignoring the crushing pain on my lungs as water filled them just moments ago. Start practicing the jutsu. I'll watch you from here. I sighed to release the pent-up frustration I felt and began to tread water slowly, glad that the cool water washed away the dirt and sweat I had accumulated from the fight with Naruto and my usual morning fitness routine of 3 sets of 100 push-ups, crunches, squats, and chin-ups, all with 100-pound training weights. Finally, I could relax, cool off, and I wouldn't need to bathe or do the laundry. Ino and her clones channeled and churned chakra and activated the tiger seal. They exhaled, but instead of a pressurized bolt of water, only a mist came out from the 25 Inos facing me. A flare of annoyance and frustration immediately permeated in the air. What the? Don't let your frustration get to you, Ino, I interjected, stopping her sharp complaint in its tracks. You won't accomplish anything with your anger, so calm down and try again. Be peaceful, but at the same time, let everything like a river of water, as it is all about a fluidity. Whatever, Ino mumbled, just loud enough for me to hear. I just rolled my eyes and floated on my back, staring at the puffy clouds as they floated slowly across the bright blue sky. What are you doing, Itachi sensei? Ino shouted, annoyance tainting her voice, no doubt at my floating in the water. Continue, Ino, I retorted sternly, giving her a glare that stopped her complaining once more. I am watching you. I'll fix you whenever I deem it necessary, but keep practicing the jutsu. Just remember to cycle your clones every few minutes. And take solider pills when you run low on chakra. The tone free of emotion, Ino decided to follow the instructions. 3 hours later, Ino panted, bent over, and held herself up by placing his hands on his knees as she dispelled the shadow clones around her to gain the last part of the jutsu. After the hundreds of uses and a few soldier pills, the weariness and fatigue of the kunoichi became all too apparent from the dark sweat stains on her shirt and plastering her hair to her face. Hey, Ino, I said, try it just one more time. I think you have it. After that, feel free to join me. I gave her a large smile to fill her with confidence. I don't think I can, Itachi sensei. Ino puffed as she caught her breath in a pained expression. I immediately felt bad for the blonde as I tread water harder to keep my waterlogged black pants and tank top to keep my shoulders above water. Come on, Ino, you can. I believe in you. And look at how fast you improved. So don't be frustrated with yourself. You got this. I am soothed, goading Ino to persevere. She had come here after I sent a shadow clone to the hospital to tell her where I was. I felt quite bad at just disappearing all over again. She gave Ino a bright smile as well, sitting on a rock that protruded into the river and caused her skin to glow with the evening sun. Ino, giving a small smile to Iam with a thankful look on her face, made the tiger seal and churned chakra before exclaiming, water release, gunshot. A bolt of high-pressurized bolt of water shot out of her mouth, creating a sonic boom as it broke the sound barrier and collided with a tree, exploding and crushing the tree and causing a loud crack as the tree's trunk splintered and buckled under the force of impact and explosion. Cammy, I mumbled in awe, eyes wide at the spin and chakra she put into the meter-wide bolt of water. The fact that a genin could master it in a few hours using the shadow clone technique still surprised me despite what Naruto had done before with the different fire jutsu, wind jutsu, and sealing jutsu I had taught him. The only thing I could think of doing was clapping to show that her skill impressed me. Ino, great job. I am complimented, recovering from her slack-jawed expression. I haven't seen that skill before Naruto, Itachi, and the fourth Hokage. I am continued with sincerity, coating her words with admiration. Ino thanked Iam and gave a tired smile as the fatigue returned. Almost immediately remembering my offer, she pulled off the sleeved armored vest to reveal her tank top and stripped off her slightly heeled combat boots and let her feet walk across the soft sandy bank. The blonde ran and jumped up and ahead, straightening her body and stretching her arms past her head. She barely made a splash as she dived straight into the river a few yards away and quickly surfaced. I gave Iam a mischievous look and a sly smile, looking in her cinnamon eye and marveling how such a beautiful, kind, and smart girl ever became my girlfriend, noticing the amber tan of her skin and her shining hair. Without a second thought, I splashed her with a big wave of water to catch her off guard. She let out a yelp as she lost her balance and fell weightless from her perch on the rock a few feet above the water, right into my arms, bridal style. I am blushed a little at the loving smile I gave her and the few inches that separated our faces. Not able to resist, I pecked her mouth and let go gently, so she floated on the water, flipping so that her legs faced the bottom. She gave me a look that I wasn't accustomed to. Her head dived below the surface of the refreshing blue water of the river, out of my sight. I couldn't even feel her wake as she swam through the water. A slight sound of something breaking the surface before the loud splash as a wave of water took me by surprise from behind, arcing so that some even splashed on my face. "Hey!" I half shouted and half laughed with jovial surprise. I launched myself forward towards Ino, slamming the water with my feet, sending it in her face. "How dare you, Itachi?" I am asked with mock outrage. She could barely contain her melodic, sweet laughter that made me turn around to face the beautiful brunette in her blue tank top and shorts. She splashed my face 3 times in quick succession so that I had screwed my eyes shut and spit out water as I swallowed some wallowing. "What's on?" I said with a big grin, motioning for Ino to join if she wanted. I dove underwater, seeing Iam's long legs tread water. Angling myself just right, I gave a quick kick upwards and glided straight up and grabbed Iam's legs, pulling her down with me. I could hear the yelps since she wasn't expecting it as I surfaced. Iam popped up a meter away from me, spitting out a little water before chuckling. A jet of cold water hit me in the back of the neck, stinging and surprising me with the sudden shift in temperature. I spun around and saw Ino flipping the same series of signs before hitting me again with an extremely toned-down version of the water bullet jutsu, hitting me in the head with another stream of stinging cold water. My hair fell in front of my face, so she couldn't see the death glare I gave her. Before the blonde could react, I opened a seal that I made as a kid, summoning a big water gun and sprayed the blonde genin with a jet of water, soaking her completely. Ino quickly ducked underwater, allowing me to hit Iam with another jet of water, soaking her as well. "Hey, no fair," Iam said, laughing at the fun we were having. "Naruto, come on and get over here. You'd have so much fun," I thought, willing the boy to wake up so he could join in. As if I had summoned him, a flash of orange and black smashed into the water, creating a large splash that hit me, Iam, and Ino full force in the face. All 3 of us sputtered as the blonde boy flashed a crafty grin. "Hey, Naruto, I thought you'd never join us," I said with a glad smile. "Ha, ha," he chuckled. "And miss this, Itachi? Not in my life." He laughed and splashed me in the face with another wave of water. I tossed the big orange water gun to him, which he rewarded with a foxy grin. He knew that he wouldn't be able to do what Ino and I can because of the heavier chakra cost and difficulty with controlling the stream's power. Giving me a thumbs up, he aimed and fired at Ino, though the platinum blonde easily dodged the stream by ducking underwater. Thinking it unfair, I activated another seal for a similar water gun and handed it to Iam, who gave me a smile as she tread water and filled the water gun. I turned around to find Naruto and Ino as I couldn't find them, scanning the water to determine whether or not a shadow was the silhouette of one of the 2 blondes. when a stream of cool water blasted my cheek and stung my eye. I almost leaped out of the water as a sense of nervousness and anxiety had captured me for no reason. I spun around and saw Iam with a sly grin on her face that, though drenched in water, held all her beauty. Hey, no fair. I complained with a teasing whine. I thought we would be on the same team. She just smirked and cocked an eyebrow, letting down her guard for a second, which was all I needed. Jumping out of the water, shouted, "Water release. Water bullet," spraying a continuous stream of cold water chakra with minimal pressure, instead choosing to keep a quite long burst of it. The stream of water hit Iam's head, causing her to yelp in surprise at the cold, relentless water, forcing her to put her arms over her head so that her eyes would not sting. Landing back into water, I emptied the blast in another 10 seconds, kicking closer to the brunette before I ran out of water. As soon as the water stopped, she shook her soaked hair, stunning me on the spot, especially with the late afternoon evening sun acting as a radiant halo above her head. I couldn't help but stare at her gorgeous locks, soft skin, and perfect body in that breathless moment. Hey, Itachi con veggie stillinge, I am asked, her words dripping with mischief, though her face contrasted those words with angelic innocence. A giggle escaped as I blushed beet red. Oh, I stammered and showed a sheepish smile. I was only admiring you, I am Chan. I am looked at me, caught completely off guard by the comment, as something struck her, immediately causing an inaudible wince to escape my mouth. What is it, I am? Hmm? Oh, nothing. Really, it just reminded me of the first day at the fair when you confessed that you loved me and where you asked me to be your girlfriend. I am said, emerging from her thoughts with a nostalgic smile plastered to her face. Uh, I remember it was on that Ferris wheel that got stuck, and the moon was shining on you just like the sun was. And it makes you surpass all the goddesses in beauty. I blurted out without thinking, using a voice that reminded me of the innocence and shyness I possessed when I first noticed and dated Iam. I put my hand over my mouth to keep myself from reminiscing on the past, since nothing good could currently come from it. I'd have made her only sadder. Instead, I wrapped my arms around Iam's body, warm and comforting like a blanket to a kid. I love you. I am Heim, I whispered, a shiver traveling down her spine as warm breath tickled her right ear. I gave her a kiss on the cheek, a hot sensation as her blood flowed up to meet the kiss. I love you too, Itachi, the brunette whispered sweetly, cinnamon eyes locking with my own, and almost as if she could read every memory and intention. She stifled a gasp of surprise, sadness, and happiness all at once as she brought her hand to cover her mouth. Itachi, whatever happened, promise me you won't leave and do whatever it is. I remember seeing that look in the fourth's eyes tea that night when I was running away. I tensed, realizing she knew what I wanted to do, freezing me in panic and guilt, knowing very well I may not return from it. Seeing the hesitant, vulnerable look, I am pressed on. At least go to Tsunade-sama. The Hokage could help you. It, I just don't leave me here. And bring Naruto along. It's not that I don't think you can, it's what he can prevent and what he needs. You're the only real role model he's had so far. The whispered plea and prayer caught me off guard, more than a slap to the face. She knew exactly what I was capable of becoming, as if she saw the blood-soaked hands I had with Akatsuki, the endless obsession with staving off the disease, the vengeance and redemption I sought, the love I felt towards others, even the aura of sorrow around me. And yet, she wasn't revolted by it all. I am only had concern where I thought she'd have fear and disgust, tearing away whatever darkness I had and purifying my thoughts with the only true remedy around. I promise I won't leave you now. I'll finish Blondie's training and I'll see Tsunade-sama. And don't worry, when I go, I have every intention on coming back. I whispered the promise while I nodded with a new resolve. Before I could continue, a barrage of water collided. Small waves and streams combined for maximum soakage. I duved underwater to orient myself, eyes blinded temporarily from all the moving water and unable to take a breath without choking. Two pairs of legs, both slightly tan, treaded water, not 2 yards on either side, one with more defined muscles, the other lithe. I grinned, eager to get revenge. I've got you now, Naruto, I thought with an evil smirk and a kick to propel myself behind him. A loud splash as water sprayed Naruto from behind as I broke the surface and proceeded to blast him from up in the air. The orange water gun fell from the genin's hands as the jet of frigid water assaulted him without warning, releasing a scream that would have been good blackmail material. I steadied myself just in time for Naruto to turn around with a surprised, annoyed, and jovial face. Ha, ha. You shouldn't have let down your guard, Itachi, Foxboy chuckled. It was too tempting an offer. A smirk crawled up his face as if he hadn't just gotten drenched and hadn't screamed like a 6-year-old girl. Look who's talking, Blondie. I retorted in as smug a way I could muster. You are the one who didn't expect a surprise attack and didn't follow up. Besides, your crush, or should I say Ino-chan, over there needs your help. I pointed over at Ino, who was getting sprayed by Iam, frantically trying to do the hand seals and block the oncoming onslaught of water. Hey, Sensei, it's nothing like that. I don't have a crush on Ino like that, or anything. We're just friends, that's all, Naruto retorted, defensively waving his hands as red crawled up his cheeks, guilt and embarrassment painfully obvious. Note to self, Naruto is a horrible liar when it matters. I can see why you like her. She is good-looking, determined, funny, interesting, and full of potential. You two are obviously made for each other. In fact, I should go tell her. I tease Naruto while I stoke my chin as if in deep thought. A dark, savage, and desperate killer intent fumed built up from the kid with every word I added. As I saw Ino and Iam slowed down, tired and laughing, a mischievous thought conjured itself and surfaced with a dark pleasure. I gave a dark, humorous sneer at Naruto, phasing him for the vital second I needed. I yelled out to the two girls, "Hey, Ino, Naruto wanted to share something with you. He loves Y dash." Before I could finish, Naruto cut off the last words with a tackle, growling with pure rage and fury. I could only laugh at the assaulter who was trying, unsuccessfully, to drown me with a vengeance. A string of profanity and threats followed Naruto as I escaped his grasp and he pursued after me. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught glimpses of a blushing Yamanaka, whose cheeks reddened more than the roses in her family's flower shop, wearing a cocktail of hope, embarrassment, shock, along with more complicated ones. Iam sent me a confused look that said, "What are playing at?" Which I answered with a grin. After an hour of swimming and splashing around, we finally climbed out of the river onto the riverbank as the sun began to set while we dried off. I ran into the cave to prepare a fire and change, passing the hearth beds, tables, fixtures, and skylights that I either bought or carved into the stone. In truth, the inside of the cave reminded me more of a mansion than a secret underground lair, especially with the wooden doors, wallpaper, kitchen, and a few good paintings. After all, I'd lived in and out of here for a total of 3 years. Once I donned the same outfit, plus raven-adorned cloak and hair pulled into a ponytail, I rummaged through the chest that I salvaged before leaving. A gift that I had planned on giving to Iam. A white and crimson silk kimono embroidered with gems and real gold and silver thread in the shape of ravens, doves, and roses. It was one of the few family heirlooms I salvaged from the massacre, besides the pristine yet century-old tanto, sword, and armor of my great-great-grandfather's brother. One of the only Uchiha to marry a Senju and a hero and martyr to those who wanted peace, though both clans refused to speak his name. I snapped out of it and decided tonight was not the night to give her the heirloom. It was still too early. I needed more time to think before I steered the relationship off a cliff. I left it in the drawer and went back outside, seeing that everyone had already dressed and had begun to converse, though Ino and Naruto blushed every time their eyes met, which drew a warm smile from Iam, if not a couple giggles. Smiling, I decided to make something special from what I had caught and foraged from early in the morning, since fresh food tasted the best. I prepared a pan-seared salmon teriyaki dish that I learned to make a year back, that learned from a family that helped hide me and let me recover from nearly dying at the hands of the organization I betrayed. Roars of hungry stomachs came in from the cave entrance as the delicious aroma found its way, making me chuckle since they didn't expect this at all. With 4 bowls heaped with rice and salmon, I made my way to my 2 ravenous students and to the love of my life. We devoured our food life wolves, stopping only to speak and breathe, which caused some laughs to go around, especially when it came to my savage eating habits that suggested I had been roughing it for years. The stories and dinner must have lasted hours because Naruto and Ino had fallen asleep entwined with one another, curled up by the warm, crackling fire. Their faces looked so innocent in the warm light that I couldn't help but smile and feel at home, as if I had gained a new family somehow, something that I had never thought possible in the slightest. "Look at them," Itachi-kun, Iam whispered, eyelids heavy and head resting on my shoulder. "They look so happy, just like we were at their age." I could only nod in response to her comment, feeling a mix of happiness and sadness once more. I really needed to change my mindset of the past because it's not like I lost Iam. I have her with me now, and she did wait for me, still mourning and all. She whispered in "I love you" as she drifted off to sleep on my shoulder, which I only knew because of her deep and steady breathing. Sighing, I picked up Iam very gently and brought her to my room, tucking her in the warm white bed. I was going to sleep by the entrance of my sleeping bag. Realizing that I didn't have enough room for the pair of genin students who lay fast asleep, I put a blanket over them and a pillow under each of their heads before I went to sleep myself. Before closing my eyes, I remembered Iam's words and agreed with her immediately as I drifted off. 3 long months of training went by, following the same daily routine of warm-ups, fitness, taijutsu training, and Kenjutsu training with Naruto, Ino, and I am before following up with Fuinjutsu, Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, and Sharingan training with Naruto, and Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, Medical Jutsu, and Sensor Jutsu with Ino. The two Genin students made faster progress than I thought possible in every way imaginable. Not only did they grow closer together, as a team and otherwise, but they also mastered several jutsu with speed I never thought imaginable, especially in Ino's case, who reached high Chunin/low Jonin rank from mid-Genin. Naruto, from a high C rank ninja, easily reached low A, high B rank with the help of the Sharingan and the massive amounts of chakra, mastering multiple Fuinjutsus easily, and backing his Rasengan with a big arsenal of all levels of fire and wind ninjutsu. Though, was the best surprise. Her talent with knives and natural dexterity made her quite formidable with kunai, the tanto, and the katana. However, with each passing day, I grew increasingly tired and fatigued, coughing up blood sometimes during the night and breaking random fevers. I couldn't shake the feeling that if I didn't go to Tsunade, I was going to die in a couple years. Anxiety also gripped me when I thought of the power that Sasuke must have amassed from Orochimaru and wondered when Naruto would be ready to face Akatsuki. His eye proved to be extremely powerful, almost reaching the power and predictive ability of two Sharingan, while the new purple vermilion color remained permanent whenever the Sharingan was active. He wasn't able to use any Mangekyo powers yet, and I wasn't about to unlock them for him since he still had so much to live for. I could trade an eye for his, though, amping both mine and his more than normally. Yet something held me back until I knew exactly how his Sharingan came about, considering that I had trashed the idea that Sasuke gave him one. More importantly, I hadn't trained Naruto in the creation of a new Rasengan. It would be his only conceivable way to get to the top quickly enough and be able to catch Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Akatsuki off guard, since not even the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, was able to accomplish an elemental form. And with Naruto's true nature, no doubt that he would have plenty of variations, or at least I would have. I sighed, opening my eyes and sitting up from the meditative position I had spent time in while going over everything so far. Up on top of the Hokage monument, just before dawn, the sharp, fresh breeze and calm, noise-free peace held the best recipe for meditation, allowing thoughts to flow. As far as I'm concerned, the two most important things are getting Naruto to create the new jutsu, talk to Tsunade, and get Ino to combine her mind-controlled jutsus to a one that is lethal. I thought, knowing that the two blonde Genins and I were close to being at our best shape to at least to defeat Orochimaru. Before my illness acted up again, I had absolute confidence in killing Orochimaru with both Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. In this state, though, I let a low growl escape from my throat at the slight feeling of helplessness. Rage at the weakness bubbled up, impossible to control or dampen. Lashing out, I punched the side of the mountain above the third Hokage's head, launching a cloud of shards of rock, bits of stone, and dust following the deafening crunch. The world stilled for just a split second, no noise or movement from even the crickets and animals of the night. It reminded me of something so familiar, the damage from the punch, the noise from it, and the silence of everything, as if every animal was afraid of similar wrath. And you know what? I laughed. I arched my head back and let out a barking laugh at the absurdity of all of this. The similarity of that punch with Tsunade's, the child prodigy's reliance on young teenagers to defeat an enemy, and the general irony of the whole situation. This especially goes for the Uzumaki having a Sharingan, since they were closely related to the Senju clan, the enemy of the Uchiha. Whatever, Itachi, you know what you have to do. It's the only way to ensure your own safety. I mumbled while facing the Hokage tower. Just a couple of hours, and the Hokage will be there to talk. I took control breath to keep my nerves from exploding at the risk. If she finds out, I'm as good as dead, so I can't let that happen. Closing my eyes, I channel my chakra to do what I did best. Chapter 8. As the golden pink rays of dawn shone down on Konoha, warming the air, the noise of early risers and business owners filled the streets with light chatting, yawns, groans, and the tapping of sandals across paved and dirt roads alike. An older couple walked past me chuckling, their former beauty and graying blonde hair giving away that they were Yamenka, causing momentary panic to rise within me before realizing that they weren't ninja. No headbands, no sign of former muscle, no absent-minded quiet steps. Nevertheless, I couldn't help exhaling when they passed by without as much as a second glance or sign of acknowledgement. At least my plan was working. I plastered on a contented smile, similar to Naruto's, and strolled towards the Hokage Tower at a leisurely pace, despite the urge to bolt over there. I needed to play my part and not look remotely conspicuous, just another ninja, while playing the part of a new experienced ninja visiting Konoha. Plus, there's nothing to be worried about, right? I thought. Stuffing my hands in my pants pockets and gazing a little upwards, the delicious smell of dango snaked its way around the corner and urged a roar from my stomach. Idiot, I forgot to eat breakfast again. I mentally face-palmed sourly, knowing that I needed to eat to keep up my constitution and strength, which I could not afford to lose a fraction of. I sighed and turned around the corner to get some dango, the first of many mistakes. As soon as I turned around the corner, a large force bowled into me, knocking me on my back. Something snapped, and I let out a short stream of curses at whatever just ran into me. I hopped up and dusted myself off before looking at the culprit, preparing a slightly murderous glare, which fell almost instantly as the fishnet, revealing clothing and trench coat registered. Mitarashi-san, I asked in surprise. Sorry about that. I didn't see you there. I gave the purple-haired special jonin a hand and an apologetic smile. Yeah. Just watch it next time, Anko said, flustered, pulling herself up with the hand held out by the stranger in front of her. You aren't from around here, are you? A suspicious glare from the woman kept me pinned down, despite my instincts telling me that there wasn't any immediate danger. It reminded all too much of a snake. Not surprising considering the person in front of me was Konoha's other famous snake wielder. Yeah, how did you know? I said with a light chuckle and innocent grin. Anko snorted, smelling suspiciously of dango. Two things connected at the same time. One, Anko was ninja and knew what was going on, and second, I could use dango and her inquisitiveness to my advantage. It would be much better to go unprepared with background knowledge to at least sound believable. Look, if you were from here, especially if you were ninja, you wouldn't be so nice. The kunoichi looked away for a moment, showing that it was indeed a soft spot. However, I'm not surprised that you know me, considering that you are shinobi. It's easy to tell which is which from analyzing hands, eyes, and motion patterns. Anko added, answering my question in the process with a sly grin. So how about you tell me about yourself over some dango? After all, you're the first to be kind to me in a while. Anko clearly wanted to learn about me more than anything and had begun to scan my eyes and movements, calculating everything as quickly as a snake would. Of course, someone who didn't have my experience wouldn't be able to detect it, and it felt wrong to do so. All right, I answered with a happy grin. It would be nice, since I don't have any friends with me. Besides, I forgot to eat breakfast. I chuckled a little, playing the happy-go-lucky shinobi who only changed when in a fight. My favorite signature that allowed people to trust me with ease and spill the beans. It better be good, though. The town I came from had some pretty mean dango, and I can't say I haven't been disappointed most of the time, Mitarashi-san. I added. Ugh, stop calling me that. Anko groaned with a frown. It's Anko. My friends call me Chi. I supplied the alias for her. The kunoichi scrunched up her face in amusement at the name, which sounded a touch too feminine to be true. But my name is Karasu. I added, cusically seeing the hint of mischief and disapproval in Anko's eyes. A bead of sweat trickled down my forehead when she didn't react for an anxious few moments. Finally, when Anko nodded in approval, I exhaled knowing that I would be all right and not made fun of. Although I loathed to admit it, my ego couldn't take much more bruising at this point without some unfortunate accident from happening. All right, then, Karasu, follow me. Anko turned and began walking towards the joint, curvy hips swaying side to side seductively. I couldn't help but watch her as a few lecherous thoughts conjured themselves, captivated by her. Ah, proportionate and attractive features. Hey, Karasu, won't you join me? The purple-haired kunoichi half purred, half chuckled, turning to face me while batting her long lashes. A knowing, flirtatious, sensual pout flashed as she caught onto the staring eyes of the stranger. Yeah, I'm coming. I chuckled, trying to hide my embarrassment and nervousness, though a burning face did little to help. Ugh, focus on getting information. Besides, you have I am Heim, your girlfriend, though it doesn't help that both of you are still virgins. My thoughts continued to trail down similar paths as I followed Anko, sometimes arguing for staying faithful and other times for polygamy. Okay, Itachi, we're here, Anko said with both hands on her hips as we arrived a couple minutes later. Wait, hold on in there, I asked with a questioning look directed at the girl. She nodded her head in conformation. So you're saying that the best dango is in a rundown pub, probably full of a bunch of veteran shinobi and shady characters? Hey, first off, don't go offending me and the people I associate with. Second, being a judgmental jerk doesn't suit you. And third, never insinuate that I am stupid if you plan on having kids. Anko quipped with a hint of menace and hurt. In fact, a subtle spark of offense flashed in her eyes for a brief moment, barely showing her weakness. Just like Naruto, angered by jerks, questionings of motives, and insults to friends, I thought with a small smile. I didn't mean that, Anko, it's just, I have had bad experiences in such places, but if you say it's the place, I'll take your word for it. The young woman raised an eyebrow as if to ask for an elaboration, which I was hesitant to refuse. Let's just talk about it over some sake, if that's all right, Anko, I replied with a small sigh. Ah, sweetheart, you just said the magic words. I'll accept your offer of a date, Anko said, mixing humor, sarcasm, and sincerity in a confusing cocktail accentuated with a flutter of eyelashes that mirrored my erratic heartbeat and a pinkish red blush on her cheeks. To my dismay, her words caused a feeling of dismay and regret to come crashing down as I realized just how deadly I am was with her kinjutsu and natural, uncanny stealth. If I am ever finds out, I'm dead. I gulped at the thought of the cold steel of a ninjato at my throat. Shaking off this feeling, I chanced at hooking my arm around Iam's waist, considering we were a few inches short of touching already. Well, Karasu, aren't you the aggressive one? You like to make your moves fast, don't ya? Anko whispered, her warm, sweet breath tickling my ear. With a conspiratorial voice, though she made no move to break away from the contact. Consider yourself lucky that I didn't stick the kunai in your side. I must have let out a confused noise because the pressure on my left side ceased as Anko revealed her black throwing knife. I wiped the false smug smile from my face and gave her a genuine grin anyways. There's one thing you must know about me. Anko, I love to live dangerously. Don't you? I whispered, brushing my lips against her ear as I leaned in, immediately assaulted by the unique blend of leaves, honey, and pine needles that was her scent. As I made the flirtatious gesture, I added a bit of good-natured humor and friendliness to the gesture to show that I wasn't trying to be too pushy. Anko shivered at the touch, pink rising to her ears, defying anything I knew about the woman from when we were friends and teammates on occasion. She took a deep breath as I moved my head back and we walked into the bar. Look, you're new to this village and nice and all, so you have to understand something. And I really hate to say it, but let's say that I have two reputations. I'm a bloodthirsty psychopath, and I have a reputation for sleeping with quite a few people. Anko confessed in a whisper, effectively stopping our progress. There was a sense of nervousness, shame, and frustration in her words that begged an answer. This time it was my turn to exhale. Angered by what others thought about my former friend and part-time teammate while on the Umbu, I turned to face her, looking deep into Anko's chocolate black eyes. Look, Anko, I couldn't care less about your reputation in this village, nor what others think of you. All I care about is who you are. And, frankly, all the villagers and shinobi who think of you as a slut and a crazy psycho can go to hell. We all have our mannerisms and ways to cope with things that happen in our lives. I consoled with sincerity. The purple-haired Chunin just gave me a look of awe, confusion, sadness, and endearment. It took a moment to register that her stillness signaled that she was thinking about something. What is it that's got you worried? And nothing. Sorry, Karasa, what you said. Just reminded of a comrade and close friend who had died 5 or 6 years ago. And you look so much like you would have that I forgot the difference. Anko confessed hurriedly and slightly discombobulated. And who was this person? He sounds like a good guy, someone that I would get along with quite well. I asked, curious of whom she was referring to. I had an idea, but it probably was a long shot. Anko inhaled a shuddering breath, as if it still was a sore spot. Itachi Uchiha, Anko replied finally, sadness tainting her voice. A ninja prodigy who became an ANBU captain at 13, who, despite his talent and ability, was one of the few people that made me feel human and treated me as such. A sad smile crawled up her face as she reminisced on the past. Huh, Itachi Uchiha. The name rings a bell, I said as if remembering something. I could have sworn I knew him. The guy had a few issues and a few accomplishments, but treating people that were idolized and disdained slash ostracized as normal people would have been the most notable accomplishment. I should know, since he showed me that side. The knowing and familiar look I gave Anko was by far one of the most honest things I did. I could help but feel the rush of gratitude and regret pool within me. I had given a gift to another person, yet let them down once I fled. Perhaps this is fate's way of making things right and giving me a second shot. I thought as we finally walked into the bar, my right arm around her shoulder in a protective manner. Huh, look what the cat dragged in, a low, gruff voice shouted, clearly drunk, drawing 36 pairs of eyes to the couple that just walked in. Looks like the snake bitch got another man in her coils, another younger man added. Anko rolled her eyes and held my arm to herself to prevent me from ripping the burly, short ninja's head off. If I were you, pal, I wouldn't get attached to her. It never lasts long, since she is a dash, the young, cocky asshole added. That was the last straw. Before Anko could blink, I had launched myself in the man's direction with an unsheathed, wind-enhanced tanto flying over a couple tables. I smashed the guy's face on the table, followed by an audible crunch as his rose shattered and a yelp of pain as I yanked his head up by the hair just as fast. You better choose those next words carefully now, bastard. I growled, pressing the blade to his neck, the wind edge cutting his throat just enough to draw some blood. I didn't give a flying fuck about the man's life after the comments he made, pure rage allowing the killer intent to erupt intensely. The man practically whimpered and proceeded to burst into tears as if he could read my mind. I'm SS so sorry. PP, please forgive me. I don't want to die. The man begged hysterically, tears trailing down his eyes. You sorry excuse for a man? You wimpy-ass bastard. You are pathetic. I don't want you to apologize to me. I want you to apologize to Anko Mitarashi, and maybe I'll let you go without making you wish you were dead. I spat, barely able to restrain myself as I fought the red haze tinting the corners of my vision. What? You're crazy. I will not disgrace myself so much by apologizing to that SL dash, the burly man exclaimed, completely forgetting the tanto and man who threatened to use it. I was about to press the tanto deeper in his throat, red haze descending over most of my surroundings, when I heard the rustle and slight swish of a kunai being thrown. I spun with a roundhouse to the man's head as I faced the kunai and caught it by the handle. Two loud thuds and groan cut through the silence as this occurred. Right heel having smashed into the bastard's head and sending him crashing into an empty table, bowling it over. Karasu, that's enough. I think the rest get the point, Anko said coolly, arms crossed over her chest, clearly having thrown the kunai. For the rest of you, take this as a warning. Ever fuck with me again or give any more shit, and next time I won't stop Karasu. She raised her voice, glaring at the people in the bar, eyes ablaze with fury and venom in the snake summoner's voice. Now go back to whatever you can go back to whatever you were doing. Everyone followed her order, while she walked over to me and led me to the back corner of the bar far away from everyone. Look, Karasu, I appreciate you standing up for me like that, but you didn't need to. I can take care of myself. Anko whispered as we sat down at the booth and ordered 2 bottles of sake, 2 glasses, and 2 orders of 4 dango sticks each from the waiter. Besides, what the hell was that? You didn't tell me your skills were that good. You better start telling me the truth, or this won't end well, Anko threatened. All right, well, I have been a Jonin ranked ninja for only a few years. I confess casually, telling the truth. And there is no way in hell that I'm going to let people hurt those like you. Itachi taught me that. Besides, I like you, Anko. I know we just met each other, but still my instinct on these matters is never wrong. I added truthfully and sincerely. Anko blushed a little pink, though she tried suppressing it. That made me blush, as well as I realized how my comment could be taken. Huh. Well, that wasn't the answer I was expecting. Anko breathed a little hitch in her voice. I had never seen her like this, and it made me wonder just how much she had changed. I'm not so used that, I guess, especially kindness from a guy like you. I mean, you're a handful of years younger than me and can clearly get any girl you want, and you're quite the ninja. Anko sighed, attempting to explain. I raised my eyebrow at the last part to hint at my confusion, which she picked up. I was lying that I didn't know your skill and rank. I just wanted to confirm if you were indeed the same Karasa mentioned in Kirigakure's bingo book. Before I was able to say more, the sake and the dango arrived, steam dancing from the latter with a honeyed, delicious aroma to boot. Mouth-watering, I took off my black jacket adorned with a white raven on the front and a larger cerulean and silver one on the back. As I stripped both the jacket and the non-restrictive mesh armor shirt, I spied Anko staring at my body, not hiding her hungering with desire and shocked expression. I couldn't help glance at her body as well, and the feeling of arousal from her stare. Heat rushed up to my face, though some rushed down toward my nether regions for obvious reasons. After all, the woman before me was extremely attractive. The lustful gazes lasted for few moments before our eyes caught the others, causing us both to look away and flush bright red. Sitting down, I noticed that Anko was a little too embarrassed to talk, making me realize that I was wearing a tight-fitting thin tank top that was transparent enough to see my physique. I mentally face-palmed and reminded myself to not take off the mesh armor next time. So, Anko, I said, breaking the awkward silence that fell between us. I was thinking of playing a game while we wait for the dango to cool off. All right, I'll play, but only if it's not a children's game, and only if you tell me what the catch is. Anko replied a little skeptical. Don't worry, Anko. I'm not going to make you do anything or ask for any favors. Unless you'd like to ask me for favors if you win and vice versa. I replied with a small smile. As Anko grinned and blushed a little, I realized the double meaning of the statement and immediately felt my face burn in embarrassment. Why do you do this to yourself, Itachi? Stop saying and doing things that seem sexual, idiota. Anyways, the rules of the game are simple. We each can take turns asking questions and answering them. The person who is asked a question will take a shot of sake before answering and has to answer truthfully. The first one who doesn't have any questions can't drink more sake, doesn't finish/spills their shot, or forfeits loses. I recited, still embarrassed from the last comment, and suddenly uncomfortable as I realized the person in front of me was wily and sly like a snake. Seeing the discomfort, Anko flashed a smug grin before changing her face to one of innocence. I think I'll take you up on the offer, Karasin, she said in an innocent, sweet tone while batting her eyelashes. She grinned when I blushed even more than I thought possible, probably turning beet red. And the winner gets to ask the loser for a favor. she added slyly before engulfing a stick of dango, motioning for me to do likewise. Okay, you go first. Anko, as any question you wish, I said after both of us had quickly devoured the dango like rabid wolves. I poured a shot of sake for myself from a tall, blue ceramic sake bottle, a jolt of confidence flushing through me. She had no idea of my tolerance. Every time I try to get hammered, I rack up quite the bill. So, Karasa, what is your age? Anko asked, a glimmer in her eyes. I slammed down a shot of sake in a gulp and licked my lips, savoring the surprisingly good taste of the rice wine. 20 years old, exactly 5 years younger than your beautiful self, Anko-chan. I answered, adding the last part to throw her off with a flirtatious comment and the fact I knew her age. Unfortunately, Anko's sly smile didn't change. Huh, Anko said, as if storing it away for useful information later on. Guess it's your turn. Who was Itachi Uchiha to you? I asked casually. Anko had to force herself to not spit out her sake at the unexpected question and gave me a disapproving look as she gulped the shot down. Well, if you must know, he was a great teammate and a good friend, and I cared about him very much, Anko grudgingly said, a dark look in her eyes. Why do you care? She asked. If she realized just how hard a question that would be to answer, she didn't let on. I had to force the shot down my throat and force my nerves to calm down. Well, he seemed quite important to you, and he mentioned you and wanted to ask the same. So I figured I owed it to him. I answered, making sure that none of this was a lie. I had wanted to ask this, feeling that I owed myself to ask the question. On a different note, have you many boyfriends have you had, if any? I asked. Bad question, Karasu. I've had two boyfriends, Irika and Kakashi. Anko answered, downing another shot. How many people have you had or wanted to have a relationship with? She shot. Too easy, Mitarashi. I taunted, downing the shot. 2 or 3 depending. There was an Uchiha girl that I was forced into a relationship with, a girl from my village who was my girlfriend, and you who I'm thinking of having a relationship with. The answer clearly surprised Anko because she just gasped and sputtered quietly, unable to say anything. What's the matter, Anko-chan? Cat got your tongue. I teased lightly with a smile. The best part of this was I felt less and less guilty about things as I revealed them. So the game was helping. Gore, whatever. Your turn, Anko said in a low, threatening voice. So, what is the most recent urgent news concerning the Leaf Ninja? I asked, trying to keep Anko on her toes, and asked some normal questions. Well, Naruto Uzumaki and Ino Yamanka had disappeared a few months ago and are still not back. Tsunade and the Yamanka are still worried about this, as are Asuma, Kurenai, Jiraiya, me, and a few others. However, Kakashi says they are training with someone he trusts with his life. Anko said, confused as to why would I want to know. So why are you here? Don't get me wrong. I don't mind having you here and going on a spontaneous date with you. I just don't understand what business you have in the Leaf Village, Anko asked with a curious look. Shit, I'm done. I have to say that I need to speak with Tsunade to get missions and that I am training the two blondes with the way she clarified the question. I slammed down the sake shot and began to feel a lighter and brighter feeling in my stomach. I need to notify Tsunade for missions for my team that consists of me and 2 Konoha shinobi, which I've been training and whose names I can only hint at. They are Genins and went missing not too long ago, I answered, noticing the mix of emotions that appeared on Anko's face, or lack thereof. Whatever, Karasu. If it's for personal reasons, you can just tell me. I'll let you off only on this one for lying. Anko said stone cold, motioning for response. I just confirmed what I said earlier, expressing that it was the genuine truth. A surge of surprise, confusion, and recognition appeared on her face as she said that though what I said sounded crazy, she was willing to accept it as the truth. Okay, so does anyone know where Sasuke and Orochimaru are at the moment? I asked, noticing that Anko still didn't seem too shaken and only seemed to calm and not be close to loopy drunk yet. No idea, but probably not far from Odo Geikure. She smiled a little at me, thinking of what to ask next. So how many girls have you kissed? Anko asked. Wow, getting personal, Anko. I've been kissed by 6 girls. I've kissed 4. I replied, downing another shot, and started to feel the buzz hit. A few more, and I'd be drunk for sure. Might as well let her win, anyways, so I'll just ask some random questions like hers. Anko, how many men have you slept with? I won't judge. I just would like to know. I asked, tentatively adding the reassuring gesture. Well, everyone thinks I've slept with a whole village or something, but I only slept with about 10 guys and a couple girls. Anko responded, seriously cutting down how many I would have thought considering her reputation. The 2 girls were only because I got drunk and a little crazy, and I was just having a phase. Her face told me that she meant what she said. Let's see, Karasu. On a scale of 1 to 10, how attractive do you think I am? It took all my willpower not to spit out the sake despite the question. I'll go with a 9. I've never met a girl who was a 10 before, and that would imply that they are essentially the apex of attractiveness in all of history. So I think you are extremely attractive, Anko. I confessed with a blush, beginning to feel a drunkenness. Anko blushed and gave me a wry smile. I could tell she had a little more than a buzz, but definitely better than me. Okay, considering everything that you know so far, what's your top 5 list of people you'd like to go steady with in the history of ever? I asked, slightly stupid and slightly eager. Well, Karasu. Finally, you ask, don't cha. Well, here it is. First is Itachi Uchiha, because he had every quality that I look for. Second is you, because you have similar qualities. Third is probably Irika. He dumped me, but that doesn't mean I don't like him. Fourth, no idea. Fifth, none. Anko's simple answer made me blush in drunken excitement, and I could tell from the way the words fell out of her mouth that she was getting drunk as well. What about yours, Karasu? All right. First is a tie between you and Iam. Second is Temari. She's turning 18 soon after all. Third is Kurinai. Fourth is May. Fifth, none. I answer to the best of my ability. I noticed Anko's cheeks flare up bright red and couldn't help but feel the same reaction at my own words. For some reason, I felt drunk for certain, realizing that I had gone 2 shots overboard and that now I wouldn't be able to think straight. This is a waste of a question, but are you a good kisser? I asked. It took me a moment to realize what passed through my lips, though only a small part felt surprised. Her lips were so tantalizing. Anko took another shot, and there was a look in her eye that couldn't be mistaken for anything but drunken lust that I was sure I was radiating as well. Anko stood up and slid next to me with a sly smirk and a wink. The kunoichi leaned in close and locking eyes with me. Well, that is very subjective, isn't it, Karasu? She leaned ever closer to my face with every word, so that her lips and mine were tantalizing 2 inches apart. A weirdly sweet and enticing scent of honey, pine, alcohol, and sun rays wafted into my nose as began breathing in Anko's scent. Before I could register it, Anko shot forward, closing the distance between us. Her lips locked around mine and began kissing me, aggressive and demanding. Instinct snapping through the shock, I kissed back with the ferocity and need, pulling her down with me as I leaned against the wall, her body flush against mine to deepen the kiss. She parted her lips and bit my bottom lip, so I opened my mouth to let her tongue in. I groaned at the pleasure from the aggressive and needy kiss, completely different from that induced by the sweet, gentle kisses with I am. This was fiery and explosive. Without meaning to, my right had roamed underneath her trench coat along the soft, warm skin of her back, while my left hand untied her hair, letting it cascade down in purple waves. She did the same, burying her hands in my hair and drawing patterns on my neck and between my shoulder blades. Though it felt like a few seconds, we parted breathlessly and sloppily, some saliva falling from each other's mouths. Wow. Just wow, Karasu. How did you learn to kiss like that? Anko panted, wiping saliva from her mouth. No one has been able to keep up and match me like that. I have to do most of the work usually, because that is how I used to kiss. It usually caused them to melt. In any case, the answer to both our questions, Anko-chan, is that you were amazing, I said with a goofy smile. Hey, I never asked a question. Anko protested half-heartedly before realization struck her. She had asked an implied question. So why do I like Itachi so much? I asked in a way that gave something away for a brief moment that she caught on to. Surprise lit her face, but also nervousness and contentedness. I told you that already, but whatever. He was handsome for his age, and no doubt looks like you minus facial hair, and he had kinder eyes, no offense. He was the only that cared about me and treated me as someone special and as a person. I looked up to him since in some ways he was older than his body let on. And finally, he was caring and respectful of people. His physical condition and melodic voice would be identical to yours. Anko said, excitement and frustration breaking up all of a sudden. Which brings me to this. Cut the crap and tell me who you really are, Karasu, or should I say Itachi? Her voice was more critical and excited than angry, but it was still there with a glimmer of hope and nervousness. Dumbass, at this rate the whole village will find out. Fuck it, you have to tell her and spend time with her. It's all your fault she feels hurt. Also, you need to get not drunk. Meet with Tsunade this evening and spend this part of the day with Anko. I sighed at pushed all the confidence I could and dared look Anko in her burning eyes and let the Jinjutsu phase out so only skilled Chunin or higher could see through it and reveal my Sharingan. Yes, Anko, I am Dash. My face snapped to the side, my cheek flaring in pain. That's for being a bastard and not telling me you were still alive? Asshole. Anko growled. I feel like such an idiot right now for not noticing earlier. Of course you're still alive. I never found your body. And I even kissed you while you still care for Iam, who is probably your girlfriend. You know you are such an Dash. Her eyes shifted from murderous and frustrated to something different entirely. Holy shit. I frickin' won, Anko muttered in awe. So now you owe me big time for lying to me about saying you didn't have girlfriend in Konoha? I can get total revenge on you, Karasun. Chills shot down my spine in alarm and horror at what she may do. Hey, Anko, would you ever marry? I asked honestly and just to throw her off. Not for a while if I can help it, she answered, doubling. Oh, I get it. You like both me and I am. You were going to propose to I am soon, and now that you've found me again, you're going to ask me to be your girlfriend. And unlike what most people think, unless I am is cool with it, it's a no. However, that's only when you propose to her. Before then, fine. It's your feelings, and it's not a commitment or anything, she rambled as if reading my mind. Itachi, oh, the horror. Now you have three people you know who can read your mind, all of which are girls, and only one of which needs ninjutsu to do so, and is your student. I thought with a grimace. Yep, I said simply. I was thinking along the same lines, Anko, I said with a smile. Do you mind if I spend the rest of the day with you? I asked, to which I got an immediate, passionate, lingering kiss, a conformation that implied something different that I had expected. Oh, by the way, the favor I'm going to ask was that you make sure to tell Iam before you propose if she's all right with this. In fact, tell her this week, Anko said with an evil grin on her face. Also, I can't believe how much you grew, Tachi. I mean, I kind of knew you would be tall and handsome, but not to the same extent as the man I'm looking at right now. Anko added, which made me blush as I remembered how she used to tease me about being the shortest and least experienced on the team despite being its leader and most able shinobi. After a few more drinks and couple orders more of dango, I pulled out wad of cash and unfurled a few bills that would cover the expenses and large tip, handing them to the waiter who thanked us and was the only person out of the bar being remotely normal to us, especially after kicking ass and terrorizing the clientele. Anko and I walked out the bar, leaning on one another to keep steady, laughing maniacally whenever one of us would stumble. As we half walked, half stumbled down the street towards Anko's place, our drunken ruckus didn't go unnoticed by those in the streets. In fact, a few people asked us if we were all right before realizing that we were drunk despite it being about noon. Anko stopped me as we got inside of her spacious apartment, mustering as serious of a look as possible. Look, Itachi, you understand everything that I was serious about everything I said during the game, right? Anko asked with a little urgency. I just nodded with a dumb grin that I usually had whenever I got drunk with a close friend. I need to know if everything you told me was true. Please, Anko said with pleading eyes while holding me in place by the shoulders. She gripped tighter as she felt me move under her a little, causing a slight throbbing pain that punctured through my drunkenness. Uh, Anko, I said kind of softly, a little louder than normal volume, but I was drunk and tapped her arms, which only made her squeeze tighter. Can you let up a little, please? It hurts. While I'm drunk, I grunted, sighing as she loosened up the grip. Of course I was serious. How could I not be, Anko? You're beautiful, kind-hearted, serious, and a highly skilled kunoichi. I promised I'd tell you the truth, and I did. Just replace Karasu with Itachi, and everything I said during the game would be true. I uttered, stumbling with a few words, still grinning stupidly. I reached up and ran my fingers through her purple hair, which she had not put back up into the usual two buns. An irresistible gleam shone in her black eyes like the bright stars in their sea of space. Karasu, not here, Anko hissed, half-hearted, as I tugged her into a warm embrace and lowered my head slightly to kiss her. It's not good if people see us in public like this. Maybe after you speak to the Hokage and make the team official. A double meaning echoed in her words as she gave me a slight, drunken grin mirroring my own. We definitely looked like hopeless idiots. Okay, Anko, I huffed in exasperation, draping my arm over her shoulder and pulling her close instead. But we got to hurry to a more private place then. I gave her a mischievous and charming grin that made her blush in anticipation and her skin flare heat up wherever the skin of my bare right arm touched it. It took not a single urge more to get us moving quickly to her apartment. Too lazy to climb the stairs, I used a kawarimi to get us to her door while hugging Anko. Appearing in front of the turquoise-colored door, the last of my self-control shattered. I pulled Anko into a deep kiss, more desperate than the one at the bar, latching on her soft, sweet lips. Black eyes widened in shock for a moment from the sudden aggressive and needy kiss before softening into the kiss, smiling against my lips and closing her eyes. As Anko kissed back, a bout of energy and desire flared, making me shove her against her door. The sudden deepening of the kiss and pressure caused her moan in pleasure, which I took advantage of by sliding tongue into her mouth. I moaned as our tongues explored the other's mouth frantically. Rather than quenching the desire, it only grew as I pressed against her body and slipped my hands under her shirt, letting my hands wander across her bare skin, which heating up like fireworks at every point of contact. Anko broke away and kissed down my cheek and jaw before her teeth bit down tenderly on my neck, causing me to moan as she continued lowered down to the collarbone. Fireworks exploded wherever her lips touched and teeth grazed or bit. Urges to kiss back racked my body as she kissed every part of my face and neck except my mouth, swapping places with me and roughly slamming me against her door and inserted her key into the lock, all while still kissing and keeping me from kissing her. A wily glint shone in her eyes as she noticed my half-hearted struggle, taking pleasure in the slight cruelty, though I had to admit I enjoyed the treatment a lot, hence the groans that escaped my lips. Anko, I moaned, a plan forming into my mind. She hesitated, a quizzical look in her eyes, her lips hovering around my chin. Though it was only a moment, it was enough for me to latch back on her lips, biting down on her lower lip. This time she moaned and let her grip on me loosen just enough for me to escape her grasp and sweep her up easily bridal style, still kissing her and letting them trail down her cheek and jaw, walking in the general direction of the bedroom, which was obvious considering the open bedroom door showed a tidy bed. I couldn't help but notice the turquoise and raven black coach, coffee table, love seat, and wallpaper in the living room. I nibbled on her neck, increasing the pressure, slightly causing her moan out. A small part of me smirked at my getting payback. Cerulean bed sheets, pillows, and blankets stitched with black ravens intertwined with purple snakes brought a smile to the epic irony of it. I must have stopped kissing for an instant because Anko craned her head to see what I was looking at and blushed heavily at the picture of her, me, a kind-faced Hugo woman, and hate as a Team ANBU picture as we celebrated my promotion to Umbu captain. Another picture was me and Anko laughing as we ramen at Ichiraku's with Iam. Yet another was me with a shredded sleeveless shirt that revealed highly defined muscle, hair blowing in the wind, Sharingan active, determined look on my face, and a katana drawn in an awesome, intimidating stance. Leaves floated in the background, sky golden red lit by the dawn sunrise. It brought me back 6 years ago, just after taking out a group of 4 Jonin, single-handed, on the first mission as captain while protecting a wounded Anko, and Hayato had taken the picture and told us all to keep it as a reminder of our awesomeness. Anko, how long have you had crush on me? I asked her, putting everything together from a multitude of pictures to the bedsheet pattern. I gave her a quick kiss, still holding her bridal style, enjoying the intense pink blush and embarrassment that made her look lovely. You know, some may frown upon it as pedophilia, I teased. How did you find out, Itachi? In pedophilia, you looked like and were as mature as a 17-year-old. Plus, you were an ANBU, so you've got to be fucking with me when you tell me it's pedophilia, Anko said with an odd mix of nervousness, excitement, embarrassed stammering, and outrage. Her excuses were funny and quite bulletproof. No, or at least not yet, I replied cockily, taking advantage of the double meaning, at which she blushed even more and gave me a pat on the cheek. It was quite obvious. Just look at the bed and the pictures. Sure, there's some of the team, but a large amount of them are of only me or of both me and you. Besides, the shirtless life-size picture of me that's on your ceiling, coupled with the poster-size one of that mission, make it a total giveaway. With a kind, flirtatious, and teasing tone, Anko smiled as she knew I wasn't mad and totally understood. We all have pictures those we like and idolize. I never would have guessed that Anko would be such a fangirl, but unless I want to be castrated, I probably shouldn't point that side out, I decided. Good boy, Itachi, Anko said using the same voice that one would use with a puppy, as she lightly scratching my chin and smirked. You didn't say that I was a fangirl, because if you did, well, say good to your manliness. I just laughed at the sadistic look on her face and couldn't help but kiss her until spots danced across my vision and both lungs burned. A flustered Anko looked up, panting. Cammy, Itachi, I love you. I had a crush on you since we started doing missions together as ANBU. What? It's not like I could help it with you being kind to me and amazingly handsome. Anko confessed, dropping every shield and mask to show complete transparency. You know, Anko, I think I must have had a crush on both you and I dated Iam because I knew she had one on me as well, and at the time, I thought she looked at me more like a normal person, and because of the age difference, which I was afraid would get you into trouble, I confessed, more than a little guilty. I could feel the alcohol wearing down, remembering that the medicine I took enhanced metabolism of food and alcohol by quite a lot and sped up cell growth in tissue and blood regeneration. Essentially, alcohol intoxication never lasted too long, and hangover side effects were hard to achieve since the alcohol burned fast to repair the damage from the disease. Unfortunately, this often killed the cheery mood and lack of contemplation that came along with being drunk, too. So when Anko blinked in surprise, I couldn't blame her. All right, thanks, I think. Anko asked, confused and unsure what to say, head resting on my shoulder. Was that supposed to be a compliment or something? I mean, you rock for trying to keep the Uchiha clan from riding on my ass. But, look, it was better that you went with Iam. You wouldn't have understood me or my habits. Good point, I said, not realizing how that would have changed a lot of things. I probably would have thought of Anko differently had I known those habits and not understood that people cope in different ways when confronted with loss. And anyways, Chikuin, Anko said with a cute, innocent grin that hinted something terrible was about to happen. I will not have you pitying me or anyone else. So cut your pouting and act like a fucking shinobi. Anko shouted menacingly at the top of her lungs, whipping out a kunai right at my face. Thankfully, her drunken state allowed me just enough time to bob my head to the left so the kunai only cut a shallow streak of white pain across my right cheek, only for the woman's knee to come flying at my chin. Jaw clenched, I threw Anko up in the air so that her knee flew over my head while ducking. As she turned in the air from the momentum, I recognized the unmistakable coiling of a viper under her sleeve just as she flung it at me. With an open mouth and venom-coated fangs, the green viper sword had an astonishing SPPD, or at least for non-ninja. Unfortunately for the snake, I didn't plan on dying anytime soon. In one smooth motion, I unsheathed the tanto on my back and channeled chakra through the blade as it sung through the air in the snake's path. It never stood a chance. A large spray of blood erupted, dotting both hands and face in red. Anko, your skill at taijutsu and your speed won't help you against me anymore. I sighed, eyes locked with my old teammates' perhaps girlfriend's eyes, taking in their shock at seeing that I hadn't even activated my Sharingan. Unfortunately for you and Kakashi, not only have I learned many more jutsus and my skill at taijutsu, kenjutsu, and shuriken jutsu are exponentially higher, but also the son of the fourth has inherited his need for speed and a single quite powerful Sharingan. That meant I had to increase my speed even more. Anko hissed angrily at this, since she had once been the team's speed demon and master dexterity, and it really ticked her off when someone surpassed her at that. Newsflash, Itachi, Anko whispered, pressing a kunai to my throat. You aren't the only person who's trained. She plunged a Senbon needle into my neck and let a contented purr as all the hairs in my body rose in shock. Before she could remove it, my body dissipated in a light, small puff of smoke, leaving only air. Surprised that I learned the shadow clone technique, Anko-chan, I asked, chuckling at the look of pure disbelief on her face before turning to utter jealousy. I filed it for later as Anko shot at me with a punch. I moved up an arm to block the obscenely fast strike, only it never came. Too late for me to do anything, Anko dropped and kicked out my legs from behind with a sweeping kick. Falling towards the bed, I only hand timed to palm her arm and activate the transport seal. A full second later, we appeared at a secluded training ground. Before Anko could react, I ducked into a roll and attempted a judo throw, only for her to be replaced by a large branch. Fucking Kawarimi. I forgot that I need to amp up my ability. I'm not fighting genin who have a lot of talent and potential, but lack experience. This is a former ANBU and student to Orochimaru. Without noticing it, my body and concentration adapted according to the circumstances. A deadly kunoichi like Anko could cripple someone in training if not careful or not matched by someone around their level. The slight crackle of flames behind and to the right of me were the only thing that gave Anko away. Before the blazing inferno could collide, I replaced myself with a water clone, activating my Sharingan and scanning for Anko just as the shadow clone erupted and doused the gout of yellow flame. A flash of purple and beige and the snake and tiger hand seals gave just enough warning to launch a gale palm at the incoming enemy. Anko rolled out of the way, but before she could fully escape, I launched Naruto's prototype kunai, wanted to see if it would work. Just 2 meters away from the target, the seal on the blade activated, propelling an explosion of dozens of Sunbon, kunai, and shuriken fanning out and at an increased speed, propelled by the current speed and an extra burst from the seal. I had made sure to blunt the kunai and shuriken to minimize the damage. Too late to make a single hand seal, Anko just launched herself with a blast of chakra back forwards and upwards. Again, I found that the Sharingan was the only thing that saved my ass, as the Kunoichi descended with a chakra-strengthened drop kick, following up with a flurry of chakra-enhanced punches. At first, I was able to block the flurry of punches using the Uchiha Taijutsu style, but as the attacks got rigid, more unpredictable, and staccato, I had to push my limit to counter her style. The last straw was driving knee to the gut hidden as a flying uppercut. Anko's knee smashed into my stomach, causing me to double over and lose consciousness for a moment as a jolt of intense pain caused me to cough out blood and to eject every molecule of air. It was all I could do to roll with the momentum of the blow as I slammed into the ground, gasping, which kept her fist cursing my head, cracking the hard-packed earth instead. Nice, asterisk pan asterisk, fighting style, asterisk pan asterisk, you perfected Oro, asterisk pan asterisk Kamaru's style, I said. I hopped to my feet and put my guard up, though leaving my hands loose. I have no choice but to use the new wind and water style I created. It's the only way to fight her while she's using that style, even though it's definitely not perfected. I resolved, worried about the end result. I adapted it from a usual Kenjutsu style I used that combined a fluid sword dance combat style borrowed from the Land of Waves, Land of Wind, and the Uzumaki with Aido. The Kenjutsu style had few weaknesses and could only be matched by very experienced swordsmen. As Anko came at me once more, I slid out of the way and drove my left fist to the side of her head. Tracking my movements, Anko ducked under the punch, only to have her feet knocked out from under her with a sweeping kick. Turning with the momentum, I struck with a right axe kick, slamming through her guard and cocking her back. Again, I followed the momentum, but this time turning the speed on much higher. Now to add the wind and the Aido component, I thought even as I rocketed towards the surprise Kunoichi now on the defensive. Only a few inches from Anko, I contracted every muscle for maximum power and energy, shooting my arm out at an insane speed to Anko's solar plexus, just an inch from her. Barriers of muscle and balance pushed back against the arm for a long microsecond, then gave way from the sheer force and speed. Mitarashi crumpled at the blow, letting out a gasp and ragdolling through the air before collapsing on the ground. Seeing an opportunity, I rolled on the ground and flung a trio of shuriken at the end of the roll. Anko, still dazed by the blow, barely managed to use a Karimi to move farther away backwards, replacing herself with a stone that deflected the projectiles and resulted in metallic pings. Though I pitted Anko, who for sure was quite injured and shaken, I did not stop there. While wondering what other attack I should use, Anko got up shakily and wiped her mouth to remove blood and caught a couple moments of respite to gather chakra. Spinning chakra and compressing it into a tight sphere, I created a Rasengan in my right palm, its humming of power hypnotic, and rushed towards Anko. Growls and curses of disbelief preceded Anko jumping back before I could strike her, launching a milk snake in the chakra sphere's path, killing the much less robust snake instantly and ripping it up. Annoyed at this, I didn't register Anko's hand seals before I could counter the attack with an offensive jutsu. Instead, I created 3 shadow clones and somersaulted away from her as 6 large snakes launched out of Anko's arm and crushed the clones before they could react. Another look of jealousy, annoyance, and disdain, coupled with a hiss of deflation, gave me an idea to fire her up like I did with Naruto. Looks like the white snake bastard didn't teach you that useful skill. Maybe I'll teach it to you, but again you haven't proved yourself worthy, probably by focusing on another talent. The snarky smile and comment I shot at Anko was only to goad her to prove that what others thought was wrong and to show her own strength, though it always bred a little guilt. However, Anko snapped to the point that it was almost audible. Her determined and focused expression, her face, turned killer cold as a malicious, chilling killer intent radiated from the snake summoner in waves. Fuck you, bastard Uchiha. Why did I even think you were honest? I bet you just wanted to use me and get laid like everyone else. Anko spat in a venomous anger. Her cursed seal flared up, causing her chakra levels to increase significantly. In a flash, she pulled out a tanto and channeled her fire chakra so intensely that the steel grew a little red while the flames were white hot. Just as she was about to lunge forwards, Anko stopped dead. Itachi's Vendetta, Chapter 9. Looks like the white snake bastard didn't teach you that useful skill. Maybe I'll teach it to you, but again you haven't proved yourself worthy, probably by focusing on another talent. The snarky smile and comment I shot at Anko was only to goad her to prove that what others thought was wrong and to show her own strength, though it always bred a little guilt. However, Anko snapped to the point that it was almost audible. Her determined and focused expression, her face, turned killer cold as a malicious, chilling killer intent radiated from the snake summoner in waves. Fuck you, bastard Uchiha. Why did I even think you were honest? I bet you just wanted to use me and get laid like everyone else. Anko spat in a venomous anger. Her cursed seal flared up, causing her chakra levels to increase significantly. In a flash, she pulled out a tanto and channeled her fire chakra so intensely that the steel grew a little red while the flames were white hot. Just as she was about to lunge forwards, Anko stopped dead. Tears trailed down my eyes, and I dropped the tanto. Sadness and disbelief filled my eyes as her words cut deep through my heart and soul. I could tell I had broken Anko and obliterated everything for her, not only hurting a loved one and comrade. It felt like 1,000 daggers impaling the heart and the body while being eaten from the inside by maggots. I wanted to die because I had broken the only oath I left that I felt bound to, protecting my precious people and those I cared for from friends/allies to lovers to family. I should really put you out of your misery, Itachi. You're sick because out of everyone, you were the only one who manipulated me and pretended to care about me, even going as far to you say you love me and then have the balls to cry. Anko spat, rage burning, so hot it was miracle she didn't combust. I shuddered at her every word, beginning to believe that what she said is true. For some reason, it didn't even seem that far-fetched, which hurt all the more. Get a hold of yourself. Itachi, you did not do actually do those wrong things, said a voice in my head that seemed slightly familiar. Great. No, I'm going insane to boot. I really need to get myself checked out by Tsunade, I thought to myself. The slightly torn up training ground phased out to a grassy battlefield, which felt familiar yet not. Rather than Anko, a tall, pale man with pale blue eyes, a small pair of horns on his head, and long white hair stood in front of me. If I hadn't known any better, I'd have said the man was the sage of six paths, but his eyes lacked the Rinnegan. Who the fuck are you? I shouted in alarm, especially since I could feel the amazing power surging within him. You look like the sage of six paths, but you can't be, since you lack the Rinnegan, I commented, raising my guard and activated my Sharingan. Relax, Uchiha. I do not come to fight, the man said, his voice possessing a curious singing quality of tenor pitch. Though it may be difficult to comprehend this, I am the spirit of his twin brother, Hamura. I have been watching you, taking on burdens that others would or could not lift despite your own troubles. You and I, Itachi, are in many ways alike when I was around your age. Natural prodigies, yet focused on peace and attempting to be selfless. However, understand when you overextended, it can be fatal in your case. His words cut deep, striking nerves I didn't know I had. On the other hand, the man was one of the first who could use chakra. You have no idea what you're talking about, Hamura. I can take all the pressure. And while I may not be entirely guilty about what Anko feels, I did betray her. I fucking abandoned her, and I am when I promised to protect and stay by my precious people. I also promised to protect the village of all harm, which I tried to do with Akatsuki. I failed everyone, even my brother. I roared at Hamura in absolute rage and sorrow, making rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger, monkey, seals, and transforming a considerable amount of chakra into flame. Fire release, phoenix, sage flower, crimson nail, I exclaimed, releasing a rapid fire cloud and blast of fireball encased shuriken. Hamura just stood there, an exasperated sigh escaping his lips as the large volley curved to attack from the front and sides. They collided, creating a blinding flash of blazing light and heat. Ichin, a disappointment, Hamura, I thought bitterly. Suddenly, a black ball of pure power flew out of the blaze at a blinding speed, allowing me to barely dodge it. What the fuck? I told you, Itachi, I am the sage's twin. You may be a great shinobi, but to me you are like a genin to Kakashi. Yet I sense a great potential within you that you haven't even begun to tap, Itachi. You also possess a hidden Kekkei Genkai, but it does not work in the same way. It rarely surfaces and seemingly at random. Hamura lectured, kind patience on his face. It's something that Naruto possesses as well. And trust me, once you tap into this and the potential you still have, the burdens will be easier to carry. Remember when all seems bleak and that there is no hope things will get better. The horned, pale man smiled and gradually dissipated along with my mindscape. The world turned back from the peaceful, old battlefield to the training ground where Anko stood. Her eyes blazed with pure hatred and bloodlust. The sword whip curled around her in a blaze like a flame, snake coiled to strike. Coppery, salty blood swirled in my mouth, surrounded by fresh tear tracks. I sensed that only a second had gone by since I dropped the tanto and knelt on the firm beige earth. Well, Uchiha, What's wrong? Can't take the truth. Anko spat with pure venom, a sadistic sneer on her face. You are weaker than I thought. I chuckled at her bravado and intimidation techniques. It was hilarious, actually. She thought that her words and accusations hurt and that I was faking it, which was not even close. No, Anko-chan, I replied lightly and shook my head. It's not what you said that hurt. What you say that I didn't care about you and wanted to use you is pure fallacy. It hurts because I broke and abandoned you and I am. That I couldn't keep the village. That I couldn't keep my precious people safe. That is the truth, Anko. I wasn't able to keep my promises when people needed them most. Each word cut into Anko's resolve of furious killer rage and hurt, replacing it with something so alien I couldn't place it. She took a couple steps back, reeling in shock as those words sunk in. Liar! Don't fuck with me, or I swear I'll dash. I shook my head in utter disbelief, but refused to let it get to me. I needed to make things right with her, so I kawaramied behind the purple-haired woman, wrapping my arms around her waist in a light hug. But I was given a second chance to fulfill these promises and make things right. And I won't stop until then, since I am strong enough to do so. I owe it to myself and everyone, especially you, the Third, and Naruto. After all, I dedicated myself as an ANBU, and I promised that I would take care of those and forsaken by most of the village. The snake summoner's struggling stopped, though the dangerous aura did not entirely dissipate. For one, though the chain sword's fire dissipated and the curse mark receded, Anko made no effort to move away her weapon. Her muscles relaxed enough to reassure, though tense enough to react if necessary. Impossible to read. Anko, are you ugh? I shouted the last part when a sharp jab from her left elbow slammed the side of my kidney before sweeping my legs up from under me. The ground rose up and collided with my back like a sucker punch, driving out all breath. That was for what you said, Anko spat bitterly. I don't care if that was to motivate me. It still had more cruelty than you can imagine. The frustrated glare turned quickly into one of amusement and glee at the sprawled body of her opponent. Before I could quite catch enough breath to roll away, Anko threw a couple kunai, tearing through the cloak to pin down her target. What the Anko? I asked in alarm. The glee and amusement on the purple-haired's face could not be good. What are you doing? I gulped to suppress the nervousness. I could only see Anko in her trench coat, skirt, and mesh shirt, the tree-green line, and the blue sky while a breeze caressed the sweat rippling down my brow. Oh, nothing much, sweetheart, she replied so sweetly like an Academy fangirl. Shit, I'm so fucking screwed right now. I've heard before I fled that her methods of torture made a beaky's pale in comparison at times, or at least in terms of imagination. I thought in a frantic panic that forced me to make a move to try ninjutsu. A sharp pain and icy numbness shot up both arms before I could move them close together, long thin spikes glistening out of forearms. Tiske, that won't do, Itachi. Anko shook her head in disapproval, eyes almost closed before darting open and gleaming once more. I'm going to need to know everything I want from you, and you'll answer. A slight pause and a kunai thumped extremely close to my nether region, or you'll be a virgin forever. How does she keep that sickly sweet voice while doing this? I really need to get Anko a psychologist and fast to diagnose her. No way someone could take this much pleasure from torturing people. All right, no problem here. Heh. I replied, trying to hide the worry in my tone, though I clearly failed. A pleading look sparkled in my eyes, to which Anko gave a slight grimace. All right, now tell me, what do you want from Naruto, and why are you training him? Anko growled more than asked, a black carbon steel shuriken between the four fingers of each hand. Wow, so you have to ask the only question that would really make me sound insane. Basically, it'll sound kind of pathetic like Kakashi's excuses for being late. I sighed, exasperated and trying to calm the little flutter of nervousness in my heart. Anko just deadpanned, as if saying, try me, before pulling back both arms as if about to throw them. All right, all right, all right. So, I trained Kakashi with the Mangekyo power he has in his one Sharingan. And so, to repay me the favor after Sasuke left to join Orochimaru, Naruto somehow activated a Sharingan. In order to most effectively save Sasuke, eliminating him if not possible, kill Orochimaru, and stop an organization of missing Nin, I need a small but highly deadly team. Moreover, I feel that I owe it to Konoha to train its greatest asset, and owe it to the fourth to honor his last wish and to make him proud of his son. A blood-curdling aura of cruel menace flared as the last words left my mouth. Calloused knuckles cracked in anticipation. Itachi's sweetheart. That's a cool and admirable story and all, so I'll let that pass. Anko responded with a sarcastic giggle that didn't hide the venom of every word. Now tell me the fucking truth, or I will make good on my promise. The thunderous shout sent flocks of birds flying out of the trees, letting out a cacophony of flapping. The insects stopped making noise, and small forest mammals squealed and squeaked in alarm, running away from the training ground. The sun's sudden sharpness and heat and brightness did not do anything to tone down the dark omens. Anko's tanned arms glistened with sweat and shook as if she had trouble holding back while her glare bored through my chest. That and the oppressive heat of the sun stripped away what little patience was left. Yeah, and why would I lie to you if my balls were on the line, Anko? Most people don't truly lie unless necessary, or if the trade-off is in their favor, which isn't the fucking case. I fed the roar by releasing all the compressed times that people suspected me of treachery, subterfuge, and dishonesty. They can all go hell if they're too blind to see that I've experienced a life where the improbable was the norm. Honestly, maybe society and the world would benefit if a great majority of humans died, because then the stupidity and blindness would quite hurting others. A dark conscience piped up, the not-so-small part tainted by Akatsuki and the evil I committed. Sharp pops and cracks, snapped from both fists, pulled me out of the depths of hatred and darkness, revealing a throbbing pain in my knuckles, as if they somehow fractured a little. Whatever, screw you, Uchiha, Anko said and crossed her arms to hide whatever she felt, though the guilt shone through like holding translucent plastic to the sun for shade. If she expected that a little grumbling would do anything to change me, she was completely mistaken. Chakra broiled through my system just at that moment as if by impulse. Before I knew what I'd doing, a seal was in my right hand and released the katana heirloom. Opening it up right in my hand, a boost of chakra flowing into it seemingly without expending any chakra. The blade burst into a 5-foot blazing white inferno of a blade from the wind chakra's elongation and the flames of the fire chakra mixing. the sand next to the blade heated red hot from being next to the inferno. No doubt it will turn into glass. But how the hell am I doing? It's what Hamura mentioned. It has got to be, I thought, the shock and amazement piercing through the focused mind that I try to keep. Anko froze for just a fraction second, completely shocked by the blade I had in my hand. To her eyes, I had no idea what it meant, but I knew she wouldn't be able to block the attacks with her weapons as they get hacked and melted through. In fact, her freezing up gave me the best opportunity one had yet to try the other mini Fuinjutsu seal I tried. Release! I shouted, and a dozen eagle-sized ravens flew from the seal towards Anko with a flock of their brethren, hiding their summoner behind their feathers. I released one of the dozens of Kowarimi seals I kept on my body, allowing me to do a poor man's Hiroshin combo. The blackbirds dive-bombed Anko, attacking with their claws, though they knew they wouldn't be able to do too much damage. Mostly they were good for distractions, spying, clones, overwhelming, scaring enemies, and hiding shuriken attacks. In other words, by the time Anko had time to use her Dragonfire Jutsu against the ravens, I had almost completed the Water Dragon Jutsu, while drawing water from the massive amount I kept in a seal. The crows cawed one last time as flames engulfed the flock and incinerated them in a fraction of a second. Water release, Water Dragon Jutsu. Just as the water roared as it spun and formed into a sea serpent, rising tens of feet high, Anko wheeled around in surprise and horror. Before she could as much as open her mouth, I shot the dragon towards Anko, giving her only enough time to get out of the immediate point of impact. Deafening cracks and crunches burst as the dragon collided where Anko stood, tearing a gaping hole into the ground and erupting outwards with an explosive blast. Purple and deep brown blurred at the edge of the water, the explosion launching the figure across the clearing. As the water dissipated, a muddy crater, dozens of feet in diameter and about a dozen feet deep, was surrounded by crevices and debris that the water jutsu had tossed around. Not a sign of Anko. Dread pitted in my stomach, realizing that she might indeed be in critical condition from the impact. That was before I heard a sputtering, choking laughter from the other side of the training ground. Nice, asterisk cough asterisk, Itachi, asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough. But you aren't trying hard enough. Question is how, asterisk cough asterisk, did you get that sword? The most maddening part of Anko showed itself, laughing at her opponents as if they weren't good enough. It was especially maddening now that she was drenched in water and clearly hurt to some degree. Rather than respond, I activated 3 Korimi seals in quick succession as I charged at Anko, who threw volleys of Sunbon and Shuriken at me along with using long-range fire jutsu and bomb seals. Activating the last seal, I appeared behind Anko and hacked down with the blazing wind katana. The blade, however, slashed straight through wood, causing it to combust as well as slice in half. Damn you, Anko, I thought, scanning my surroundings for my quarry. When I couldn't quite find her nor sense her chakra, I dropped to the last option on my list. All right, Anko, you're giving me no choice. I shouted and activated my eyes. And thankfully, too, because I caught her camouflage body just using the shadow clone Shuriken Jutsu. Wind release, gale palm. I mumbled and launched a blast of wind at the incoming horde of Kanai, which blew off course as the explosion of wind scattered the kunai across the clearing randomly. Damn it, Itachi. Someday, I swear you will lose your Sharingan, and then I'll finally be able to beat you. Anko complained in a teasing manner that turned serious as she caught me launched through the air with a blazing sword. She drew her sword chain whip and channeled fire chakra, cracking it with intense speed. I barely had time to lift the katana to respond, Sharingan or no Sharingan. The wind blade cut into the chain, though it only caused the whip's flames to intensify to almost match the heat of the flames of the katana. Rather than struggle with her movement to disarm the sword, I followed the motion of the flick before planting my feet and spinning the sword from the whip's grasp. I lunged straight at Anko as I got inside the range of her flaming weapon. I knew that if it were to grapple on a limb, I would most certainly need an amputation, so being inside the range would make it harder to kill or block. Anko pulled out a shorter, yet straight katana with a blade about 3 feet long with her fire chakra. She smirked, knowing she had trained under perhaps one of the greatest sword masters in the Leaf for a couple of decades. However, the Whitesnake pedophile feared me for my Sharingan, and for good reason. I outclassed him in Kenjutsu and Taijutsu. After all, no matter how much you can regenerate, being brained, a sword left in the heart, or cutting out a vital organ killed you. Now, though, as I whirled my sword with fluidity and blinding speed that pressed Anko's limits to the max, and putting her on the defense, I began to doubt it. If Anko could keep up with her tanto and short straight-edge katana for longer, Orochimaru would be able to match me. As Anko placed a counter roundhouse kick at an opening in my side, which I blocked with the hilt to burn through the mesh armor, it hit me as so obvious. While I raged and fought, I kept using the Uchiha style and not what I learned. You know, Anko, I said, blade clashing on blades as she narrowly blocked an overhead strike that notched her blades. I just realized something. Oh God, Itachi, please don't say you love me right now. Anko moaned in exasperation, yelping as my intensely hot blade grazed her shoulder. If you do, I swear I'll cut your tongue out right now. It would be worse than those Ika novels. I had to keep myself from laughing because Anko was completely right about that. Honestly, I probably would have expected someone to say that if I were in her position. No, just 2 observations. 1. You may be close to rivaling Orochimaru in Kenjutsu. 2. I'm going to beat you right. As Anko blocked double-bladed for the umpteenth time, I used the strike to leap/roll over the kunoichi. Now, still facing away from the kunoichi, she let out a shriek of white-hot pain. Her blades fell to the ground, and she fell to the ground, reeling in shock. The radiant solar-like blade had slashed Anko from the left shoulder to her right hip, making the wound cauterize, burn, and bleed. How the fuck did you do that? Anko groaned, barely conscious, her eyes revealing the torturous wound that looked terrible. Another problem was that now her torso was naked as well. I praised Cammy that I at least had highly effective quick healing seals that I learned. I bent down and coated Mei's hands in water chakra, massaging Anko's soft skin to clean the wound and quench the burning, while soothing the pain. Hold still, Anko, I growled as she bucked and squirmed at the contact and massage, wincing at the intense pain. Her foot just missed my head that I lowered to look closer at her wound to make sure the burning was gone. I ignored the attempt and tied Anko's legs and arms so that she would be less troublesome. Unfortunately, I got the wrong response. What? Now you want to have sex while I'm wounded and still bleeding and in pain? You're a sick bastard, Itachi. Anko didn't move to stop me, however, knowing she didn't have to. Her words were enough to disarm me. What shot that Campbell, uncle? I asked, pulling out 2 seals to heal the bone, skin, tissue, and nerves along her back. The combination of 2 seals would heal her completely, but would make me share some of Anko's pain and drain a lot of our chakra. I blushed furiously as I placed them across Anko's soft, naked back, thoroughly embarrassed due to her comment. Thanks, Anko, for your extreme faith and kindness. I replied sarcastically, more than a little hurt that she thought I would rape her, injury or no injury. Does she really think that badly of me? You're welcome, sweetheart. Anko's voice seemed strained, and judging by the tensing of the muscles, she would not last long. A faint apology lay in her words, at least conveying that she was kind of teasing with that comment. Anyways, just finish patching me up or whatever you're doing already, Itachi, and get me to the hospital. Honestly, you're dashed. Anko's voice stopped, and she gasped in utter surprise and relief. There we go. I let the warmth seep into a smile and dusted off my hands after activating the seal. In a minute, you should be good as new. These seals work miracles, but dash. I spat out blood as I felt the mangling cocktail of fatigue and white-hot searing pain. A painting of dark red dots splayed out on the ground to form a piece of abstract art. Sudden chakra drain mixed with Anko's fatigue and searing pain was too much to cope. Pain racked my lungs, back, gut, skull, fuck it, my entire torso felt like it got battered by an avalanche and burned by Anko's dragonfire jutsu. I collapsed on the ground next to Anko, though my bare right arm and leg draped over her body in an unfortunate, or fortunate, if you're a perv, position. Despite the pain and intense fatigue, the former of which gradually receded, a part of me enjoyed touching and having firm contact with Anko's bare skin and breathing in her scent, especially since she hadn't done anything about it. That minute was an instant and an eternity for obvious reasons. I gave a contented sigh as the pain completely receded, though the fatigue hit as hard as a bulldozer. I rolled over as I heard Anko sigh in relief. I went to give her a hand to get her up before realizing that she was still bound by the strong and smooth silk ropes. I quickly untied the ropes around Anko's arms and legs before she could comment. I extended a hand to help her up, which she took gladly. Mistake number 2. Anko's torso was completely naked, her top and trench coat laying out on the ground ruined and slashed down their whole length. And I had a full frontal view of her body. Mistake number 3. Now I can die a happy man, I thought after taking her perfect beauty all in. Not really. I did take her perfect body and beauty in, ultimately fracturing any coherent process, besides turning around to give her privacy and hiding the fiery blush that spanned the whole of my face. Anko, I said and cleared my throat, offering all the explanation of my walking a couple paces back and giving her her privacy. Oh shit, Anko muttered in embarrassment, and I could practically see her blushing. Oh well, Itachi, mind taking me back home doing whatever you did before? She pleaded with a sweet tone that I could not resist. Okay, I will, I replied, but, there's only one problem. You're half naked. I don't have any overclothes on me, and the jutsu requires me to carry/hold the person. I blushed a new shade of red at the mere thought. Itachi, it won't be weird unless you make it weird. Besides, I don't bite. Anko said, the last part somewhat sensuous. I pointed to the half-dozen highly noticeable hickeys on my neck in response. All right, well, not that much or hard for that matter. Anyways, you seem to enjoy it. Anko's comments honestly made feel as if I overreacted, especially considering that I did care for it would be for a couple seconds, and it was no big deal if I was professional about it. All right, Anko, I said, cleansing my mind of whatever thoughts were in my head besides the jutsu and getting Anko to her house. I held her with my side, facing her, and did the jutsu, effectively transporting us halfway across the village in a second. We were back in her cool bedroom that was plastered with pictures of me, this time making me smile happily. I let go of Anko and walked out of the room so she could change, but not before I grabbed my cloak and Anko kissed me on the cheek. Hungry all over again, I rummaged through her kitchen and began steaming rice, sautéing vegetables, and cooking chicken. The fighting took a lot out of me and Anko, so it only made sense to cook something, plus Anko deserved something nice. I smiled as I heard Anko sing a catchy melody, though the words were muffled from the shower and the doors separating the bathroom from the bedroom and the bedroom from the kitchen. As the fragrant smell of the slow-cooking vegetables and chicken wafted around the room after a dozen minutes, a terrifying roar echoed from Anko's room. To the less experienced and those unacquainted with cooking, that sound would be disconcerting, if not frightening. However, when pertaining to food, such a sound meant that the customer or diner is hooked to some degree. I had maybe 3 hours before I would go to Tsunade, so I wanted to spend time with Anko, talk to her, and do something nice for a change. I had to thank Cammy for giving me the ability to cook well, because people tended to be more forgiving if you cook them something really good. Where did you learn to cook like this, Itachi? Anko asked, starting on her third bowl of chicken and rice. The noises and moans that she made as she devoured the food left no doubt as to her opinion of my cooking. Whatever hurt feeling had dissipated after she took the first bite. Now, though, she felt it fit to converse as she had not stuffed an eighth of a bowl at a time. Well, I would tell you, but then you'd have blackmail on me, I replied with a smug grin on my face. Anko's face twisted in frustration, gripping her chopsticks like kunai. But because I have more blackmail on you, I'll tell you, Anko. I took cooking classes while in the academy and on the ANBU because I liked doing it. I thought it was fun and rewarding, which was why I cooked on the missions. Wait, that was you, Anko exclaimed, choking on her food. I thought that was hate. Oh, and by the way, when I didn't know you were alive, I thought I was the last of our AMBU team. I stopped dead in my tracks, stunned by the news. So Hate and Hannah Hugo were killed. How long ago? I asked in a somber tone, suddenly not so hungry despite only having eaten a bowl and a half. Hannah died a year after you left, and Hate died not too long ago, during Naruto's Chunin exam. Anko said, unfazed by the question. She wasn't even cold, just accepting of their deaths. Well, I feel sorry for you, gal. She loved him after all. Is she around, by the way? She was on the ENBU team with Kakashi, Tenzo, and myself before I joined our team. Each word made it clear that I wanted to give her my condolences, though the silence did not bode well. Honestly, Itachi, don't go around telling people you are alive right now. People are very tentative of trusting people at the moment, especially in Uchiha. Sasuke did not leave peacefully. Rather, he fought against Naruto and his friends when they tried to retrieve him. Moreover, he has joined Orochimaru, which does not help his case. Anko's somber tone hid her anger well, but the whitening of her knuckles gave away the anger she felt. Understood, Anko, I replied curtly before finishing the rest of the bowl of food. I began to inquire about the shinobi and the state of the village and what to expect from Tsunade when I revealed myself to her. The conversation held no hint of emotion, rather reflecting more of a mission debrief than anything else. It was clear that Anko did not agree with revealing myself, so soon after being in the village urging me to keep up a lie. Once I mentioned that Tsunade would probably use Inoichi to determine everything. However, Anko finally conceded. Reluctant to leave the comfort of Anko's apartment, I slowly got up, nervous to go to the Hokage Tower, now that the time had almost come. Anko's hardened teal eyes, catching the sudden reluctance and nervousness, softened and offered warm encouragement. Come here, Itachi. Anko beckoned with a motherly tone, opening her arms. She hugged me tight and gave me a kiss on the cheek, Anko's warmth and scent remaining there. You don't need to worry, baby. Everything is going to work out. Tsunade will listen and things will go without a hitch. Finally, just as the butterflies died in my stomach and the sweat that threatened to break out stopped, Anko let go and ruffled my hair awkwardly since I was taller than her by a few inches. With that last gesture, I shined right outside the Hokage's office window, which by pure coincidence happened to be exactly when Tsunade turned to look at the afternoon sky. Surprise followed by anger and killer intent flooded through the closed window from the blonde Hokage. Why is it that the blonde Kages are always the most intimidating? I thought with more than a little fear. At that moment, Anko's words seemed to be sarcastic. I kawarmied to the door of the office just as the great Sannin shattered the glass of the window with enough force to launch the shards like shuriken. The office seemed cooler than the oppressive heat that had swept the outside, giving a feeling of calm when combined with the oak floors and doors and the cream-colored walls. Hey you, what do you think, your dash? I slugged the umbu in the face with chakra, enhanced strength and speed, surpassing that of Might Guy. Unfortunately, the blow only caught the side of the umbu's face as he attempted to dodge, sending the shinobi careening into the door of the Hokage's office and shattering half of the cat mask. Oh shit, I am sorry, Yugao, I exclaimed, shocked that I had just harmed an ex-teammate for little reason other than surprising me. How the fuck do you know who I am? Yugao growled, drawing her straight-edged katana on her back. The anger on the kunoichi's face chilled the air in the room. Lesser ninja would have frozen or run in fear. She wiped blood off her lip and grabbed the katana with both hands and launched herself with amazing speed, the point aimed at the abdomen. I shifted to the side and drew my own katana, deflecting the strike in that same sweep. It would have seemed easy, but it had taken quite a bit of effort to do that move, which I still had been perfecting, courtesy of the Land of Iron. Yugao darted back to avoid any counterstrike. Shocked eyes met mine, mouth slightly open. Ow, how did you that? Yugao asked, dazed for a moment before recovering. Only 4 shinobi have been able to block that before. Who in the world are you? Yugao growled the last question, grinding teeth together. One keyword there, shinobi. And by the way, I'm in a different league than most ninja, including the legendary swordsman. The determination and steeled gaze cut off any argument, and she knew it. And I knew she wasn't bluffing either. That strike alone would have impaled Orochimaru and Zabuza. But luckily for me, I'm above their league thanks mainly to the samurai's training. But you're a shinobi. That much is obvious. So what do you mean? Yugao asked. Curiosity and suspicion filled her words. When I didn't reply, the purple-haired Umbu continued. I have yet to see that style, though it reminds me slightly of the second Hokage's and the Uchiha's fighting styles. Yet there is... She paused as if going through a list before her eyes bugged out in complete disbelief. Aido, I have no idea who you are or your motives for the technique, but it's obvious you're trying to create a powerful Kenjutsu style without weakness. All that from one strike, a punch, some footwork, and a couple senses. Quite impressive, Yugao-san, because you're correct about almost everything. You assume one thing too many, though, that being that I have a quarrel with this village, you, and the Hokage. I chuckled, and as the last word passed my lips, the door flew off its hinges with a great crash. Speaking of which, sorry for scaring you, Tsunade-sama. I just need to dash. Tsunade grabbed a fistful of collar, large enough to slightly choke me, as she yanked me up 6 inches into the air. Shut up and get in my office, fool. You think I can't tell who you are, especially with how you fought Yugao? Tsunade growled, her eyes begging that give her an excuse to pummel me. Rather than waiting, she launched me into the blue couch opposite her desk with a painful amount of force. Storming into the room, Tsunade slammed the door shut, but not before Yugao could shoot a look of pity. Now, Itachi, give me a reason not to make you into a red stain on the office floor, Tsunade hissed, eyes flaming even though she clearly could not hold her own composure. I know exactly what you've done and who you are. Infamous Uchiha prodigy, youngest Umbu captain, suspect of Uchiha massacre since your body was unaccounted for, Akatsuki member, and brother of Sasuke Uchiha. What can I do for you? The venom in her voice could have killed. Tsunade-sama, there are a few reasons why you should trust me and shouldn't kill me right now. 1. I trained Kakashi in the use of the Mangekyo. 2. I have been training Naruto and Ino. 3. I am the only one Orochimaru fears and I want to kill him, for I was one of the best and most loyal Umbu Konoha had. 5. I know everything about Akatsuki, which is my enemy. Oh, and 6. You wouldn't be able to defeat me. I listed off with a cool, honest tone, putting only enough emotion to show that I was saying the truth. The last part, though, could be considered debatable, since she was one of the legendary Sannin. Okay, with what you have revealed to me, I'll let the last comment slide, but only if you tell me why you're interested in the Uzumaki, whom I consider family, and one of my students, Tsunade replied in a calm demeanor, though she narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Oh, and one more thing, you better wish you don't bump into Kurenai, because she will be able to see through your disguise easily. I nodded in response and relaxed visibly. The reasons why I came to talk to you are these. I need a medical treatment because I have a rare disease that I think only you can cure. I want to have me and my students to be a Black Ops team and take B and A ranked missions. I need access to Naruto's family records slash jutsu and the archives because I stumbled across something that could make him the greatest shinobi since the Sage of Six Paths. When Tsunade didn't react, I explained everything in precise detail, especially about Naruto's single Sharingan. Afterwards, Tsunade took a couple minutes to think and let soak in. Finally, she lifted her head and smirked at me. Itachi, before you had my curiosity, my attention, but now you almost have my faith. I want you to bring Naruto and Ino back here after I heal your disease. It should take about a week or so, so send a crow to deliver a message about what they should do and to come back later. Tell I am to come back, though you're going to need a loved one near you for this, because I'm accelerating the process to heal your disease tenfold. It will hurt a lot, and it will feel like you shaved a few years off your life, because that is quite literally what happens as a result. So you'll live to 90 years at the very maximum. If she was trying to comfort me, she failed on epic proportions. I shuddered at the very thought of what she was saying, but it clearly couldn't be avoided anyways. Will any of my jutsu be affected in any way? I asked, taking into consideration that it might alter my abilities as well. I prayed to Kami, hoping that nothing would change. Tsunade gave me a pitying look. Of course it will, Itachi, she replied. There was no surprise on her face when I looked deflated, though the gleam in her eye told me that she hadn't told me something, so I kept from making a decision. It will boost your chakra reserves and power. Whether you realize it or not, it looks like your chakra has been at reached half maximum capacity at most. I am assuming the fatigue and damage wrought by the disease kept you from reaching your maximum capacity, and your body leached it to heal. And your chakra was weaker, a side effect of the disease. Once I cure it, though, few Uchiha would compare to your abilities. I just sat on the couch spellbound and awestruck at her words. The fact that I hadn't been able to access to half my chakra and that it would be stronger when the disease will be cured made me excited. Something dark within me moved, and I recognized it as the Uchiha curse, the lust for power that we possessed. And before it could grab hold, I squashed it. I would not try to take things by force because of the power I would receive. Too many Uchihas have let that mistake consume them. That what are we waiting for, Senju-sama? I said with a half grin, half smirk. Time to whip this cripple back into shape. Tsunade let out such a loud and powerful wave of laughter. She fell off her chair onto the floor. I couldn't bear but join in at what I had said. First off, I, an Uchiha, just asked to Senju for help. Second, I had made a joke about being crippled, which would be the first time in a million years an Uchiha would joke about that. Hokage-sama, what's wrong? Two voices chorused, barging into the office. The thump as she fell and rolled around, combined with the gasping, probably brought the two in because they wanted to talk. The most curious part was what Asuma had on his neck, which he tried to hide. Looking at the couple, another bout of laughter bubbled up from nowhere. I knew it. Kakashi owes me 300 Ryo. I grinned looking at the two before realizing my mistake. Wait, aren't you Dash? Itachi Uchiha. Kurenai finished, cutting off Asuma. Her eyes hardened and could sense she was about to launch a Jinjutsu at me. Upon hearing my name, Asuma channeled wind chakra into his trench knives, getting into a defensive stance, almost between me and Kurenai. What are you doing here? The crimson-eyed Kunoichi asked, her voice chilled and angry. Whoa, Hold it. Guys, why do you want to kill me again? I asked, incredulous. Before anyone could say anything, Kakashi shined into the office. Hokage-sama, I have something important to report, the silver-haired Jounin said, before realizing the scene before him. Looking at Tsunade on the ground and his two friends standing with cold killer eyes behind him. Yo, Kakashi, I said, you owe me 300 Rio, I won the bet. Kakashi's face was priceless. The shock on his face quickly turned to alarm when he looked over and saw what I had seen on Asuma's neck. With a sigh of defeat, he fished out his black wallet and tossed me a wad of bills. The gloomy look on his face made it clear that he really did not want to be here because of what he'd need to do. As if on cue, Kakashi, what do you know that you haven't been telling us? You've got some major explaining to do, Kurenai said, eyes flashing blood red. Asuma only grunted in agreement, too focused on whether I'd do something, considering I'd come across them while still in Akatsuki. Before you kill Kakashi, guys, can I explain? I asked, suddenly feeling guilty. I didn't want my first student to get killed by his teammates, just because he didn't tell them about me. For pairs of eyes refocused themselves, startled that the person semi-responsible for the conflict was still here. Sure, Asuma replied, gruff and icy, probably because of the grudge he still held about being not able to defeat the prodigy almost 10 years younger than him. But how about after you tell me where the fuck Aino is? The rage consuming him would have made lesser ninja wet their pants, and I had to admit that I cringed at the roar. Kurenai quickly interjected by stepping in front of Asuma and hugging him, more to restrain him and calm him down than to show affection. Why would you think that Ino has anything to do with the Uchiha? Kurenai asked Asuma with a confused expression that bordered on aggravation. When she didn't get a response from Asuma, she shot Kakashi a look that promised death if he didn't explain what he knew. Thankfully, Hatake didn't twitch or move a muscle, rather crossed his arms and returned a bored expression. As the staring battle continued, Kurenai's fist started shaking as if it took all her power to not let loose. Before anything could go wrong, however, Tsunade cleared her throat to get the Jonin's attention. All right, everyone, quit acting like a bunch of whiny 6-year-olds and calm the fuck down. Itachi here has been training Ino, Naruto, and, remarkably, I am for the past few months. Supposedly, he's trained all of them in Tai Dash, Kin Dash, and Shuriken Jutsu, as well as improved their strength and speed by a lot. Ino and Naruto should be at high Chunin level at the moment, with Naruto being capable enough to take the Jonin exams, which I may consider. Naruto possesses a powerful Mangekyo Sharingan that is not, as rumor had it, one of Sasuke's eye, while inheriting Minato's potential with Fuinjutsu and speed. More importantly, however, is that Itachi has been training them in order to hunt down Orochimaru, Sasuke, and the Sound Four, along with Akatsuki as a Black Ops team. However, I would like to leave the decision up to you, Asuma and Kakashi. Tsunade's lecture had knocked all three Jonin breathless and annoyed at my plans for their students and their ability. With all due respect, Tsunade-sama, I don't think Itachi has the capability to kill one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru no less, Asuma replied in a clear-headed voice that made his confidence seem stalwart. However, his relaxed body language suggested that he could be swayed. Kurenai just nodded with Asuma, while Kakashi gave me a heated glare before returning to a pensive position. It was at that moment that Yugao chose to reveal that she had walked into the room. I would beg to differ. If Itachi were to get into a Kenjutsu and Taijutsu fight, I believe he would win without the need of a Sharingan. That made everyone, including Tsunade Guac at the blue-haired Umbu, begging for an explanation since Orochimaru was considered one of the best at Kenjutsu and Taijutsu from the village. I don't know where Itachi picked this up, but his Kenjutsu style lies heavily in Aido and other samurai styles. He blended that with the Uchiha fighting style and elements of Uzumaki and Senju Kenjutsu styles, making it virtually unbeatable. Asuma finished with a small grin, clearly appreciating my creativity to some degree. Nice combination, Itachi. But the question is, do you use a master-crafted weapon or just an ordinary katana? Another look that seemed like a smug smirk appeared on his face, thinking that he had me cornered. Wrong again. I do use a master-crafted katana, in fact, though it was a family heirloom, and I'd like Kurinai to take a look at the weapon because there is a jinjutsu covering up something. I replied with an equally sly smile. With that, I drew the katana, which began to form a wind and flame aura almost immediately. I shut off the tiniest flow of chakra in a panic to keep it from bursting to life. Fortunately, only Kakashi noticed it, but he wisely chose not to comment. Nice blade, Asuma whistled, impressed at the quality of the razor-sharp edge and the titanium steel alloy making up the weapon. He took the katana from me and handed it to Kurinai, who looked at it in awe, though obviously not of the make of the weapon. The jinjutsu covering the blade is quite intricate and incredible. Now, why would someone go through all this trouble to hide? Kurinai said as she released several different jinjutsu negations with different chakra patterns. The sight was quite remarkable, especially as the jinjutsu lost its intensity and wore off completely. The weapon that she held now was truly a sight to behold. Not much of the weapon changed except the complexity and plethora of seals engraving on the sword, which would make a seal master like Minato have a wet dream. Chapter 10. Itachi. HN. The seal on the sword is quite interesting, Kakashi said, balancing the heirloom by the flat of the blade with both palms. This doesn't look like anything I've seen before from Minato-sensei or Jiraiya. And while the blade looks brand new without a scratch, the seal itself is clearly old. The only thing I can gather is something equivalent to chakra amplification, which the fourth attempted, but never successfully in chakra shape and nature transformations. He went on, the awe in his voice increasing with each passing moment. The white-haired Jounin was about to pass it to Tsunade, but not before I intercepted it. Thanks, I said with sarcasm before looking at the complex series of seals on the first foot of the blade and along the hilt. My heart skipped a couple of beats as I analyzed that it held the key to Himura's said. I know quite a bit about seals myself, and Kakashi, you were right on both accounts. In addition, the nature transformation seals are wind and fire related in a combination of sorts beyond just overlapping the two. I have an idea of what it might be, but there are a few things I need to go through first. I need to know the records of all the masterwork blades made by the Uchiha, the Uzumaki, and the Senju. This weapon was made around that time, when the smiths and Fuinjutsus were much more abundant and effective. Each word grew increasingly rushed, though it kept an inquisitive and contemplating tenor. The blonde Sannin gave me a baffled look. I understand that the weapon is old, but a couple decades before the founding of Kodash. No, much older. It's about twice that. Approximately 2 centuries old. I replied automatically, confounded by the fact that someone would use a jinjutsu to hide something this big. A mediocre ninja wielding a sword of this caliber could defeat experienced and powerful shinobi, in theory. If I had gone by chakra expenditure versus intensity while fighting Anko, I could have easily overwhelmed her. The amount of chakra flow was minimal. If I dared channel the amount I usually do, I shivered at the thought of the result. The aura of heat would have melted rock and steel into slag, while the blade would have sliced and liquefied it. But that's impossible. A powerful ancient sword, just simply forgotten, even by the family that possesses it. Asuma shook his head in disbelief as he trailed off and put an unlit cigarette to his lips. Under most circumstances, Asuma would be right, but with the Jinjutsu, even a Sharingan wielder would have difficulty detecting that the sword was different. Kurenai muttered to the group. Her eyes looked searchingly on mine. I think it would have been used to deceive enemies and take them by surprise. Most everyone nodded in agreement. The black-haired woman's gaze bored through a thick armor of confidence and self-control with ease. I froze. She knows that there is something more I am not saying, that I already know who the sword belonged to, that the sword contains more power and secrets. Beads of cold sweat broke along the back of my neck. One of Kakashi's hounds would smell the fear from miles away. With the intensified stare pinning down thoughts and actions, I forced a breath of cool air. "Excuse me," Yugao said, a bit of a blush on her cheeks. "I think there is something that we aren't taking into consideration here. That the Jinjutsu was used to hide a secret from the wielder's descendants and relatives until the right one came along. There are chakra attunement seals on the hilt. So if the chakra didn't possess any of the correct patterns and flows, the jutsus wouldn't activate. And you only use those when trying to hide something." The words sliced across the room, butchering any hope of escaping without suspicion or a tale. "That makes more sense, Yugao. So I would indeed quite high clearance at the records office and library, no?" I replied with a thoughtful look. Meanwhile, an internal war of frustration broiled beneath the surface. Anger and rationality brawled in endless battle, angry either at the suspicion I'd receive or the lack of trust one held for comrades. However, we can continue this discussion after I am out of the hospital. I supplied before anyone could open their mouths. And this cannot leave the room. I have a couple requests, though. Kakashi and Asuma, can you take your respective students back for the week, or so that I won't be available? I have the training that I would like you to do for them. The two Jonin nodded with a slight smile at getting to see the training methods I use and to see how their students improved. "Oh, and where might I find Jiraiya? I'll need help to train Naruto in Senjutsu," I added before handing over the training regimen. "I'll send for him, Itachi." "Don't worry," Tsunade replied with a curt nod, further quelling any argument. "Now, I will post Anko and another Umbu as a guard for your safety and for that of the village. You may want to dye your hair a different color or figure something out to diminish the similarities to the Uchiha, so that even if people see through your Jinjutsu, they won't get suspicious." Lifting her eyes off of me, she looked at everyone else and address them. You are dismissed. Send the reports via an animal messenger. I have to finish some business. The Jonans nodded and shined out of the office. The blonde Sanin sighed as they left and visibly relaxed, shooting a light look. Send your ravens to get the 3 you've been training. We'll start your treatment immediately afterwards. You remember the hospital, right? Tsunade asked, her hard or firm demeanor non-existent. Also, what color hair would you like? Can't be dark brown or black, she added before I could answer. Yes, and dirty blonde. It'll go well with the facial hair jutsu I made. I supplied with a humorous tone, to which Tsunade chuckled as if I had told a joke. But seriously, I did make a jutsu that grows or shortens facial hair. Incredulity shot from Tsunade's face at the suggestion of such a jutsu. What? It's useful as a disguise. It just isn't immediate, rather multiplying the growth up to 30 times the normal pace, I said, a little indignant at the Hokage's reaction. All right, then, catch, Tsunade replied, and tossed a golden bottle after rummaging through her desk contents for a couple minutes. I read the label on the bottle with a picture of a well-kept lock of dirty blonde hair. So should I put this on now, or should I wait? I asked, already knowing the answer. Put on now. Itachi, we are on a timetable right now, Tsunade snapped, fidgety and annoyed, the frantic look in her eyes only leaving as I walked to the restroom. I rolled my eyes and closed the door in the tiny restroom and soaked my hair with the water from the tap before lathering the dye all over the raven-colored hair. It took a little while, but eventually I drenched every last black strand with the dirty blonde dye. I looked myself in the mirror and gave myself a toothy grin. Yup, you look a little like Naruto and a lot less like Sasuke, I thought, satisfied with the choice. Plus, Ayam would love it. She does like blonde hair more than black. I stepped out of the restroom back into the Hokage's office, deadpan, ready to go to the hospital, very unaware of what was transpiring in the Hokage's office. Almost as soon as I turned around after closing the door, a blur of horrible pain slammed into my gut. I felt weightless for a moment as I flew through the air, blood spilling from my mouth as the world grew dark hazy at the edges. As I slipped out of consciousness, I only caught the pink hair and slim figure cringing and the roar of a certain angry Sanin. Lungs burned and warm liquid hacked its way out of me, racking spasms and convulsions of pain throughout my body. Naruto POV. Ino, nice work. I groaned, pain tightening across my ribs, abdomen, and cheeks. A large minority felt as if it got pummeled by a gorilla, which in terms of strength was a little of an understatement. Thanks, Naruto, you sparred well, too, my blonde counterpart wheezed out. She half sprawled, half sat with her back against a boulder a few feet in front of me. Bruises and scrapes littered her body with a small trail of dried blood from the side of her mouth. Ino looked just as beat, yet her cerulean pupil-less eyes blazed with energy. I guess that was a draw, right? Yeah, even though I went 60% on you, I replied with a foxy grin, a pride in my voice. So, I would have won if you kept with the deal. The blonde kunoichi had an unmistakable look of pride on her face. Though the deal was that I went half power on her, I raised the bar by 10% so that she would have to push herself more and would improve faster, which was blatantly obvious. Well, I don't know what to say, Ino said with a chuckle, her cheeks growing a little pink. As she walked forward, the emotionless tone in her voice made me gulp in trepidation. I hope Ino's not mad at me, or I'm doomed. Hopefully she's not like Sakura, or I'm doomed. I thought, sweat trickling down my partially exposed back as I shivered. The cool night air and sweat did not make a good combination, especially with the black tank top hung in tatters, revealing most of my newish toned six pack, parts of my back, and bits and pieces of my chest and sides, all lean and toned as well. My pant legs were ripped at the knee to beat up shorts, revealing the toned muscles there as well. I didn't get as large as I hoped, but I couldn't deny that the muscles were larger and much more dense, boosting my speed and strength. Not to mention that I now reach 5'8" from the 5'3" thanks to the growth spurt I finally hit. I have to thank Itachi for the training and the nutrition. I guess eating only ramen did keep from growing in muscle and height after all. And I'm not as dumb as before either. I flushed at the realization that my diet wasn't the best for me. Hey, Ino, are you feeling all right? Your face is all pink, I said with a straight face, successfully suppressing the mischievous smirk. I only pretend to be clueless. I should probably put on a new tank top for Ino's sake. W8, WH, what are you talking about? Ino replied with a cocked brow, voice tinged with embarrassment while her blush deepened. Her brow creased and blue eyes sparked in frustration. Sorry, Ino, I couldn't help myself. You look cute when you're frustrated. I blinked as I realized what I had thought, blushing in embarrassment and surprise at the thought. Ugh, here I go again. What's happening to me? My heart and body feel the same way I used to react when I was around Sakura-chan. I shafted the thought as soon as it appeared. Could you give me a hand, please? I asked, too tired and banged up to stand up. She smiled and extended her arm, which I took. Thank you, Ino-chan. I winced as pain stabbed the abdomen. Your hands are so smooth and soft. And you look gorgeous, I thought, really looking at the beat girl for the first time in the last couple months, utterly surprised at how she'd grown and flowered as well. She had curves in all the right places and C-cup breasts, yet had a lean and toned body befitting that of a kunoichi. Her purple tank top now revealed her flat, toned stomach, and her once knee-length skirt reached only halfway down her thigh of her long legs. Realizing that I had stared at Ino's body, I blushed fiercely. You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Ino giggled as she saw the reddening cheeks, shooting an innocent look. A chilly wind picked up from nowhere, carrying Ino's long glossy hair, so it waved loosely. White teeth chattered and tanned limbs shivered as the wind whistled and blew across sweat. Hey, Naruto, you mind if you help me out? I nodded, having already warm body with a very small amount of fire chakra. I took the one step between us, hugged her close to my side, channeling chakra to the trembling blonde's body. An extra bit of warmth burned at every point of contact with Ino's smooth, soft, perfect skin that smelled of roses and wildflowers. Ha, ha. What do you think of the chakra nature control I have? I asked Ino, who had surprise written all over her face. Well, it's much better than before, Ino replied with a grin. You definitely are stronger than before, even while you had used the Kyuubi's chakra. I think you should try finding out the powers of your Sharingan and try to derive a jutsu from the Rasengan using either element. She looked over the river towards the large full moon that bathed the riverbank where we sat with soft silver light. Her eyes caught the light beautifully, making them shine like jewels. A content smile crept on her face while crickets, owls, and other night animals sang a soothing melody. Yeah, I probably should. And I am definitely more powerful than before, especially considering everything that Itachi taught me. Plus, the QB is much more willing to help, too, rather than trying to just take control. I trailed off, thinking of Ino and the friends I had in Konoha, a slight sadness washing over me. I wonder what everyone would think if they asked. You have improved a lot, too, in every aspect as well, especially Nin Dash, Sensing, and Medic Jutsu. I think you're better than Sakura at Medical Jutsu now. I grinned at the Yamanka's skeptical face to show that I meant it. Well, I have to thank you and Itachi for that, she replied, blushing shyly before leaning her head on my shoulder, wrapping my arm around herself tighter. We stayed like that in meaningful silence for what must have been a half hour. Naruto, Ino, dinner's ready, and there is something very important. I am shouted from the cave house, just as the succulent scent of ramen wafted through the air, a treat she prepared twice a week. Coming, Ino and I shouted at the same time before rushing back to the cave. The shunshin didn't work within a third of a mile of the cave. We were greeted with the sight of 9 bowls of ramen on the oaken table in the cream dining room and a comforting warmth and soft light. Everything seemed perfectly fine, and the atmosphere filled with a familial air, especially with the different, huge group pictures of us on all 4 walls. That was until we spotted Iam at the head of the table, a piece of paper trembling in her hands and a distraught expression on her face. Slightly puffy eyes and small glistening tear tracks skimmed down her cheeks. She shook with obvious pain. It stopped my heart dead in its tracks, leaving me too shocked to speak. What happened? What's wrong? Ino said with a concerned look on her face, coming around and hugging Iam from behind to soothe her. It's Itachi. He sent this letter via Crow, she replied in a slightly pained voice, handing the white paper to Ino. Dear Iam, if you're reading this, it means I am in Konoha at the hospital. I haven't told you yet, but I've been dying for quite some time now from a blood disease and have no more than 3 years left to live. I have been trying to find a cure, but I had given up on it because there was little hope. I was going to finish business with Akatsuki and Orochimaru without finding a cure, knowing that I would die soon after. Because of you, however, I have decided against it and want to live longer and have an actual life. I have gone to Tsunade for help to get healed, and she said it was possible, though it would take 10 days or so. She said it's risky and that I may die. So she said I should have you come and watch over me throughout the process. Please come. I may die, but at least we'll get to be with each other. Because I don't plan on dying, I made a plan for the interim and afterwards concerning all of us. Tsunade approved of making us a Black Ops team, so we can go on missions and get better prepared. That said, I told Ino and Naruto's senseis to train them while I recover so that they would get as much training done as possible to get as powerful as possible. Oh, and good news, while it will be painful, I'm going to be multiple times more powerful than now. Give Ino and Naruto my regards and tell them all of this, please. Also, tell them that they will be promoted to at least Chunin, if not Tokubetsu Jounin. They have the strength, will, mindset, and ability required for it. Much love. Itachi Zakuso, Ino read aloud. Ino and I sat down to let it all sink in, leaving the room in complete silence. That bastard, I growled, breaking the silence. Anger and disappointment replaced the good mood I had not 5 minutes before. The blonde and brunette looked at me with shock plastered on their faces, obviously thinking that I would be the one to defend Itachi in this situation. Itachi talks about us being like a family and says he loves I am and all, but he can't tell us about this very important fact that he's going to die soon because of a disease, especially to you, I am. He has to just wait until something happens before revealing a very important fact like it was a minor detail. The air around me flared with hot anger directed towards the Uchiha. He should have told us, and the fact that he didn't couldn't be more disappointing and angering. Whoa, calm down, fox boy. Ino cooed soothingly, wrapping me in a hug from behind. Don't be mad at him. It took you forever to tell anyone about the Nine Tails. I'm the first and only of your friends to know. Don't you think that is something important as well? She asked gently, the truth in her touch calming me down. Itachi, like you, had his reasons. The important thing is to continue on with what he told us in the letter. All right, Ino, I understand. I sighed as the last of the anger ebbed away, letting me smile again. We'll get to see our friends again, I guess, and show them how much more powerful we are. I added, smiling as I imagined the look of shock on everyone's faces, especially Sakura's. I wonder how she would react. Well, I guess that settles it. We have to go. I am finished interrupting my thoughts. We have to eat first, but quickly. The sooner we get there, the better for all our sake. A smile replaced the saddened and conflicted look she had moments before. She immediately dug in, devouring the ramen faster than conceivably possible. Sure, I chuckled, digging in as well, the warm, rich tonketsu broth soothing the ache in my muscles. I shoveled and slurped the noodles and the soup fast enough to almost reach I.M. speed, but slow enough to savor the taste. This asterisk slurp asterisk is so asterisk slurp asterisk amazing I am. Thank you so much, Ino added, matching my pace. I would have never believed that someone like Ino could eat food like me, considering everything, but it turned out that I was so wrong. As soon as Ino stopped dieting, she showed her true colors, an appetite that rivaled my own and a ravenous eating pace. Within 3 minutes, we finished our 3 bowls simultaneously. I dashed to grab her backpack, smoke pellets, grappling gear, katana, simbon, shuriken, and tanto. I gathered all the scrolls, tags, inks, brushes, flak jacket, and cloak I had considering I stored almost everything else in storage seals. Ino did the same. Since I had made recyclable storage seals, it was much more efficient. In less than 5 minutes, we met up on the edge of the clearing, completely prepared. All right, you ready? I asked my 2 comrades, the brunette catching my eye the most. I wore what seemed like tight-fitting urban camouflage clothing. Pants, long-sleeve shirt, jacket, boots, and even a balaclava-style facumen. She nodded after Ino. I grinned a little in excitement. I can't wait to show Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura what I've learned. Hey, Brat, what about your Mangekyo Sharingan? That may be a little much. Better to keep your best cards up your sleeve. The all too familiar voice growled disapprovingly, though not taking me into the mindscape. Well, Kurama-san, I guess maybe you're right. I don't even know if they're upset with me or not, which I doubt. I conceded after taking a moment to think things through. Of course they're upset with you, boy. You left them, and they still hate you for being a Jinchuriki, a monster, especially now that you are exponentially more powerful. The QB hissed, inspiring anger and resentment through his words. However, he fought an uphill battle since I grew with an increasing confidence, gratitude, and forgiveness. I'm sorry, Karama, but your goading won't get you anywhere. I will show you friendship, that I care, Databeo. I proclaimed to the nine-tailed fox. Though he may think it, I didn't hate him, nor did I pity him. Perhaps the most unhappy being resided in him, and I would show him the light and change the fox. Ahem, Naruto, come on. Ino's voice broke through the conversation as she cleared her throat. Ready whenever you are, I grinned. No way would I ever miss this chance, especially to show what remained of Team 7 that I could protect and reunite them. I rolled her eyes and grabbed onto Ino, already knowing what to do. With a nod, we shunned shine from the paradise-esque clearing to the gate of Konoha. The village hidden in the leaves, I read the sign on the red main gate aloud. Well, that's new. The walls seemed higher and stronger, while the gate had a covering of steel. Two mixed squads of Chunin and Jounin guarded the main gate, one on the ground, the other on the wall. For some reason, the guards didn't seem as threatening or menacing as before, though they visibly tensed and ready to fight at our sudden appearance via the Shunshin. If the drawn Tontos and Kanai and the churning chakra were anything to go by. You three, state your business. A familiar female voice barked from the middle of the group in front of the gate. She stepped forwards as two wolves followed in her wake. Those and the red fawn tattoos on each cheek gave her away instantly. Hey, Hannah, I shouted in greeting and walking forward before Ino and Iam could stop me. Before I could get more than a meter, two dark blurs shot from opposite directions, clashing together, ringing like steel on steel. The objects impaled the ground a couple meters away, the moonlight shining on them and revealing what Ahei you were. Why in the world would you throw a kunai at a fellow leaf neen? Aim exclaimed, exasperated. She held a wakizashi in her right hand and a second shuriken in her left. In the dark night and the black background of the forest, Iam looked deadly while barely visible. Fellow leafnin? Hannah asked incredulous, cocking an eyebrow. You expect to believe that when none of you were the forehead protectors? A small, bitter chuckle escaped her. You must be pathetic to forget that, honestly. Shit, that's what I forgot, Ino exclaimed in frustration, shaking her head. Hannah looked at her with sudden realization as the long blonde hair of the Yamanaka and pupil-less eyes gleamed in the moonlight. Ino, what are you doing with these people? Hannah asked, confused. And you're supposed to be training or something. Hannah sniffed the air, inhaling our scent and analyzing it, looking even more curious. Yeah, it's you, but why do I smell fox? I just stood there ramrod stiff, utterly baffled by the question. Do they seriously not recognize me? I thought, sweat dropping. Naruto, when was the last time you took a good look in a mirror? A foxy voice piped up in a way that I could practically hear the facepalm. Your face looks much more mature and like your father's, kid. And aside from height, your hair is longer and you're more muscular. I felt utterly baffled, though not at all displeased by the fox's observation. Almost killed is Naruto. Ino's voice cut through as I returned to the outside world. The blonde had been talking to the brunette and clearly had just told her because the look on Hannah's face was priceless. You're bullshitting, right? That hot hunk of a guy is the Naruto Uzumaki from our village? Our infamous prankster? The annoying, bratty shrimp that was best friends with my idiot brother? Hannah asked, wide-eyed and oblivious as to my approach, while Ino nodded at each question. Ahem, you know I'm still here. I cleared my throat. Both girls turned around, Ino smirking and Hannah blushing. I rubbed the back of my head, a hot feeling crawling up from the neck to the ears, blazing hotter than a fireball. So, Hannah-chan, will you let us pass? I asked sheepishly. Well, that depends, Hannah whispered, shifting from foot to foot, trying to fight through nervousness. She got the silent go on. I sent, recovering almost instantly and shone a wicked smile. That depends if you take me out to Yakiniku-Q. The Inuzuka shot a wily look at a slightly miffed Ino, which, because they still thought I was clueless, I pretended to not notice. Sure, Hannah-chan, I owe you one anyway, I said and grinned happily. Ino rolled her eyes at me, to which I gave a discreet wink. The blonde froze a little as understanding washed over her and brought a smile to her face. I turned my attention back to Hannah, and she told her team to let us through without spilling who we were. She told me to meet her tomorrow at 8 in the evening and winked mischievously before going back to the gate. What's up with Hannah, anyway? Ino asked a quarter hour later, after we dropped IM off at the hospital. They wouldn't let us in, which was fine since we wanted to see our friends first. It looked like she knew some not too important secret that I didn't know about. Oh, that. I guess Hannah remembered she owed me for doing such a horrible job at patching me up after Kiba ambushed me while training. I said, shivering as I remembering the horrible job. I don't know if it's physically possible to miss a vein that many times for a shot. Ino winced as she imagined the scene and gulped. That's why you never get near needles anymore. Yamanaka shook her head when I gulped in confirmation. We continued on, jogging in silence through the village to try and spot any of the other Konoha 12. We knew where to find Lee and Niji, but we wanted to talk to Sakura, Shika, Choji, or Kiba, completely oblivious to the silhouettes that melted in and out of the shadows on the ground and roof. Well, I had caught sight of them once, but when Ino didn't notice, I quickly forgot about them. After all, if we were being followed, Ino would know. After what seemed like ages, we still found no one. All of them were probably on missions, except for Tenten, Lee, and Niji. The noises of battle and screaming about flames of youth and fated to lose painfully loud. Just as I was about to give up, however, Ino tensed sharply and stopped in her tracks. Naruto move, she shouted, shoving me back and using the momentum to leap away with a grunt. A crackling explosion thundered in a flash of lightning blue, tearing up shards of earth from the ground and splitting fissures around the point of impact. By instinct, I fired up the Mangekyo Sharingan, bypassing the normal 3-tomo version. Piercing through the cloud of brown dirt and dust, the eye revealed a black-sleeved arm sizzling with electricity attached to a V-shaped flak-jacketed torso, crouched legs, and a head with the leaf hideout over an eye and gravity, defying silver hair. The familiar young, masked man chuckled sadistically, a sound too scary to comprehend. I processed the information and stiffened in shock. What the dash? Leaving no room for thoughts, the Jonin formed the hand signs for the fire dragon flame projectile technique. Unfortunately for him, I realized that I could try the new jutsu Itachi taught me based on it, adding two connected fists at the end of the string finishing at the same time as him. Fire release. Great fire dragon roar. I shouted, releasing a huge blast of highly pressurized vermilion white flame at the leaf Jonin as his own torrent of white hot flame jetted forth. The river of flame only served to decelerate the opposing attack by a fraction while adding to its power. The spot where the silver-haired Nin stood erupted in a large explosion of fire and heat that tore up a large and deep crater, sending quasi-molten debris slicing everywhere. The shockwave of the attack sent Ino and myself skidding back a few meters while debris stung our arms and faces. Obviously, the silver-haired Nin was not where he stood before. Rather, he lay over 20 meters away, sprawled on the ground, covered in burns and lacerations. Covered in burns, only a couple of which were serious and lacerations. The man shook getting up. Though some dark red soaked on the fabric of his mask, and blood streaked some of his gravity-defying silver hair in his arms, the Jonin's stillness confirmed his identity. "Hataki-sensei, what the hell? Don't you recognize me?" I asked, voice strangled in pain and worry that I hurt my sensei, the emotions shutting out the small part that cheered. "Achin, my sensei," said in exaggerated thoughtfulness, getting up from a crouch and placing a hand on his hideout, as if thinking. "You do seem and sound somewhat familiar, however." Kakashi trailed off, letting me hang, which I stayed silent and relaxed a little. "You're dead, poser." While shouting those words, the Jonin lifted the forehead protector and pinned me with his own Mangekyo Sharingan. "Jinjin, Sharingan," we said simultaneously as our eyes locked, the words escaping my lips, sounding like a growl. We stayed still for a moment and noticed nothing off. "Thanks, Kurama-sensei, for the save," I thought and heard him grunt. "The fox saved my ass." "Damn, you're better than I thought." "I didn't realize that was a Mangekyo Sharingan," Kakashi growled, as he kawaramied just as a blast of water slammed where he stood. The silver-haired Jonin appeared on a roof and uttered Jinjutsu Sharingan. His eyes were not locked on mine, though. I looked down and saw Ino trapped in his gaze and immediately shunshin away. "What did you do to Ino-chan? You pervy bastard. What's wrong with you, and who is the poser?" I spat, anger and power flowing through the chakra system and into my eye. "You lose," a voice hissed from behind as chirping and a shocking sensation pierced my body, or rather a wooden log. The clone poofed out of existence as the Chidori was spent. "What? How is that?" Kakashi mumbled in surprise, sure that he had me. I could only growl before channeling my chakra into a tight soccer ball-sized sphere, mixing in a bunch of demon chakra that turned it from blue to vermilion. "Why would you try to kill one of your own students, sensei? Can't you see who I am? The son of your sensei." Fiery rage blazed forth, releasing another burst of lightning chakra from Kakashi. "Shut up. He never knew his past. And for this you die," as the man replied, Arcs of bright energy climbed around his right arm. Both eyes spelled death, shielded in killing intent and a righteous fury. It wrenched the breath from my lungs momentarily, just as he reappeared much closer to me. Zigzagging at harrying speeds, the Jonin was all but a fuzzy figure despite my Mangekyo. My own anger broiling, I quickly made 9 clone holding the same Rasengan as myself, ready to pound the last Itachi to the ground. 5 clones lunged at the man as he closed in, kunai coated with a dangerous aura of lightning chakra. Before they could make contact, however, 10 bolts arced towards them and dispelled the clones instantly. I stood there stunned for a brief moment at the display, as despite the speed of the clones, Kakashi could still overcome them. A crackling howl accompanied a mumbled, "You're dead," just as a quartet of blue electric wolf-like figures pounced at us out of nowhere. I barely had enough time to roll back, as the lightning canines erupted and released a plethora of arcs of blue energy outwards, catching the remaining shadow clones. The deafening thunder and blinding flashes caught me completely off guard and blindsided me to whatever Kakashi had up his sleeve. "Wind release, divine wind," I shouted wide-eyed. The panic that crawled up from losing sight of Kakashi immediately released the first effective defensive offense jutsu. The wall of tornadoes howled as they raced forwards, ripping at clothing and the surrounding small square, a deep chill seeping everywhere. "Where are you?" I thought frantically as the silver-haired Jonin was nowhere in sight. Besides the breeze, only the softest crinkling vibrated kept the night from silence. Faint dancing shadows and the soft, odd noise from behind gave the briefest of warnings. "Gotcha!" I grinned like a fox, turning a 180 degrees at the same time that I unsealed the ancient katana Itachi gave me as a gift. Wind and fire chakra mixed into a blazing, elongated blade. "Lightning release. Lightning cutter," Kakashi mumbled, shooting forwards with a tight and concentrated blade of lightning around his right hand. Power and danger resonated from the attack itself, kicking all my switches into overdrive as he closed in. I jumped to the side and slashed the blade to meet the attack, bracing myself. Lightning crackled and flared as it entered the flaming wind blade, jerking it away as part of the momentum was transferred to it. I grinned as I felt him slow down, but before I realized the intense heat had dissipated and the chakra blade didn't exist anymore. Icy sweat and anxious shivers burst at the realization, and the Jonin who still had the jutsu active. "Hey, nice moves," Kakashi chuckled darkly, the lightning blade resembling a concentrated Chidori. "Except that won't stop this jutsu unless you want to die. You're going to need a lot more power than that." I quickly formed the Rasengan once more, pouring in more demon chakra than ever before. Some even formed a condensed tight cloak of vermilion chakra to protect myself. Whatever the Hitaki had up his sleeve had the ability to kill with more power and efficiency than perhaps the Rasengan I held. Nevertheless, I needed to show who I was and what I learned. Steeling my resolve and tensing every muscle, I formed a lunging stance with the chakra sphere pointed at the Jonin, arms shaking slightly at the nervousness that racked my body. Blue energy crackled, highlighting the fearsome features of the black-clad shinobi, especially with his Mangekyo activated. As the opponent closed in, the world seemed to slow down and fade, my heartbeat rising above the outside noises. Can I really pull this off and survive? This man, my sensei, is a high-level shinobi and prodigy with amazing power and skill. How can I even compare? The thoughts echoed, tinged with nervous anxiety and sudden regret. I should have just run. Would you listen to yourself? Uzumaki brat. Another voice snarled in outrage. You sound like a good-for-nothing sissy who doesn't have the training and raw power you possess. Your natural chakra reserves are immense, and when combined with my own, you'll be unstoppable. Yes, you aren't there yet, but you are formidable even now. The fox assured with an audible smirk grin. For some reason, the phrase cheer up and keep moving forward came to mind when he spoke. You think so, Karama? I thought to the unusually kind QB, stopping the complaint mid-flow. His silence gave the best possible answer, thanks. And by the way, you do have a heart, you fluffy softy. I teased back in thanks, which resulted in a menacing growl, but I didn't care. I knew how he actually felt. It'll be only a matter of time before he came to. A mere meter away from impact, I quickly pumped a torrent of chakra, somewhat enlarging the Rasengan to keep peak density. Balance steadied, and the vermilion spiraling sphere rushed forward to meet the lightning jab centered at the chest for an ensured kill. A screeching pierced the night air as the crackling of the jab and the thrumming of the ball collided, neither jutsus giving way for the briefest of moments. The smile on my face quickly turned into a terrified look as the jab pierced the Rasengan, causing it to collapse on itself at alarming speed. However, the spiraling sphere detonated outwards towards Kakashi as it collapsed on itself before the lightning cutter could strike my chest. The resulting explosion blasted Kakashi's arm across the chest, cutting a streak of white-hot pain. Electricity shocked and coursed through my system, bringing on a painful seizure as the explosion launched me backwards. Fortunately, I caught sight of the silhouette of my sensei, which rocketed through the air and crashed into a wall with a great amount of force. Clearly, he just had received quite a lot of pain and damage, though not to the extent as mine. The last image in my mind, before a crushing force knocked the breath from my lungs, was of a panting, sprawled Kakashi, right arm bleeding from a mess of cuts that was reflected along his torso as well, flak jacket and mesh suit ripped to oblivion. I don't know how you have that chakra, but this is the end of the line, a rough groaned, ripping away the dazed world with a harsher reality. A familiar silver-haired man with a blood red, I stood above me, ragged, disheveled, and damaged. Just explain this to me. Who exactly are you, and what did you do, Naruto Uzumaki? I almost laughed at the sight of a bloodied, beaten-up Kakashi, not thinking it possible. That was before a paralyzing burst of pain drilled through my chest and skull like a million ice picks. But it's me, sensei, I said, or rather rasped between coughs. Warm liquid dribbled out of my mouth with each cough and seemed to coat my chest. Moreover, the pain made it hard to think clearly, blocking complete memory of what had transpired before. Shut up, Kakashi roared, fist tearing into the ground with a bone-crunching thud. Beige dirt and red-brown blood caked his body in the oddest mud-like camouflage. Combining that with a muscle-flexing anger, he looked like a monster. Panting and blinking back angry tears, the Jonin stood on both his feet. "Now answer me, bastard!" The low, blood-curdling shout thundered. What do I tell him? I thought in a fit of frustration, fatigue, and fear. A violent death-black sky roiled behind the gray and red-eyed man. I racked my brain for ways to convince him, but nothing popped up, much to my chagrin. "Screw it," Kakashi muttered, drawing a tanto and channeling high-intensity lightning around it. He lifted it up, eyes icy cold. They widened as a sun-red jet of chakra coursed and tightened around me before he could release his tension. A large chunk of chakra swirled into the Manajikyo, a surge of power similar to that of the Tsukuyumi. Instantly, a surge of my cocktail-edge chakra churned and lanced wave after wave into my own eye, causing a deep throbbing pulse to come from it. The small fraction of a moment for it to become constant felt like an eternity as I could see Kakashi nearing his jutsu's completion. Mu-dash Kakashi started, his Sharingan flashing as chakra began to surge outwards. An immense blast of screeching wind slammed into Kakashi before he could finish, launching his body far back. "Kami no Hariken," an ancient voice whispered within my head. Warm, stinging pain ebbed from the Mangekyo and right cheek. However, it didn't concern me as much as the sudden stormy mass of clouds in the sky in a circle 100 meters across. I looked back at Kakashi, who collided with another abandoned building, a not too deep crater hugging his form. Rocks and debris flew from the ground and pelted the shinobi while the wind itself continued to pelt and tear. Tearing himself from the wall, Kakashi lurched forwards impossibly slow, battered from all sides. As he made the tiger seal, a chunk of rock slammed into his legs and left him at the wind's mercy. Groans, winces, hisses, and shouts of pain loosed themselves from the Jonin's mouth as he was thrown into the ground and at buildings around him, while the wind bruised and the debris tore through skin. One again, the Jonin launched himself from a building for another attack, powering up his Mangekyo. Bruised and battered, blood trailed from fresh gashes. He screamed in frustration as the wind changed and threw him against the ground, sending the tattered man skidding across the street with sickening thuds and rips. Fresh blood trailed after the ninja and stopped abruptly as he crashed into a gray concrete warehouse. Head and shoulders dangled like a doll, knocked out cold. A good thing, too, I thought, as the wind quickly dissipated and my knees gave out in fatigue. The world slipped away with a sudden drain in chakra, a drowsiness taking hold. Before I could finish the thought, I collapsed on the ground with a soft thump and a faint grunt, eyes rolling up simultaneously.